Chapter 1. I, the Villain of the Apocalypse. At 3 o'clock in the depths of night, in the magical city, a certain riverside villa area. Ding! Detection of an impending apocalypse in 30 days upon Blue Star. When the time comes, calamity, disaster, and death shall reign over Blue Star, clearing the remnants of the old era for the birth of a new epic. The Apocalypse villain system is binding to the host. Binding progress. January 20th, 40. In the pitch-black room, a pair of eyes, shimmering like starlight, suddenly opened wide. Initially, astonishment flickered in his gaze, which soon transformed into surprise, ultimately settling into a contemplative calm. Click! The warm orange light from the bedside lamp illuminated the surroundings, gently dispelling the darkness and revealing the young man's visage. The young man was extraordinarily handsome. As if the very hands of God had sculpted his features, even angels would be compelled to kiss him. Especially his deep, profound eyes, reminiscent of the cosmic night sky, reflecting a mesmerizing glow that captivated onlookers, while exuding an innate elegance and nobility that made one yearn to gaze into them, yet hesitate to do so. He glanced at the woman beside him, whose eyes still bore traces of tears. The woman was equally beautiful, her face delicate as if crafted from fine cream, her features exquisite and flawless. Combined with the tears lingering at the corners of her eyes, she appeared irresistibly enchanting, evoking a strong protective instinct. Yet at this moment, she curled up, hiding beneath the covers, her delicate brows shadowed by an undercurrent of sorrow. The young man's movements seemed to rouse her. Her eyelids trembled slightly, slowly revealing her gemstone-like, clear eyes. If her delicate brows had betrayed only a hint of sadness, the sorrow now evident in her gaze was unmistakably profound. Noticing the young man's unwavering attention, she pressed her lips tightly together before gradually releasing her grip on the blanket, exposing her bare form to his view. However, just as she believed he would indulge once more, he completely disregarded her actions, throwing off the covers and stepping down from the bed. The woman momentarily froze at his actions, but quickly regained her composure, covering her body with the blanket once more, as if this would afford her some semblance of security. The $5 million will be transferred to your account by 7 o'clock. I have also arranged for your parents' hospital to provide the best treatment with the finest medication. Standing before the mirror, the young man donned the attire from the hanger while speaking. Upon hearing his words, the woman shivered and nodded vigorously. "Thank you, young Master Jiang." "Thank?" he replied, adjusting his collar, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It is merely a transaction. I received what I desired, and you obtained what you wished for. There is no need for thanks." At his words, a bitter smile appeared at the corners of her lips. Was it because he had already taken her virginity that he had lost interest? Indeed, a man like him must seek only fleeting novelty. With this thought, a deeper sense of desolation welled up within her, accompanied by an inexplicable pang of pain. As Jiang Chun had stated, their relationship was nothing more than a transaction. Yet, even so, he was the only man with whom she had shared intimacy, and the last one. Regardless of the nature of their past relationship, he was now the singular man in her life. With this realization, she bit her lip and raised her delicate head to gaze at Jiang Chun. "Jiang, young Master Jiang, speak." His voice remained exceedingly calm. Unperturbed by his indifferent tone, she gazed at him with a hint of anticipation. "May I accompany you?" Upon hearing this, the young man turned to her, his expression somewhat enigmatic. Seeing this, she hastily continued, "To assure you, I do not seek your wealth. I swear you are my first and last man to only wish to follow you." "Jiang Chun, come out! You scoundrel! Return Miao-yin to me! Miao-yin! Miao-yin! Where are you? I have come to rescue you." Before the woman could finish her plea, an enraged roar from outside the villa reached their ears. Upon hearing that voice, the woman's expression shifted dramatically. Jiang Chun, however, cast a playful glance at her, said nothing further, and turned to leave the room. Ran Miao-yin quickly threw off the covers, donned her dress, and hurried after him. Just as Jiang Chun stepped out of the room, the system chimed. Ding! Apocalypse villain system binding process. 97, 98, 99, 100. Ding! Congratulations. Host, the Apocalypse villain system has been successfully bound. Ding! Detection of protagonist aura. Currently being analyzed. Protagonist? Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Chen cast a deep, contemplative glance outside the villa. Ding! Analysis complete. Name, Lin Yin. Extraordinary ability. None not yet awakened. Extraordinary rank. 0 not yet awakened. Mission objective. Kill and subdue Lin Yin to obtain the Destiny Villain Treasure Chest. Lin Yin? As expected, it is him. Ding! Detection indicates the host has successfully activated the Apocalypse villain system. Destiny gift package successfully distributed. Would you like to claim it now? A beginner's gift package? Claim it. Jiang Chen thought silently, without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have successfully claimed the Destiny gift package. Receive Destiny rewards. Infinite Divine Eye uniqueness. Cannot be stripped or replicated. Effect. A superlative attribute unique to the Apocalypse villain. Can replicate the extraordinary talents of other extraordinary beings. Furthermore, it allows for the hyper-evolution of their talents. Perfect gene sequence. Effect. Upon acquiring the perfect gene sequence, all relatives with recent blood ties to the host will awaken to become extraordinary warriors when the apocalypse descends. Jiang Chen. Upon hearing the rewards of this Destiny gift package, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought this Destiny gift package was merely a token beginner's gift, something trivial, and had not given it much thought. But were these rewards not a tad too extravagant? Could it be that being a villain truly comes with such favor from Destiny? Ding! The perfect gene sequence and infinite divine eye are merging with the host. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have successfully fused the perfect gene sequence and infinite divine eye. As the system's words echoed, Jiang Chen felt a wave of warmth surging through his limbs, as if his very existence had transcended in just a few breaths. Particularly, his eyes became increasingly mesmerizing, as if the dark universe itself were contained within them. To gaze into them was to risk having one's soul drawn away. Click! With a gentle curl of his fingers, a sound filled with power resonated. He could distinctly sense the abundant strength coursing through his body at that moment. Ding! The infinite divine eye detected that the host is on the verge of awakening S-level extraordinary talent. Gravity control. During the impending calamity, hyper-evolution of the infinite divine eye has been initiated. Ding! Hyper-evolution complete. When calamity descends and the rules of heaven and earth undergo drastic changes, S-level gravity control will evolve into SS-level gravity mastery. At that time, the host will achieve the beginning of Destiny. Upon hearing the system's final mention of Destiny, Jiang Chen's eyes grew even more profound and enigmatic. Destiny, indeed? A smile graced his lips, one that would make any woman's heart flutter, while a glimmer of ambition flickered in his gaze. Young Master Jiang, too, with Lin Yin. At that moment, Ran Miao-yin had rushed out from the room, eager to explain to Jiang Chen. However, his words instantly drained the color from her face. No need for explanations. Upon hearing this, despair enveloped Ran Miao-yin. After all, what was his status? How could she hope to follow him? Miao-yin, I believe in you. From now on, stay by my side and be my woman. Chapter 2. Acquiring a female lead as a decorative vase. It felt as though she had plummeted from heaven to hell in an instant, only to rise from hell back into heaven. Jiang Chen's subsequent words left Ran Miao-yin momentarily speechless. Do you not wish to? Jiang Chen smiled softly, observing the bewildered Ran Miao-yin standing frozen in place. Of course I do. Of course I do. She quickly regained her composure, tears threatening to spill from her beautiful eyes. If you're willing, why cry? Jiang Chen approached her, speaking in an exceedingly gentle tone. He gently embraced Ran Miao-yin, pressing her delicate form against himself. It must be said that even through Jiang Chen's experienced eyes, Ran Miao-yin was a true gem. Initially, Jiang Chen had intended to use her parents to keep her by his side. However, upon learning about the impending apocalypse, he had contemplated abandoning such plans. But now, Ran Miao-yin seemed to still hold some value. If that were the case, it would be prudent to keep her close for the time being. After all, having an aesthetically pleasing vase is quite delightful. This moment. Ran Miaoying found herself tightly embraced by Jiang Chun, inhaling the faint, enchanting fragrance that emanated from him. A captivating blush blossomed on her delicate face, starkly contrasting with her previous demeanor. Just last night, faced with Jiang Chun, she had contemplated resistance, even reconsideration, yet now, all her reluctance seemed to have dissipated into thin air. Jiang Chun, at times, could indeed be quite gentle. I am merely overwhelmed with joy at being acknowledged by you, young master, she stammered, attempting to wipe away the tears on her face. However, Jiang Chun grasped her hand, halting her movement. Looking so pitiful is even better, he remarked. Ran Miaoying was momentarily taken aback by his words. Yet, in the next instant, Jiang Chun leaned in, pressing his lips firmly against hers, igniting an unfamiliar response within her as she clumsily reciprocated his advances. It was not until Ran Miaoying found herself breathless, her lips faintly tinged with purple from the intensity of their kiss, that Jiang Chun finally released her. Gazing at her tear-laden eyes, so charmingly vulnerable, one might think she had been coerced. Satisfied, Jiang Chun nodded. Let us proceed. It is time to meet your childhood companion. Young master, Lin Yin, Ran Miaoying began to speak softly, but Jiang Chun's calm gaze silenced her. Though a smile graced his face, his eyes conveyed a sternness that rendered her words unspoken. Remember, while you are by my side, do not discuss other men, he admonished, pinching her cheek with just enough pressure to leave a faint red mark, prompting a barely suppressed whimper from her. Fortunately, she held her composure, and the delicate imprint on her face only made her gaze at Jiang Chun appear even more pitiable. I understand, young master. Good. Just be obedient, he replied, and with that, he took her hand, leading her towards the door. Outside the mansion, a few black-clad bodyguards stood coldly, confronting a group of individuals that were clearly ruffians. The latter, upon seeing the bodyguards, seemed somewhat intimidated. However, they were merely there to provide backup, ready to flee if the situation turned unfavorable. The true focal point was the young man named Lin Yin standing before them. His attire, while differing slightly from the thugs behind him, was still quite ordinary, easily blending into a crowd. At that moment, he was furiously shouting at the mansion, Jiang Chun, come out! Miaoying, can you hear me? Miaoying, you must not let Jiang Chun have his way. He is using your parents to threaten you. Jiang Chun, you despicable coward. Bullying a woman is no true feat. If you have the guts, come out. Just as Lin Yin contemplated storming in, the sound of the mansion's electronic lock echoed, and moments later, two figures emerged. A handsome man clad in a sleek black suit, with strikingly handsome features, accompanied by a woman in a charming white pleated dress that accentuated her beauty, elicited awe from the ruffians behind Lin Yin. No wonder Lin Yin dared to come here and shout his childhood companion was breathtakingly beautiful, far surpassing many popular starlets. Young master, the bodyguards at the entrance bowed respectfully to Jiang Chun. Miaoying, Jiang Chun, how dare you harm Miaoying? Lin Yin exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fury as he noticed the lingering imprint on her face and the unshed tears in her eyes. Ran Miaoying, upon hearing his words, hurriedly attempted to respond, but Jiang Chun's composed gaze caused her to swallow her words. Remembering his earlier admonition, she lowered her head, standing beside him in silence. To Lin Yin, her reaction screamed coercion and intimidation. Realizing this, Lin Yin's anger flared. Jiang Chun, are you even a man? What kind of skill is it to threaten a woman? Threaten? Really? Miaoying, do you feel threatened by me? Jiang Chun chuckled, holding her hand gently and kneading it, all while under Lin Yan's furious gaze. Though Ran Miaoying instinctively struggled a bit at Lin Yan's stare, she soon relented, allowing Jiang Chun to maintain his hold. However, this slight resistance did not escape Lin Yan's notice, further solidifying his belief that Ran Miaoying was indeed being coerced. Master has not threatened me, Ran Miaoying insisted, shaking her head as she met Lin Yan's gaze, her eyes betraying a hint of apology. Having grown up together, their bond was strong, and she had once thought they would end up together. But now, she felt compelled to clarify, Lin Yin, I am sorry, but the young master treats me very well. Yet, Lin Yin was utterly unconvinced by her words. He was firmly convinced that she was under duress, and her demeanor, coupled with her apologetic expression, only reinforced his belief. Miaoing, I know. I understand everything. Rest assured, I will rescue you. At Lin Yan's declaration, Ran Miaoing parted her lips to respond, but before she could utter a word, Jiang Chen forcefully pulled her into his embrace, and in front of Lin Yan's astonished gaze, he captured her lips once more, savoring the moment. Jiang Chen, stop it! Lin Yan roared, fury boiling within him. Despite their close relationship, he had never laid a hand on her, while Jiang Chen had the audacity to do so. Seething with rage, Lin Yan lunged at Jiang Chen, but before he could take more than a few steps, several bodyguards swiftly brandished their batons, slicing through the air and striking him with precision. Crack! Crack! Ah! The sound of Lin Yan's fury was swiftly replaced by pained cries as the reality of the situation set in. Chapter 3. You are that esteemed figure from Zhongzhou Xinjing. Lin Yan, struck down, writhed on the ground in agony. Upon witnessing this scene, Ran Miaoing, unable to bear it, closed her eyes. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Chen bit down on her crimson lips, causing her to open her eyes in pain. She gazed at Jiang Chen, her eyes reflecting a plea for mercy, but he remained utterly indifferent, kissing her with increasing fervor, as if he intended to consume her entirely. At this moment, Ran Miaoing, while experiencing Jiang Chen's forceful advances, could also hear Lin Yan's cries of distress. Deep within her heart, she was lost, engulfed in confusion and turmoil. However, gradually, an unfamiliar sensation began to rise within her, an intoxicating warmth coursing through her body, and her heartbeat quickening. Meanwhile, Lin Yan gritted his teeth, his face marked with several crimson welts, and shouted furiously at the onlookers behind him. What are you all still doing back there? Help me. Have you forgotten what Boss Wang told you before he left? Upon hearing this, the onlookers hesitated. While they might be willing to bully some ordinary citizens, it was evident that this Jiang fellow did not belong to that category, with so many bodyguards and residing in such a grand house. He was clearly not your average rich second-generation heir. Nevertheless, they could not simply stand by and watch Lin Yan suffer. After all, their boss had instructed them to support Lin Yan. With this in mind, 7 or 8 of them stepped forward, fixing their gazes on Jiang Chen. Brother, surely you've had your fill of this. It's time to stop. At last, Jiang Chen released Ran Miaoing's lips. She melted against him, her cherry-red lips still fragrant, her eyes glazed and enchanting. Did I ask for the words of those thugs? Jiang Chen paid them no heed, appearing as if he hadn't heard them at all, noticing Jiang Chen's disregard. The thug's tone grew significantly more aggressive. Brother, it's better to make a friend than an enemy, right? Perhaps your family background is impressive, but we are all from the underworld, and we don't care about your pedigree. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nearly burst into laughter. After nearly 19 years in this world, it was the first time someone dared to threaten him. Although these individuals were merely ignorant ruffians, it was still quite refreshing. Thus, a hint of danger lurked behind Jiang Chen's smile that he turned his attention back to the bodyguards still surrounding Lin Yan. Since they have spoken, you lot shouldn't just entertain Lin Yan. Make sure to give those little ruffians a proper welcome as well. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the bodyguards shifted their focus to the small-time thugs, their eyes turning cold as they advanced towards them. Watching the bodyguards approach, the thugs' expressions shifted alarmingly, and they hastily drew knives from their pockets. Shouting threateningly, "What do you want?" "Just so you know, our knives are no joke. Smack!" Before the thug could finish his sentence, the bodyguards' batons struck their hands. The knives fell to the ground before they even had a chance to brandish them. What followed was, of course, inevitable. Jiang Chen's bodyguards were elite soldiers drawn from the military. It didn't matter if there were twice as many thugs. They would be thoroughly beaten. In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries. Ran Miaoing, upon hearing these wails, buried her delicate head deep into Jiang Chen's embrace, her body trembling 3 months ago at the banquet. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and recalled that indeed, 3 months prior, the mayor of the Demon City, Subai, had hosted a grand banquet. He himself had been on the guest list, and not just as any guest, but as a VIP of the highest order. Young Master Jiang was absolutely certain. This was the very banquet he was thinking of upon seeing Jiang Chen's realization. Wang Suoqing nodded vigorously, akin to a pecking chick. It is worth noting that his attendance at that prestigious gathering had required considerable networking to secure an invitation. While Jiang Chun, he had witnessed firsthand the mayor of Demon City, Su Bai, addressing him as young Master Jiang in front of all those present. Further inquiries revealed that this young Master Jiang hailed from the illustrious Jiang family of the capital. Moreover, he was the eldest son of that esteemed family. His lineage was so formidable that it instilled a sense of dread. His father was the supreme commander of the southern military district of Longhua, and his mother was the CEO of a colossal state-owned fossil fuel enterprise. Even more astonishing was his grandfather, who was the Grand Elder of the Five Elders Council of the imperial capital of Longhua. In terms of standing within Longhua, he ranked just below the sect master. Had Jiang Chun lived in ancient times, he would have undoubtedly been regarded as a prince. And now, he had inadvertently drawn the ire of such a figure. Contemplating this, Wang Suoqing felt dizzy, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The first time he had encountered young Master Jiang, he had been struck by his remarkable demeanor and striking presence. Truly, a celestial being. Wang Suoqing hastily began to flatter him, saying upon hearing this, Jiang Chun smiled subtly at him, "Oh, is that so? Yet just moments ago, someone seemed to question my courage." Thud. The very instant Jiang Chun uttered these words, Wang Suoqing, under the bewildered gazes of Lin Yan and others, knelt before Jiang Chun without a moment's hesitation. But that was not all. Bang, bang, bang. 3 dull thuds echoed as Wang Suoqing felt kneeling was insufficient. He proceeded to knock his head against the ground 3 times. When he lifted his head again, his forehead was bloodied and bruised, demonstrating the fervor with which he had done so. Slap, slap, slap. It is I who have failed to recognize the towering mountain. It is I who possess eyes unworthy to see. Young Master Jiang, it is I, Wang Suoqing exclaimed, simultaneously slapping his own face and showering Jiang Chun with a torrent of obsequious praise. The spectacle rendered the onlookers silent, their lips sealed in fear. Although they remained unaware of Jiang Chen's true identity, witnessing their esteemed leader, Wang Suoqing, in such a humble state of supplication, they felt an ominous premonition. Jiang Chen's status was undoubtedly formidable. Only Lin Yan continued to glare at Jiang Chun through gritted teeth, consumed by jealousy, envy, and resentment. Why did someone like Jiang Chun deserve such an illustrious background? Why slap? As Lin Yan pondered this, the bodyguard beside him struck him across the face with a baton, the sound of flesh meeting flesh eliciting sympathetic winces from the others present. Yet, they dared not utter a word. Did they not see their leader now kneeling before Jiang Chun, begging for mercy? Enough, enough. I am about to return to the capital and have no time to entertain you. Hearing Wang Suoqing's words, Jiang Chun felt a twinge of annoyance, waving his hand dismissively. Take your people and leave. Remember, there will not be a next time. Yes, yes, thank you, young Master Jiang. Safe travels, young Master Jiang. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the immense weight that had burdened Wang Suoqing's heart suddenly lifted. That moment, he found the command to leave to be incredibly sweet. Bowing deeply to Jiang Chun in utmost humility, Wang Suoqing quickly retreated with his entourage. As they departed, he forcibly dragged Lin Yan away, even pressing his head down to prevent Jiang Chun from catching a glimpse of his furious expression. Ran Miaoyin watched as Lin Yan and the others departed, feeling a slight sense of relief. Although she had now become Jiang Chen's woman, she still harbored a twinge of guilt towards Lin Yan. After all, they had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. She could only hope that they would not cross paths again. She had moved on and wished the same for Lin Yan, for the sake of both of them. However, Jiang Chun observed Lin Yan being forcibly led away, a smile playing on his lips. While Ran Miaoyin wished to avoid seeing Lin Yan, he, on the other hand, desired to meet him again. Moreover, he believed Lin Yan would surely fulfill this modest wish of his. Young Master, your private jet is ready. Expected to arrive at Demon City International Airport at 9 o'clock, departing for Zhongzhou capital. A bodyguard in black approached, speaking respectfully to Jiang Chun. Has the family been notified? It has been communicated. The clan leader is already aware of your return to the capital. The bodyguard replied with reverence that I end Jiang Chen's embrace. Ran Miaoyin listened to their conversation and curiously inquired. Young Master, are we leaving Demon City? How long will we be gone? Well, that depends on the circumstances. That it could be 3 or 4 years, 5 or 6 years, or in a worse case, perhaps we may never return. Jiang Chun replied with a smile. Ran Miaoyin stared at Jiang Chun, her expression one of bewilderment. She struggled to comprehend his words. Rest assured, I have instructed that within a day or two after our departure, your parents will be transferred to the best hospital in the capital. Thank you, young master. Ran Miaoyin did not dwell on it further. As long as her father and mother received treatment, that was all that mattered. Where she would go or how long she would stay was entirely up to Jiang Chun. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yin was being forcibly shoved into a car by Wang Suoqing. Wang La, you fear Jiang Chun. I do not. Let me go. I must rescue Miaoyin. Lin Yin struggled, tears streaming down his face as he bit his lip. You fool. Do you have any idea of the immense power behind Jiang Chun? Is it worth it to antagonize him over a woman? You may not even comprehend how you met your end. Wang Suoqing scolded, wiping the blood from his forehead with a tissue that is so what? I absolutely cannot allow Miaoyin to fall into his clutches. Even if it costs me my life, I will rescue her. Lin Yin gritted his teeth, determined to open the car door and escape. Seeing this, Wang Suoqing threw the bloodied tissue to the ground, commanding, tie him up. A few subordinates, upon hearing the order, promptly produced ropes and bound Lin Yin tightly. Wang Lauda, let me go! Let me go! I must save Miaoyin! Lin Yin shouted desperately, struggling against his restraints. Wang Suoqing took a deep drag from his cigar and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Before your parents passed away, they entrusted you to me. I have a responsibility to raise you and cannot allow you to throw your life away foolishly. Jiang Chun is not someone you can provoke. You need to calm down for a few days. Soon enough, you will understand that no, Wang La, let me go. I beg you, Wang La, I must rescue Miaoyin. Without her, my life is devoid of meaning. Letting you pursue Ran Miaoyin is what truly renders life meaningless. Drive with a roar of exhaust. Several cars sped away into the distance. However, they remained oblivious to a rather inconspicuous Santana that trailed closely behind their convoy. Chapter 5. The second protagonist, Su Qingda, Demon City, International Airport. As it was now August, the peak of summer vacation, and with Demon City being a global hub, the influx of people at Demon City International Airport was staggering, with vehicles continuously coming and going. Beep beep, accompanied by a series of honks. A stretch Rolls-Royce Phantom, flanked by 4 Maybachs, instantly captivated the attention of everyone near the airport. While Rolls-Royces are not particularly rare in Demon City, this custom-made stretch Phantom was a sight to behold, utterly unique and exceedingly rare. As a result, upon seeing it, the crowd surged forward, eagerly pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Inside the vehicle, Ran Miaoyin gazed anxiously at the throng of people pressing in to take photographs. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, for she had never encountered such a scene before. Fortunately, Jiang Chun had just informed her that the windows of this car were one way. They could see outside, but those outside could not see in. Otherwise, she would have been compelled to hide. However, after a brief adjustment, she began to relish the sensation of being the center of attention. Ran Miaoyin considered herself not a vain person, yet as she absorbed the envious and admiring glances of those around her, a wave of pleasure surged within her, causing her to question her own feelings. Young master, we have arrived. The bodyguard in the front seat addressed Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun slowly opened his slightly bleary eyes. He had risen early that day and had dozed off after getting into the car. All right, let's go. Jiang Chun gazed out at the bustling scene beyond, where, despite the presence of bodyguards, passers-by were still snapping pictures of him with their phones. His tone remained utterly unperturbed as he remarked, after all, such a spectacle has long ceased to astonish me. From a young age, no matter where I found myself, I invariably became the center of attention. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, Ran Miaoyin quickly moved to open the door. Stay still. Someone is opening it, Jiang Chun said, observing her to dictate his words. Ran Miaoyin's face flushed slightly as she watched a bodyguard approach the front door, expertly opening the rear door, which left her feeling somewhat awkward. Pay close attention. Learn well. Upon our arrival at the Jiang family estate, you may choose to say nothing and do nothing, but you must master the etiquette befitting those in positions of authority. Yes, young master, I understand. Ran Miaoyin took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, and nodded earnestly as she stepped out of the car alongside Jiang Chun. The onlookers outside, witnessing the scene with Jiang Chun and Ran Miaoyin, were momentarily captivated. exclaiming in awe at the handsome young man and beautiful young woman, hastily capturing the moment on their phones. Soon, headlines began to emerge on major news websites, proclaiming things like incredible. A scion of a mysterious family spotted at the international airport in Magic City. A custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom worth tens of millions. He is so handsome, so wealthy. Is this what the offspring of the rich look like? Absolutely enchanting. The comments that followed were a cacophony of envy, jealousy, and even inquiries into Jiang Chen's identity, and so forth. However, this incident was quickly downplayed by various platforms, shifting focus to paparazzi captures of intimate moments between certain celebrities. As they entered the waiting area, Jiang Chun and Ran Yaoyin, surrounded by bodyguards, made their way directly to the tarmac. Being aboard a private jet, they had no need to wait. Along the way, curious onlookers at the airport regarded Jiang Chen's entourage with intrigue. After all, such a grand spectacle was a rarity. However, they were astute enough not to approach, recognizing that the imposing bodyguards were not to be trifled with. Master Jiang? Suddenly, a voice that Jiang Chen found somewhat familiar reached his ears. He paused, turning to look. Uncle Su. He was surprised to see 3 figures in the waiting area. Yet, what captured his attention most was the young woman standing between the middle-aged man and woman. She appeared to be around Jiang Chen's age, tall and graceful, clad in a brown French-style short-sleeved long dress, complemented by a cream-colored collared long-sleeved shirt. Even the loose fabric of her gown could not conceal her captivating figure. Her brown hair, slightly curled, cascaded over her shoulders, exuding a vibrant charm. Atop her head rested a small cotton hat that matched her hair color, imbuing her with an air of intellectual beauty that made Jiang Chen take a second glance. Her face was strikingly delicate, her complexion as fair as jade, with a pair of clear, expressive eyes that sparkled like autumn waters. Pure and serene that in terms of beauty, she could easily rival Ran Miaoyin. If Ran Miaoyin possessed the allure of a fish falling from the sky, then she embodied the grace of a moon hiding behind the clouds. This young woman was none other than Su Qingge, the daughter of the mayor of Magic City, and also the president of the student council at Magic City University, where both Jiang Chun and Ran Miaoyin studied. That, of course, her appearance was just one aspect. More importantly, he detected an unmistakable presence. Ding, detecting the protagonist's aura. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Name, Su Qingge. Extraordinary ability. None, not yet awakened. Extraordinary level. 0, not yet awakened. Ding. Villain task issued. Subdue or eliminate Su Qingge to obtain 1 destiny treasure chest. Jiang Chen was taken aback by how swiftly he encountered another protagonist, that a flicker of subtle light danced in his eyes as he regarded Su Qingge. What a surprise to encounter young Master Jiang here. Su Bai and his wife, Ning Fei, approached Jiang Chun, extending their hands for a handshake. Indeed, what a coincidence, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Qingge, why not come over and greet your classmate? Ning Fei suggested, glancing at Su Qingge. At her prompting, Su Qingge approached, momentarily surprised as she glanced at Ran Miaoyin trailing behind Jiang Chun, that if memory served her correctly, Ran Miaoyin was supposed to be close with someone named Lin Yan from their school. Yet here she was, following Jiang Chun. However, recalling Jiang Chen's reputation for romantic entanglements, she found the situation less surprising, albeit a tad unfortunate for Lin Yan. Master Jiang, Su Qingge greeted as she shook Jiang Chun's hand, then turned her gaze to Ran Miaoyin, who was looking down, and thus refrained from acknowledging her. By the way, Uncle Su, are you all going on a trip? Jiang Chen inquired, curious about Su Qingge's attire. Indeed, we're taking advantage of the remaining holiday to travel to Jingda City for a few days. Su Bai responded, with a month left, it is indeed a good time for a getaway. Jiang Chen agreed. Exactly, for after a month, school begins, and any further travel would have to wait until the new year. Su Bai chuckled. The new year? Jiang Chen murmured, his tone subtly laden with meaning. This year's celebration may not be particularly joyous. By the way, Uncle Su, when does your flight depart? Jiang Chen asked, glancing at Su Qingge before turning to Su Bai. In about 2 hours. Su Bai replied, 2 hours. Then let us do this. Why don't you all accompany me? I need to return to Beijing, and I can arrange for my plane to make a stop at Jingda City Airport. That appropriate. Su Bai and Ning Fei were aware of Jiang Chen's background and were not surprised by his ownership of a private jet. Of course, it is perfectly suitable. There are plenty of seats available on the plane, Jiang Chen said with a light chuckle. Well, if that is the case, then we would be grateful to young Master Jiang. Subai did not refuse, as he wished to foster closer ties with the Jiang family, which would undoubtedly benefit his political career. Not at all. Let us go, uncle, aunt, and Chinga, Jiang Chen added softly, directing his last comment towards Su Chinga, ensuring the others did not overhear. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's affectionate address, Su Chinga felt her heart flutter unexpectedly, that a vague sense of apprehension washed over her regarding boarding Jiang Chen's plane. Yet seeing her parents had already made their decision, she felt it unwise to voice her concerns. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that with her father and mother present, she doubted Jiang Chen would dare to make any advances. As they boarded Jiang Chen's private jet, even Su Bai, the mayor of Magic City, could not help but display astonishment at the luxurious interior of the aircraft. The cabin was bathed in a soft orange glow, with plush carpeting underfoot that felt as if it were providing a gentle massage with each step. Surrounding the cabin were leather sofas akin to those found in a luxury hotel, alongside wooden tables adorned with several bottles of whiskey and red wine. Complementing the ambience was the soft melody emanating from a Berlin sound system, mingling with the faint fragrance of aromatherapy wafting through the cabin. Had Subai not known he had entered the plane from the airport, he might have doubted whether he had stepped into a small palace. And that was without mentioning the attentive maids attending to their needs. Truly, this is a private jet befitting young Master Jiang. It's so extravagant that it leaves me utterly speechless, Subai mused as he settled onto a sofa that automatically began to massage him, prompting a soft sigh of relaxation. His wife sat beside him, while Su Chinga occupied a sofa in the back, observing the opulent decor with eyes that sparkled in admiration. Jiang Chen's taste, as a young heir, was clearly commendable to Ha. When one has ample leisure, it is only natural to indulge in such pursuits, Jiang Chen remarked casually as he found a seat, with Ran Miaoying sitting beside him. She gazed around in wonder, feeling as though she had stepped into a dream. Is this truly the life of the young master? It far surpasses my imagination. It's simply too luxurious. Young Master Jiang, your life is indeed enviable, Subai commented with a smile to this. Jiang Chen replied, envy? Uncle Su, as the mayor of Magic City, enjoying such luxury should not be a challenge for you. He took a sip from the tea the maid had brought and smiled. Subai chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to respond, as some matters were best left unspoken. That Mr. Su, Mrs. Ning, the flight should arrive in Jingda City in approximately half an hour. Please feel free to inform us if you require anything. A maid approached, speaking politely. Thank you, dear, but there's no need for trouble. It's only half an hour. We can just rest for a bit. Ning Fei replied graciously. Subai shook his head and replied, all right, then I shall not disturb your rest. After speaking, the maid bent down to bow, and then withdrew, beneath the gentle glow of the warm-colored lights and in the embrace of the massage chair. Subai and his spouse gradually relaxed, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over them. Moments later, the couple fell into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, Ran Miaoying, who had been nestled closely against Jiang Chen, soon stifled a yawn and drifted off to sleep in his arms. At the back, Su Chinga was in her seat when a maid approached. Miss Su, please enjoy your tea. The maid presented her with a cup of fragrant tea. Thank you, Su Chinga replied politely as she accepted the cup. The maid wore a gentle smile, slightly bowed, and then departed. Watching the maid's retreating figure, Su Chinga couldn't help but marvel at her beauty, which would stand out even at Magic Capital University. Jiang Chen truly knew how to indulge himself. She mused, should I call him a detestable capitalist? That seems incorrect. Jiang Chen's family. Well, never mind, it's best not to dwell on it too much. Overthinking could lead to trouble. Su Chinga took a few sips of the tea and then glanced ahead at Jiang Chen's location. Was she being overly concerned? After boarding the plane, Jiang Chen had been quite well behaved. Indeed, perhaps I am just overthinking things, she reflected. After all, her parents were present, and her own status was not to be trifled with. Even Jiang Chen would not dare to act recklessly towards her. With this thought, Su Chinga's initial wariness of Jiang Chen began to dissipate. She retrieved a book from her bag and immersed herself in its pages. Soon, the plane took off, experiencing only a few minor bumps before settling into a smooth flight. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, with his eyes slightly narrowed, sat on the sofa, cradling the already slumbering Ran Miaoying. One might have suspected he too had succumbed to sleep were it not for his fingers gently tapping on the armrest. After a little while, a figure approached him hesitantly. After a moment's pause, She reached out to poke Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes and turned to see Su Qingda standing behind him. Her expression somewhat awkward and her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. "Did I ask there's something you need?" He inquired, does this plane have a restroom? Su Qingda asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Upon hearing her question, a teasing smile spread across Jiang Chen's face, causing Su Qingda to feel an intense wave of embarrassment. She had initially intended to seek out one of the maids. But after glancing around, she noticed that the maids who had been nearby were now nowhere to be found. Did I ask for the door leading to another cabin? She was uncertain how to open it. Thus, she had no choice but to approach Jiang Chen. "Did you drink too much water?" Jiang Chen remarked, a playful tilt to his lips. "That you am." Su Qingda bit her lower lip, recalling how she had been sipping tea while reading, and how delightful the tea had been, leading her to finish an entire cup rather quickly. "Let's go," Jiang Chen said, gently laying Ran Miaoyin on the sofa with remarkable tenderness, a gesture that surprised Su Qingda. Despite his flirtatious nature, Jiang Chen seemed to have other commendable qualities. Moreover, at Magic Capital University, any woman who had been involved with Jiang Chen bore no grievances in a literal sense. As for the answers within, it is for you to comprehend, for after all, without undergoing a baptism of sorts, how could one truly grasp the preciousness of hope? Wouldn't you agree, Xiao Qingda? Having said this, Jiang Chen smiled at her before turning to leave, leaving Su Qingda standing there in a daze. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she tightened her grip on the small metal tag in her hand. "Jiang Chen, what secrets are you hiding?" Chapter 7. Return to the capital. Family clan meeting. As the plane touched down in Jingda City, Su Qingda and her family of 3 disembarked, while Jiang Chen did not linger, the aircraft heading straight for the capital. "Young master, it seems you carry the scent of President Su," murmured Ran Miaoyin, nestled in Jiang Chen's embrace as she gently inhaled before speaking softly. "And so?" Jiang Chen inquired, turning to her. "Nothing much, just a bit curious," Ran Miaoyin replied, shaking her head lightly. She understood that with Jiang Chen's status, he could not be wholly possessed by anyone. Yet, in her heart, she had harbored such hopes, albeit knowing that hope was but a fleeting desire. "Don't overthink it. Just play your role well, understand?" Zhengzhou, Beijing International Airport. As a private jet descended, a convoy of luxury vehicles awaited at the airport. The plane came to a halt, and the doors opened, revealing a remarkably handsome young man clad in a black suit descending the steps, followed closely by an exceptionally beautiful woman. The enchanting visage of the woman bore an alluring crimson hue, and upon closer inspection, one could discern her long legs quivering delicately with each step she took down the staircase. However, no one paid heed to such details, for all eyes were fixated on the young man leading the way. "Welcome home, young master," the black-clad bodyguard stationed below shouted as they observed Jiang Chen's figure. Onlookers were taken aback by the spectacle, whispering amongst themselves, "Which wealthy family's young master is this?" While outsiders were unaware of his identity. The local residents were all too familiar with him. The unassailable ruler of Beijing, the eldest son of the Jiang family, Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen descended the stairs, he spotted a middle-aged woman standing at the forefront. And a surge of familial affection coursed through him, in stark contrast to his usual aloof demeanor. This time, he rushed forward to embrace the woman, who was none other than his mother, the matriarch of the Jiang family and the supreme director of a colossal fossil fuel conglomerate in Longhua, Deng Junhua. "After half a year apart, mother, you seem even younger," Jiang Chen exclaimed, rising from her embrace and gazing at her fair complexion, reminiscent of a woman in her 20s, unable to suppress a smile. His words were not mere flattery. Though his mother had turned 40 this year, time had evidently left no mark upon her. Her figure still as resplendent as ever. To say she retained her grace would be an understatement. That M.Y. Chinner has grown wings. Now even dares to jest with his mother. "Does he?" Deng Junhua replied, playfully tapping Jiang Chen's forehead. Her radiant smile revealed her delight in her son's praise. "And who is this young lady?" Deng Junhua asked, holding Jiang Chen's hand and glancing at the somewhat shy Ran Miaoyin. "Ma'am, I'm Ran Miaoyin. You may call me Miaoyin," she responded, taking a deep breath to maintain her composure as she bowed respectfully to Deng Junhua. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen observed the exchange, his smile unwavering, silent yet communicative. "Chinner has indeed found himself a lovely girl," Deng Junhua noted, nodding gently at Ran Miaoyin before diverting her attention. Although she found Miaoyin striking, she deemed her lacking in other aspects, falling short of the standards for her daughter-in-law. Nonetheless, she was entirely unconcerned about her son's choice to keep her by his side. For Ran Miaoyin, Deng Junhua's words brought a wave of relief. She sought no more than a standard assessment. Content with the acknowledgement. After all, she was acutely aware of her own standing. "Let U.S. board. Your father and the others are awaiting you," Deng Junhua said, leading Jiang Qin to the car, while Ran Miaoyin took a seat in another vehicle behind them. It seemed to be the first time they had parted since their relationship began, stirring a sense of unease within her. "You must be Miss Miaoyin," a beautifully demure young woman in a maid's uniform, whose looks were only slightly inferior to Ran Miaoyin's, smiled reassuringly at her as she entered the rear vehicle. "Yes, and you are?" Ran Miaoyin inquired, observing the maid's graceful demeanor. "I am the young master's personal maid. You may call me Qiao from now on. I will be responsible for your daily needs," Qiao replied with poise. "Ta-da." Ran Miaoyin was taken aback by this revelation. "There is no need for surprise, Miss Miaoyin. Once you have settled into life in Beijing, you will become accustomed to it. Until then, I will teach you the aristocratic etiquette you must master. This is of utmost importance, so I hope you will strive to learn diligently." Qiao conveyed earnestly. Yes, I will certainly do my best," Ran Miaoyin responded eagerly, nodding emphatically that as they departed from Modu, Jiang Qin had mentioned this arrangement, and it was clear that Ran Miaoyin had taken it to heart. After all, in a sense, she would represent Jiang Qin within the Jiang family. Any misstep on her part would bring shame upon him, a scenario she was determined to avoid. Thus, she resolved to give her utmost effort. Meanwhile, in the vehicle occupied by Jiang Qin, he posed a question that left Deng Junhua momentarily stunned. "Mother, if I were to relocate all the oil and gas resources of your fossil fuel group, how long could you withstand the pressure from the national government without revealing it?" Upon hearing this, Deng Junhua's eyes widened. "To transfer all the resources of the group? Do you realize that such an action would impact not just our country, but the entire world? I am aware. Hence I preface my inquiry with if," Jiang Qin continued. Deng Junhua furrowed her brows, contemplating that if it were solely my doing, I could manage to keep it under wraps for a week at most. "And with the family support?" Jiang Qin's gaze remained steady. "With the family's backing, as long as your grandfather intervenes, a month would be feasible." "Your grandfather intervenes?" Jiang Qin nodded gently. Deng Junhua's brow furrowed further as she scrutinized Jiang Qin's expression. It was evident that he was not jesting. Rather, he was serious about this matter. "Qin'er, have you uncovered something of great significance?" Jiang Qin did not deny it, merely nodding in affirmation, something that could alter the course of the world. At his words, Deng Junhua was momentarily taken aback, then inhaled deeply, her demeanor shifting to one of utmost seriousness. She sensed that whatever information Jiang Qin possessed, if it were to become public, it could potentially create a monumental upheaval across the globe. Jiang family mansion. Though referred to as a mansion, it resembled more of a palace. Historically, this site had served as a significant resting place for emperors during their southern tours, with an extravagant level of construction. After the Jiang family took over the capital a century ago, they remodeled the original palace, resulting in the current Jiang family residence, which exemplified their supreme authority in Beijing. The convoy soon halted before the mansion, surrounded by fully armed soldiers, all loyally devoted to the Jiang family, loyalty in the truest sense. "Young master, madam." The sentinels, upon seeing Jiang Qin and Deng Junhua, immediately bowed respectfully as they entered the mansion. Behind them, Ran Miaoyin gazed in awe at the opulent estate, her eyes wide with wonder. It was far more magnificent than any palace she had seen on television. "Miss Miaoyin, please follow me," Qiao beckoned, leading the way. "Are we not accompanying the young master?" Ran Miaoyin inquired, perplexed as Jiang Qin and Deng Junhua moved in a different direction. "The young master and madam are headed to the clan meeting hall. We are proceeding to the young master's residence," Qiao explained it. "Oh." Ran Miaoyin nodded, trailing behind Qiao, lost in the marvels of the journey. She was uncertain how long they had walked, surrounded by an array of gardens, ancient pavilions, and winding corridors. Overwhelmed, she found herself at a loss for words, her heart echoing a singular exclamation. Is this truly the legendary Jiang family? Meanwhile, outside the grand hall of the Jiang clan, the family assembly stood as the epicenter of the clan's supreme authority. Architecturally, it harmonized Eastern and Western aesthetics, reminiscent of the summer palace that Jiang Chun had once beheld in a previous life. In a word, it was magnificent yet dignified, resplendent yet steeped in ancient charm. Upon the arrival of Jiang Chun and Deng Junhua, the clan members who had been awaiting their presence bowed respectfully. "Young master, matriarch, you have arrived. Aside from the old patriarch who remains in the capital, all key members of the family are present," announced one of the guards. With that, they swung open the towering doors, standing a staggering 5 or 6 meters high. Once Jiang Chun and Deng Junhua stepped inside, the doors were closed once more. Inside, the hall shone with opulence and grandeur. Crystal chandeliers, crafted from diamonds and various gemstones, cast luxurious light across every corner of the hall. At the heart of the space stood a long table, fashioned from a single piece of golden silk Nanmu wood, adorned with a red carpet, tailored to ancient royal specifications and stitched with golden threads. It sparkled with an array of precious gems, truly extravagant in every sense. However, the primary focus was the assembly of over a dozen figures seated around the table. Among them, a middle-aged man radiating an aura of authority even without raising his voice occupied the main seat. He was the current patriarch of the Jiang family. Jiang Chen's father, Jiang Xian, the supreme leader of the Southern Military District, the most formidable military power among the 5 major military districts of the Dragon Kingdom. Has China returned? The elderly patriarch, Jiang Hangtian, appeared on a projection screen that descended behind Jiang Xian, commanding immediate respect from everyone present, including Jiang Chun and Jiang Xian, who all rose and bowed. "Grandfather, your grandson has just arrived in the capital," Jiang Chun replied, meeting the gaze of Jiang Hangtian on the screen. Good. In that case, I hereby declare the 99th Family Assembly of the Jiang clan officially open." Upon the proclamation of Jiang Hangtian, everyone took their seats. This assembly was an extraordinary convening initiated by Chun'er in his capacity as the junior patriarch. "Chun'er, you are aware of the significance of this assembly for our clan. It should not be convened lightly unless it pertains to an urgent matter of utmost secrecy involving the Dragon Kingdom," Jiang Hangtian remarked, his expression solemn. "Grandfather, I understand. However, the information I am about to disclose transcends mere classified matters. It concerns the very survival of humanity and the fate of the entire Blue Star." Jiang Chen took a deep breath, standing to address the assembly with utmost seriousness. As Jiang Chen's words echoed through the hall, the attention of all present, including Jiang Xian, fixated on him. Even Jiang Hangtian furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jiang Chen. The fate of humanity and the Blue Star. Jiang Xian's gaze was piercing. "China, one must not speak lightly in the assembly," he cautioned. "Father, have I ever been frivolous regarding significant matters throughout my life?" Jiang Chen asserted. Hearing Jiang Chen's unequivocal response, a palpable tension filled the air. "Chiner, please continue," Jiang Hangtian urged, his tone now grave. Jiang Chen nodded. "Not delaying further. The apocalypse will descend upon the Blue Star in 1 month's time." The proclamation sent a ripple of shock through the assembly, silence enveloping the hall, their expressions tinged with skepticism. Jiang Chun had anticipated their reaction and was unperturbed. After all, if someone had suddenly declared the impending apocalypse to him, his response would likely mirror theirs to Chiner. "Are you serious? Are you certain you are not jesting with us?" Jiang Xian's brow knitted tightly, his disbelief evident. Grandfather, I assure you with the utmost seriousness that I am not joking," Jiang Chen replied, his tone resolute. The gravity in Jiang Chen's voice was unmistakable, leaving the assembly momentarily speechless. If the topic were less dire, they might have accepted it more readily. However, an apocalypse was an entirely different matter to Chiner. You must comprehend the immense ramifications if this news proves false. The clan would suffer catastrophic losses. Jiang Hangtian cautioned, his demeanor now exceedingly grave. "That I understand, which is precisely why I am certain," Jiang Chen reiterated firmly. "Evidence, within half a month, signs of the apocalypse will manifest in the form of sudden climate anomalies, potentially global pandemics, or even the emergence of mysterious beings. And what is the likelihood of this? 100%. As Jiang Chen's declaration reverberated in the hall, silence fell once more. His eyes swept over the assembly. Father, I swear by my position as the junior patriarch of the Jiang family that the apocalypse is not a figment of imagination. This statement served as the final straw for the assembly. Yet no one spoke. The weighty decision lay with Jiang Hangtian. Observing his grandfather's closed eyes in contemplation, Jiang Qin's breath quickened. His subsequent plans hinged on the family's backing, an absolute necessity. Without it, he would lack the strength to succeed. The atmosphere in the hall grew dense with anticipation, each person awaiting Jiang Hangtian's ultimate verdict. Suddenly, the patriarch's eyes snapped open, locking onto Jiang Qin's. Jiang Qin met his grandfather's gaze unwaveringly. Slowly, a smile crept onto Jiang Hangtian's face, and he nodded in approval at Jiang Qin. Not if anyone else were to tell me of an impending apocalypse, I would dismiss it outright, but you are different, Qin'er. You are the junior patriarch of the Jiang family, and the finest one we have ever had. Therefore, this time, the family shall take a gamble with you, grandfather. What is to occur is not a gamble, and I would never risk the family on a whim, Jiang Qin corrected. Haha, splendid. As expected of my Jiang family's prodigy. Jiang Hangtian's demeanor shifted back to seriousness. The resolution of the 99th Family Assembly is this. The moment he spoke, all eyes turned toward him. From now on, you must fully support Qin'er and prepare for the apocalypse. Do you understand? Understood. The assembly nodded in unison, acknowledging that the family decision was one they must uphold without question, regardless of its nature. This resolution marked the beginning of Jiang Qin's absolute authority over the Jiang family. Only then could he lead the clan to minimize losses and maximize gains when the apocalypse arrived. With the highest decision made, everything else became straightforward. Qin'er, please share your plans. Jiang Qin urged. That MY plan is quite simple, revolving around three key elements: resources, military, and population. Jiang Qin extended three fingers and addressed the crowd, stating, as for the resources, I shall refrain from elaborating further, as I trust you, esteemed elders, possess a deeper understanding than I do. Now, let us move on to the second point, which is of utmost importance. The military. With the arrival of the apocalypse, the existing fundamental order of the world will shatter completely, and we shall require the military to establish a new order. At this juncture, Jiang Qin turned his gaze towards his father. Jiang Xian, the supreme commander of the Southern Military District of Longhua. All military might of the Southern District lies within his grasp. Father, we must mobilize all the troops under your command to Xinjiang, or at the very least to Zhongzhou. The combined forces of the Army, Navy, and Air Force in the Southern Military District exceed 50,000 personnel, not to mention the various aircraft and tanks. It would surely alarm the capital if we were to relocate them all to Xinjiang. Jiang Qin's mother, Deng Junhua, expressed her concerns. Indeed, such a massive troop movement would undoubtedly raise suspicions in the capital, especially since the Southern Military District is not entirely under our family's control, added Jiang Qin's uncle. Fear not, I possess a method to bring the Southern Military District's forces to Zhongzhou without arousing the capital's suspicions. Though it will require your assistance, Father. At that moment, Jiang Xian shook his head and looked at Jiang Hangtian, asking, Oh, do enlighten me. Curious, Jiang Hangtian replied, we can conduct a large-scale military exercise in Haiqing province, scheduled for mid-next month, following the onset of the apocalypse. This would provide us with a valid rationale to transfer troops from the south to Zhongzhou. Upon hearing this proposition, the crowd's eyes lit up. This truly is an excellent plan. However, whether we can secure approval for such a large-scale exercise from higher authorities will depend on your efforts, Father, Jiang Hangtian responded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he quickly added, had this been a regular situation, it would be quite challenging, but given the impending apocalypse, it should pose no issue. Within 7 days, I shall procure the capital's highest committee's approval. Excellent. Jiang Hangtian and Jiang Xian swiftly finalized this matter. While this scene may appear straightforward, should outsiders witness it, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the Jiang family's immense power. After all, this is not merely a transfer of a few dozen or 100 individuals, but rather the mobilization of hundreds of thousands of elite troops from Longhua. Additionally, beyond the military, we must also transport the machinery and equipment from the military factories and research institutions in the south to our Xinjiang. Jiang Hangtian reminded. Rest assured, Father, I have it all under control, Jiang Xian assured him. Upon witnessing his father and grandfather swiftly resolve this matter, Jiang Qin couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of belonging to a prominent family. With the military arrangement settled, the final consideration was the population. Are you suggesting we attract people from other regions to come to Xinjiang? Deng Junhua inquired. Jiang Chen shook his head. When I refer to the population, I mean high-quality individuals. Following the apocalypse, technological advancement will undoubtedly persist, and thus we need to bring Longwa's top scientific talents to Xinjiang.as. For the method, I have already devised a plan. We will fund and organize a high-tech summit in Xinjiang. Any research personnel who attend will receive an unconditional cash grant of 4,000 yuan. Moreover, during the summit, all attendees will enjoy complimentary accommodations and meals in Xinjiang. Jiang Chen smiled as he conveyed his proposal. The assembly nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing the merit of this scheme. Money is a trivial concern for the Jiang family, who have plenty of resources at their disposal, in their eyes. Currency holds little value in the face of an impending apocalypse. However, for others, 4,000 yuan represents a significant incentive. The prospect of free lodging and meals would undoubtedly entice many researchers to participate. It is easy to envision the considerable stir this high-tech summit will create within the scientific community. Subsequently, Jiang Chen elaborated on numerous details, such as the necessity for Xinjiang's Virus Research Institute to commence full operations in preparation for the impending pandemic and to explore the development of corresponding suppression medications. Furthermore, he suggested the early establishment of observation institutions and research facilities to monitor the aftermath of the apocalypse. The family meeting continued from noon until 6 in the evening, during which all proposed plans were finalized. Time is of the essence. For the next month, let us forego any thoughts of rest. I shall also fully cooperate with you in the capital for the prosperity of our family. This is a pivotal moment. Everything is for the family, Zhang Hangtian declared, taking a deep breath as he surveyed the assembly. The members of the family meeting nodded solemnly in response. Everything for the family. Thus, the formidable Jiang clan united as one, ready to embark on their course of action. A month may seem limited for an individual, but for the Xinjiang Jiang family, it is ample time to achieve something truly formidable. Chapter 9. The transformation from a decorative vase to a noble vase. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The Jiang family diligently executed the plans established in the family meeting. Each day, trains and trucks laden with various supplies arrived in Xinjiang, unloading their cargo before returning empty, only to repeat the cycle days later. In just 1 week, the quantity of stored resources in Xinjiang had reached an astonishing level beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Of course, such an extraordinary situation did not go unnoticed, but soon, attention was diverted by other matters. The high-tech summit hosted in Xinjiang. Scientists from across the nation were invited to gather in the city. Any scientist arriving in Xinjiang, regardless of their field, could present proof of their research credentials to receive an unconditional cash grant of 4,000 yuan. Furthermore, during the month-long duration of the summit, all expenses for food, lodging, and transportation would be covered. When this news spread, many dismissed it as mere rumor. However, when an out-of-town scientist personally traveled to Xinjiang, recorded the process, and successfully received the 4,000 yuan along with complimentary accommodations, the high-tech summit in Xinjiang instantly gained fame in the scientific communities of Longwa and beyond. Countless researchers flocked to Xinjiang, considering it a worthy adventure, even if only for leisure. In a flash, the fervor surrounding the Xinjiang Technology Conference overshadowed the clandestine activities taking place within the city. Meanwhile, at the international airport in Modu, as a flight from Jingda City landed in Modu, Subai and his family returned to this vibrant city. Seated in the car sent to pick them up, Subai observed his daughter, Su Qingda, lost in thought as she gazed out the window. Her expression perplexed. This was not a new phenomenon. Throughout their week in Jingda City, she had maintained this distant demeanor, as if burdened by some unspoken concern that Subai had intended to continue their travels after their time in Jingda City. But given Su Qingda's current state, "Qingda, are you feeling unwell?" Ning Fei asked, holding her daughter's hand with concern. The sound of her mother's voice. Su Qingda snapped back to reality, shaking her head and forcing a faint smile. "I'm fine, but I'm just thinking about a few things." "Thinking? What is it? Can you share it with me?" Ning Fei inquired, her gaze filled with maternal worry. Is it related to Jiang Chen? Just then, Subai interjected. Upon hearing this, Su Qingda opened her mouth but hesitated, unsure of how to respond. It seemed her father had accurately discerned the truth. "Qingda, do you have any connection with Jiang Chen? Has he been unkind to you?" Ning Fei pressed. Su Qingda couldn't help but bitterly smile inwardly that he has indeed been rather harsh. However, she refrained from voicing this sentiment, for she vividly recalled Jiang Chen's parting words to her. Not at all. How could Jiang Chen dare to bully me? We merely exchanged a few words, and I sense that he is far more complex than he outwardly appears. Su Qingge reassured them that that's so. Ning Fei continued to regard Su Qingge with concern. That be why the way, father, has anything unusual occurred in Modu recently? Su Qingge suddenly inquired. Unusual? What do you mean? Su Bai, despite being on vacation, remained well informed as the mayor of Modu. He would be immediately informed of any significant developments in the city. Nothing? That's good. Su Qingge took a deep breath, finding a semblance of tranquility within herself. However, as her hand reached in her pocket and brushed against the slightly cold iron piece engraved with the character Jiang, memories of that fateful day flooded her mind once more, stirring the calm waters of her heart into tumultuous waves. Jiang Chun, how detestable you are! At that very moment, as Su Qingge and her family departed from the international airport of Modu, a man shrouded in a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap simultaneously entered the airport. The young man was exceedingly cautious, as if he were evading some unseen pursuer. His demeanor prompted the vigilant airport police to stop him multiple times for checks, even escorting him to the security office for a thorough identity verification, which only concluded after they found no cause for concern. Why cover your face so thoroughly? Though not particularly handsome, you are certainly presentable enough. Upon hearing the patrol officer's remark, Lin Yan's face, concealed beneath the mask, darkened slightly. Yet he had no intention of engaging with them. Gripping the ticket to the capital tightly in his hand, he declared, meowing, I have come to rescue you. Even if it means traversing a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I will ensure your safe return. With that, he strode purposefully toward the boarding gate, oblivious to the fact that two men were discreetly trailing him just out of sight. The moment Lin Yin boarded the plane, Jiang Chun, far away in the capital, received the news without delay that in his opulent room. Jiang Chun stood upon the plush velvet carpet, cradling a white jade cup filled with coffee. Gazing out at the shimmering artificial lake illuminated by the sunlight, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lin Yin, you have not disappointed me after all. As a reward, once you arrive in the capital, I shall allow you to meet your childhood sweetheart. Just as Jiang Chun finished speaking, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, he called. As the door swung open, Ran Miaoin entered, adorned in an exquisite moonlit gown, gliding gracefully into the room. Young master, she greeted, her captivating eyes sparkling with brilliance, her hands poised elegantly before her as she bowed slightly in reverence. She appeared transformed from the person she was a week ago. The timid aura that once surrounded her had vanished, replaced by a purity reminiscent of crystal glass, yet imbued with a fragility that evoked a protective instinct. Even Jiang Chun, observing her, could not help but nod in approval. Very well. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's praise, Ran Miaoin's eyes gleamed even brighter. Throughout the past 7 days, she had diligently studied etiquette under Chao's guidance, and now receiving acknowledgement from Jiang Chun, even if it was just 2 words, filled her with joy. Jiang Chun placed his coffee cup down and approached her, gently lifting her chin, his touch tender. Young master, Ran Miaoin gazed up at Jiang Chun, her dreamy eyes shimmering with a light akin to diamonds, a reflection of her feelings for him. Jiang Chun leaned down to press his lips against hers, savoring the softness and fragrance of her presence, just as she was about to lose herself in the moment. Jiang Chen's words jolted her back to reality. Lin Yin has arrived in the capital. Chapter 10. Ran Miaoin's loyalty. As Jiang Chen uttered those words, he sensed a tremor run through Ran Miaoin's body. Young master, I have severed all ties with him. Truly, she murmured, biting her lip, her eyes misting with unshed tears. That I understand that my past with Lin Yin may cause you to doubt me, but I assure you, aside from you, I have had no contact with any other man. Clear tears began to cascade down her cheeks like pearls, gliding down to her delicate neck. Seeing this, Jiang Chun smiled gently, his gaze warm and soft. He brushed a kiss against her tear-stained eye, wiping away her sorrow. That I know, and I believe you, Miaoin. Hearing his words, Ran Miaoin clung tightly to Jiang Chun, sobs escaping her throat. Young master. Jiang Chun caressed her delicate back, offering comfort. But, Miaoin, you must understand that some individuals will always greedily covet what does not belong to them, believing it to be their right. Ran Miaoin pressed her lips together, her eyes reddening as she appeared frail. "I will heed your words. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply." "Excellent," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. "That be why the way, Miaoyin. You have been in the capital for a week now without venturing outside." "Have you?" She responded softly. During this time, she had been engrossed in her studies with Heir, confined to Jiang Chen's villa, not even stepping outside to explore the Jiang family estate. "Let us go out in a few days. The capital is our family's stronghold. It would be remiss for you to leave without being familiar with it," Jiang Chen said, gently caressing her beautiful face. "Will you accompany me, young master?" Ran Miaoyin grasped Jiang Chen's hand resting on her face. Her bright eyes filled with anticipation to this. Jiang Chen, noticing her slightly disappointed expression, smiled and shook his head. "I am quite busy at the moment. Let Xiao accompany you instead. Ran Miaoyin nodded gently, and in the next moment, her cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully tugged at her dress, which fell away in an instant, revealing her artfully sculpted figure before Jiang Chen. He maintained his smile, unperturbed. "Young master." Ran Miaoyin once more enveloped him in her embrace, her voice a dreamlike whisper. Meanwhile, on a flight from Modu to the capital, Lin Yin jolted awake from a nightmare, gasping for breath. "Miaoyin, no!" He clutched his chest, panting heavily, startling the passengers seated nearby, especially with his sudden outburst. "Whoa, dude, what's wrong with you? Don't you know scaring someone can give them a heart attack?" One passenger exclaimed, bewildered by the commotion. As Lin Yin regained his composure, he felt lingering dread from the nightmare. Miaoyin, she would never harm him for Jiang Chen. It was impossible. They were in love. This had to be just a dream. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself, glancing at the flight's time. Time until arrival in the capital. 1 hour. "Miaoyin, wait for me. In just 1 hour. I will be in the capital. I will definitely rescue you." Meanwhile, in Modu, Wang Suoqing lounged in his villa, donning sunglasses and beachwear, basking in the sun while several curvaceous women in bikinis frolicked in the pool nearby. Boss, it's bad." His underlings rushed over, breathless. "What do you mean bad? I'm perfectly fine. I've told you all before. Stay calm in a crisis. The sky isn't falling." Wang Suoqing stretched leisurely. "It's Lin Yin." His subordinates panted. "Lin Yin, is he still trying to find Ran Miaoyin?" "Tell him it's impossible. As long as he harbors thoughts of seeking her, he can forget about it." He accepted a cigar from a nearby beauty, preparing to light it. No, boss. Lin Yin has escaped. That little punk slipped away through the air conditioning ducts." "What?" Wang Suoqing's brain momentarily failed to process the information until he felt a sharp pain from the cigar he had just lit. He hastily removed it from his mouth, realizing it was nearly extinguished. "What did you say?" "Lin Yin has escaped." Wang Suoqing gasped, rising abruptly from his lounger. "Yes, boss. Lin Yin has escaped. What the hell? When did this happen?" His expression shifted dramatically. "According to the surveillance, he escaped an hour and a half ago." "An hour and a half ago? What were you all doing? How did you not notice this?" "Last night, I indulged in a bit of libation, and then, what a mess. Hastily, I rushed to Guan Lin Yin's room, only to find the disassembled air conditioning vent." Wang Suoqing couldn't help but grit his teeth. This obstinate mule? "Quick, check immediately if the flight to Xinjiang has departed within the hour." "Yes, boss." A few minutes later. "Boss, I found out. A flight to Xinjiang took off just 20 minutes ago." Upon hearing this, Wang Suoqing's expression darkened. "Boss, what should we do? Should we pursue?" "Pursue? What nonsense. Can you even catch up now? First, call the police." Wang Suoqing took a deep breath and said. Hearing this, the surrounding lackeys were momentarily stunned. "Call the police? Are we reporting that young master of the Jiang family? Are you out of your mind? Does Jiang Chen fear Uncle Mao? I'm talking about reporting Lin Yin. Before he provokes Jiang Chen, let's have Uncle Mao control him at the Xinjiang airport." But Lin Yin hasn't committed any crime. Can't you just fabricate a charge for him? Remember, the heavier the charge, the better. Oh, boss is brilliant. Brilliant, my foot. Hurry and call the police. Also, immediately book the next flight to Xinjiang. Yes, boss. Watching his subordinates leave, Wang Suoqing took a deep breath. Lin Yin, I truly owe you from my past life. Chapter 11. The emergence of the doomsday virus inside Jiang Chen's villa. Under the attentive service of the maid, Jiang Chen changed into a neatly tailored black suit. Glancing at the figure lying on the table, covered with a white dress, he turned to exit the villa. As he stepped outside, several bodyguards in black followed closely behind him. Young master, The Xinjiang City Police Department has received a report from the Magic City Police Department regarding Lin Yin. Someone has accused him of murder and treason against the government, requesting that the Xinjiang police apprehend him as soon as he disembarks. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's expression shifted to one of intrigue. It seems Wang Suoqing is quite fearful of Lin Yin drawing my ire. Young master, should we inform the police to ignore this matter? One bodyguard inquired. Of course we will. Just tell them to handle it according to procedure. But whether they can catch him is another matter. Jiang Qin replied with a faint smile. Yes, young master. The bodyguard nodded. Just then, Jiang Qin's phone rang, displaying the caller ID. Father Dades, he answered. Jiang Xian's deep voice, tinged with gravity, reached his ears. That Qin'er, you need to come to the Xinjiang Virus Research Institute immediately. The virus you mentioned at the clan meeting seems to have manifested. Jiang Qin's pupils flickered. That I will be there right away. Father Dumb. The call ended, and Jiang Qin gazed at the bright sky above, exhaling deeply before getting into the car to head to the Xinjiang Virus Research Institute. Yes, young master. More than 10 minutes later, at the Xinjiang Virus Research Institute, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt outside and several middle-aged men in white lab coats hurried over. Young master, the clan leader is waiting for you inside. Jiang Qin nodded and stepped inside, observing the personnel milling about the institute. He asked, where was the virus found? How long ago? Is the isolation complete? Reporting, young master, the virus was discovered this morning in a patient at the fever clinic of the city hospital. Thanks to your prior warning, our medical staff has been on round-the-clock protective duty, so the isolation measures have been prepared, and we have controlled all of the patient's family members and residents, one of the men in white coats reported. Jiang Qin nodded at the response, satisfied that precautions were in place. Soon, accompanied by several individuals, he arrived at a highly advanced virus research laboratory, where Jiang Xian was already present. What is the situation? Entering. Even with a mask on, the strong odor of disinfectant was still overwhelming. Young master, the virus we have newly named SR is currently suppressed, but it mutates rapidly that it won't be long before existing inhibitors become ineffective. The elderly researcher, observing the changes in the isolation room, said gravely. This elder was Lu Weihong, the most renowned virus researcher in Longhua, who had been specially invited to Xinjiang after the establishment of the Virus Research Institute. Along with his entire research team, Lu Weihong had become the first director of the Xinjiang Virus Research Institute, even being informed by the Jiang family about the impending apocalypse. How long do we have? Jiang Qin asked, looking at a droplet of black blood under the mechanical instruments that in the lab. Given its current mutation rate, it will be about 10 days before the inhibitors lose their effect. Outside the lab, it's 72 hours. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed. He approached the instruments to examine the virus's microscopic state. Under the microscope, a black virus particle, covered in tentacles, was splitting at an astonishing speed. In just a few seconds, he observed, it had already divided into over 10 new viral entities. However, young master, clan leader, according to our observations, the SR virus currently does not pose a significant threat to the human body, primarily exhibiting symptoms such as fever, accompanied by slight pain in the limbs. During this period, taking some antipyretics can temporarily suppress it. So, in the short term, we can treat it like a flu virus? Jiang Xian mused. Exactly, clan leader, at least within 10 days, the symptoms exhibited by those infected with the SR virus still resemble those of a wind-heat flu, but after 10 days, the situation may become problematic. Lu Weihong replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian and Jiang Qin exchanged a glance, and the father-son duo instantly reached a conclusion that in that case, the SR virus must be kept confidential, that I believe that outbreaks elsewhere in the world will undoubtedly occur faster than in Xinjiang. Currently, Xinjiang is actively absorbing scientists from other regions, and news of the SR virus must not be disclosed prematurely. Professor Lu, during this time, I hope you can develop a new type of inhibitor, even if it only reduces the infection rate, Jiang Qin stated. Lu Weihong nodded solemnly. Young master, rest assured, for the family, for Xinjiang, and for the continuation of humanity, I will do my utmost. Upon leaving the Virus Research Institute, in the bulletproof Hongqi car, Jiang Xian observed the bustling Xinjiang cityscape, which was notably livelier than a week ago. The signs of doomsday are arriving sooner than we anticipated, since it will come eventually. Facing it sooner allows us to adapt more quickly, Jiang Qin replied with a smile. Indeed. Jiang Xian nodded. By the way, father, how is the situation with the military? Jiang Chen inquired, as the military was crucial for the Jiang family's control over Xinjiang and the entire Zhongzhou post-apocalypse. Jiang Xian's response reassured Jiang Chen. You need not worry about your grandfather's operations. The military exercise permit has been obtained, and the various corps of the Southern Military District have already begun mobilizing. They will complete their assembly outside Xinjiang City within a week at the latest, as long as the military is fine. Jiang Chen nodded. By the way, your grandmother and grandfather are also preparing to come to Xinjiang. Jiang Xian suddenly mentioned that, oh, is this arranged by my mother? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, your mother spoke to your grandfather and me beforehand, and we agreed. After all, your mother's family has been on good terms with our Jiang family for generations. And your fiancé, he is over there as well. He said this. Jiang Xian looked at Jiang Chen and smiled gently. Why fiancé? When did I get a fiancé? I was unaware of this. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback that a few months ago, your mother arranged this for you. But worry not. Your grandfather and I have seen the girl. She is as lovely as the canary you keep hidden at home. And her background is excellent. She is barely worthy of you. That's so? Jiang Chen nodded at the remark. As long as she was beautiful, it didn't matter. I asked for whether he would have any objections to this early arrangement. If she were unattractive, then naturally he would. But if she were not only decent looking, but also quite beautiful, then there would be no objections whatsoever. Chapter 12. Lin Yin arrives in the Magic City, embarking on a life of crime at Xinjiang International Airport. As the flight slowly descended, Lin Yin gazed out at the vibrant scenery that rivaled that of the Magic City, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I've arrived. I'm in Xinjiang. Miaoyin, can you feel it? I'm here to save you upon disembarking from the aircraft. Lin Yin inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air outside, as the atmosphere within the cabin had been stifling. Make way, make way. At that moment, he noticed several passengers rushing past him, carrying a young man whose complexion was flushed and feverish. Reacting quickly, Lin Yin stepped aside. Shortly thereafter, an ambulance arrived, and the doctors who emerged were clad in protective gear, leaving Lin Yin perplexed. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths for a mere fever? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. His priority was to exit the airport and locate Miaoyin. However, just as he was about to leave, a sharp voice pierced the air. Are you Lin Yin? Turning to face the source of the voice, he saw a group of men in hats approaching him. Stunned for a moment, Lin Yin reassured himself that he had committed no wrongdoing and thus had nothing to fear. I am Lin Yin. Is there an issue? The police from Modu have reported that you are suspected of murder and treason. Please come with us for questioning. The gravity of the accusations left Lin Yin momentarily speechless. Murder? Treason? When had he ever been involved in such crimes? No, it was clear he would never engage in such acts. You're slandering me. How could I possibly do such things? Lin Yin protested urgently. If you're innocent, you can clarify everything during the investigation. Besides, the Modu police have witnesses. The men in hats watched him warily. Modu? Witnesses? Wait a minute. It can't be Wang Laoda and his crew. Lin Yan's mind raced as he realized this was a ploy by Wang Laoda to buy time. It was likely that Wang Laoda was already en route to Xinjiang by plane, that if he went to the police station, he would be detained before he could rescue Miaoyin. No, he absolutely could not go to the police station. Clenching his teeth, Lin Yin declared, I've already said I haven't committed any crimes. Whether you're guilty or not will be clear once we return for an investigation. Wait, where do you think you're going? Dante, run! Before the man could finish speaking, Lin Yin seized the opportunity to sprint toward the exit, taking advantage of their momentary distraction. This kid must be hiding something. After him, the men in hats gave chase. Lin Yin, stop. I haven't committed a crime. You have no right to detain me. If you're innocent, why are you running? Lin Yin stuttered. Regardless, I maintain my innocence. With renewed speed, he dashed away. The bustling crowd at the airport allowed him to blend in, and soon he disappeared from their sight. Upon realizing they had lost him, the men in hats exchanged glances of frustration. Check the surveillance immediately. We must apprehend him. Understood, Captain. Meanwhile, Lin Yin had escaped the airport, panting heavily. Just as he began to relax, he noticed several police cars speeding towards him with sirens blaring. Alarmed, he quickly turned to flee, but to his surprise, the cars sped past him, heading straight for the airport without a glance back. Damn, you gave me quite a scare. Lin Yin breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't linger. After catching his breath, he made his way towards a nearby park to lay low. He needed to avoid drawing attention until Wang Ladao's crew arrived in Xinjiang and realized he hadn't been captured, which would prompt them to retract their accusations. If all else failed, he could always find a public phone booth to contact Wang Lao. Meanwhile, on another flight from Modu to Xinjiang, boss, the Xinjiang police couldn't apprehend Lin Yin. He actually escaped from their grasp. Upon hearing this news, Wang Suocheng opened his tightly shut eyes. This little rascal sighed, but he probably won't dare to approach Jiang Qin for now. Inform a Chung and the others to retract the accusations against Lin Yin at the Modu police station. Claiming it was a case of mistaken identity, Wang Suocheng sighed again, before adding, "What? We're retracting it just like that? Lin Yin hasn't even been captured yet." His subordinate scratched his head in confusion. "Fool! This tactic only works if Lin Yin is apprehended upon disembarking. If we let him escape, he will be seen as a fugitive in the eyes of the police. I'll contact Chenggu and the others right away." Elsewhere, Jiang Chun returned home to receive news from his bodyguard. "Young master, just as you predicted, Lin Yin indeed escaped from the police. It's normal for him to escape. It would be unusual if he didn't." Jiang Chun replied, engrossed in reviewing the supply records sent to Xinjiang over the past week. By the way, our people didn't lose track of him, did they? "Rest assured, young master. Our operatives tailing Lin Yin are all seasoned scouts and are keeping a close watch." "Good, continue to follow him, but don't alert him. And inform the Xinjiang police to disregard any attempts to provide Lin Yin with an alibi. They must not cease their efforts until he is captured." After tossing the documents onto the table, Jiang Chun took a sip of tea and commanded, "Yes, young master." The bodyguard bowed respectfully before exiting. Once alone, Jiang Chun leaned back in his leather chair, crossing his legs as he gazed out at the bright sky. A subtle smile playing on his lips. "Lin Yin, this is merely the first trial you face upon arriving in Xinjiang. The Don't Let Me Down Chapter 13. Prelude to the End. 3 days passed swiftly, and the high-tech conference hosted in Xinjiang was reaching its peak. Flights, high-speed trains, and even regular trains to Xinjiang were all sold out, making it nearly impossible to secure a ticket. As throngs of people flooded in, the city erupted into an extraordinary spectacle of prosperity. Day and night, the vibrancy of the city never waned. The only irritant for the populace was the presence of disinfection vehicles patrolling the streets, supposedly maintaining urban hygiene. During this period, the air was often filled with the pungent scent of disinfectant for half an hour each day, which, although perplexing, was deemed a trivial matter. Unbeknownst to them, outside Xinjiang, a sudden outbreak of influenza was beginning to manifest across major cities in the Blue Star. Yet few paid heed, as the symptoms merely included fever, easily managed by over-the-counter medications. However, they would soon realize that such suppression was only temporary. In a park somewhere in Xinjiang, blue and red warning lights flashed incessantly, surrounded by several law enforcement personnel diligently searching for clues. "Wang He, what is the situation on your end?" "Report, Captain John, we have not detected any signs of the suspect." "None? That is strange. Black Panther caught a scent in this area. How could there be nothing?" The officer, perplexed, observed the large dog at his side. "Black Panther, sniff again." The dog stood up, carefully sniffing the ground, before leading the officer to the edge of a nearby river, where it abruptly halted, seemingly lost. Seeing this, the officer frowned and glanced at the river, then instinctively covered his nose. The stench from a sewage outlet was overwhelming. "Black Panther, I've told you repeatedly, you're a police dog, not a garbage eater." The dog whined innocently in response. "Forget it, the suspect has probably fled far. Let us regroup and head back." The officer called out to his team, and they promptly departed. Meanwhile, beneath the sewage outlet, a figure in disarray, resembling a beggar, trembled violently, his bloodshot eyes indicating he was holding his breath. This person was Lin Yin. Hearing the footsteps of the departing officers above, Lin Yin refrained from making an immediate escape, choosing instead to wait patiently. Less than half a minute later, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from above. The officers, who had claimed to have left, hurriedly returned. But had they truly left, after glancing around and taking another look at the river below? The officer, having confirmed that no one was present, pinched his chin in contemplation and left with a puzzled expression. However, Lin Yin did not immediately make his exit. Instead, he waited for approximately half a minute, until he felt as though his brain might wither from lack of oxygen. He quickly opened his mouth, gasping for air. His hands and feet scrambled frantically towards the outside, but at that moment, his foot trembled as a stone tripped him. His body toppled forward uncontrollably. Watching the murky water magnify before his eyes, Lin Yin let out a terrified scream, "No!" And then, splash, accompanied by the yellowish spray from the sewage. Lin Yin fell face first into the ground. Meanwhile, on the distant bridge, two figures were observing with binoculars. Upon witnessing Lin Yin being swept out by the filthy water, their expressions turned peculiar. This time, he's really in for it. More than 10 minutes later, beneath the bridge, a man suddenly surged up from the water, creating a ruckus that startled the fishermen below. What the hell is happening? Lin Yin struggled to crawl ashore. The fisherman, witnessing this, was at a loss as to whether to reel in his line or continue fishing. "Hey, do you need help?" Ugh, ugh, ugh. Before the fisherman could finish his sentence, Lin Yin opened his mouth and began to retch violently. The sight of it made the fisherman worry that this fellow might vomit out his own lungs. After a considerable time, Lin Yin was in tears, his nose running. He was still heaving, but nothing came out. "Hey, do you need some water?" The fisherman timidly offered a bottle of mineral water. Taking the bottle, Lin Yin quickly gulped down a mouthful and then spat it out, trying to rid himself of the nauseating taste. However, while the flavor in his mouth dissipated, the mental repulsion lingered. The fisherman observed him, his expression growing increasingly odd. Surely, this fellow hadn't consumed something he shouldn't have. This gagging reaction seemed reminiscent of that internet celebrity known as Lao Ba. "Do you have a phone?" Lin Yin turned to look at the fisherman. "Here." The fisherman handed over his phone. Lin Yin dialed a number. "Hello. Who is this?" "It's me, Lin Yin," upon hearing the voice on the other end. Lin Yin spoke hoarsely. "Lin Yin, wait. Where are you right now? Don't concern yourself with my whereabouts. I just want to know why. Why has it been 3 days? Why haven't you gone to the police station to clear my name? Why?" By the end, Lin Yin was nearly shouting in a fit of despair. "Lin Yin, calm down. This is not the time to talk. Just tell me where you are, and I'll come to get you. I don't need you to pick me up. Don't bother with me from now on. I don't want you to care." With that, Lin Yin hung up the phone and tossed it back to the fisherman. "When he calls back, just tell him Lin Yin said to give you 100,000 in call credit. That's what he owes me." After saying this, Lin Yin turned and walked away, leaving the fisherman standing there in a daze. Just as Lin Yin departed, his phone indeed rang again. Lin Yin, you little rascal. Cough, cough, big brother. Lin Yin said to transfer 100,000 in call credit to me. He said that's what you owe him." The fisherman replied earnestly. "Who the hell are you? Where's Lin Yin? Where is that little brat?" "Lin Yin is gone. He told me to ask for 10. Beep, beep, beep." The fisherman. Damn, who is this Lin Yin? I thought he was something impressive. Turns out it was all just bluster. And I had to endure a scolding for nothing." After uttering a curse, the fisherman resumed sitting down, continuing to fish in silence. Meanwhile, in the restroom of the Shenzhen City Police Department, Wang Suoqing slammed his fist against the door. "This kid is as stubborn as a mule. Boss, what should we do now? What can we do? I've already spent nearly 10 million to establish connections with the police chief of Shenzhen City. Yet they still refuse to lift the arrest warrant for Lin Yin. What do you expect me to do?" Wang Suoqing gritted his teeth. "That there's no other way. We have to find him ourselves." "Find him ourselves? Is that even possible?" One of his subordinates hesitated. "Don't look for Lin Yin. Send a few brothers to stake out Zhang's residence. Once you spot Ran Miaoyin, notify me immediately." "Understood, boss." "Hey, boss, why is your face so red?" "Red? Is it?" Wang Suoqing took out a mirror and examined his face. Noting the redness and feeling slightly dizzy, "That it's nothing. I probably caught a chill from running around. That a bit of rest will do me good. Remember, if you find any trace of Ran Miaoyin, inform me at once." "Understood, boss." Chapter 14. What virus? It's just a seasonal flu. Time until the apocalypse descends. 354 hours, 13 minutes, 54 seconds, 50 seconds, 45 seconds. In Shenzhen, the technology conference held in Shenzhen is in full swing. With over 50,000 scientists from various fields having arrived in the city, it is truly a grand event in the realm of technology. The scorching heat of August is upon us. While ice cream and cold drinks are delightful, moderation is advised that a new seasonal flu is on the rise, and experts recommend keeping antipyretics at home. The Shenzhen Police Department has broadcast a wanted notice. Name: Lin Yin. Gender: male. Average appearance: arrived in Shenzhen 8 days ago. Citizens who spot the suspect may receive a reward of 300,000. On the bustling streets below the towering buildings, a massive advertisement screen is cycling through recent news. Despite the temperature hovering between 27 and 30 degrees Celsius, it does not deter people's enthusiasm for shopping. Boss, 2 peach fruit drinks, extra ice, please. 3 popsicles for $3. I've sent you a message on WeChat. Let's go swimming at the pool later. I just got my membership a few days ago. The swimming pool. Isn't it too crowded over there? The flu seems quite severe lately. What? Are you afraid of a mere flu? I've had it a few times. Just take some antipyretics at night and you'll be fine. Do you still have antipyretics at home? Yeah, I bought a few big boxes before. I got plenty. Share a few packs with me. And I'll go. All right, I'll give you a few packs. All right, let us go. Ouch, Dawang. Look over there, that car, and the beautiful girl getting out of it. Cybergy, wow, so cool. Wait, is that a young lady from a prominent family? So gorgeous. And beside her, I see a maid in white stockings. As they gazed at the 2 figures emerging from a Cybergy not far away, the passers-by looked on with gleaming eyes. The car itself was secondary. The key was the noble and beautiful lady who resembled a princess. Looking up, the lady's beauty was breathtaking, her skin as fair as jade, and her face bore a serene expression. Looking down, she wore a fitted long dress that revealed her fair knees, and on her delicate feet were a pair of crystal sandals by Valentino, coupled with the immaculate aura that radiated from her. She seemed like a pristine white lotus, untainted by the mud, best admired from afar. The maid following her was no ordinary sight either. Though slightly less stunning, she was still goddess-like, rivaling the starlets on screen. Of course, the most important aspect was her maid outfit, especially the white stockings. This was a dream come true for certain admirers. Chaebol, aren't you hot wearing such thick clothing? Ran Miaoing asked, glancing at Chaebol, who was holding an umbrella beside her, adorned in the maid outfit that it's fine at home with the air conditioning, but out here, looking at the blazing sun beyond the umbrella, Ran Miaoing shook her head, thinking that if it weren't for the young master suggesting a stroll in Xinjiang, she wouldn't have wanted to come out at all. That don't worry, miss. Chaebol has undergone formal training as a maid in our family. This temperature is completely manageable. Chaebol replied with a smile. Of course, while she said that, the maid outfit was equipped with a fair amount of technology to ensure comfort in the heat. Not only was it not warm, but it was also quite cool. After all, if there are warmers in winter, why can't there be coolers in summer? Is that so? Ran Miaoing nodded, not probing further, as she gazed at the central shopping mall of Xinjiang ahead. Are we going here? Yes, wherever the miss wants to go. Chaebol obediently nodded. Then let's go in and take a look. Upon finishing her words, Ran Miaoing gracefully strode forward, her enchanting legs drawing the captivated gazes of the bystanders as she entered the shopping mall. At that moment, she paused, glancing back at the throng behind her, her delicate eyebrows arched slightly. Miss, is something the matter? Chaebol, noticing Ran Miaoing's halt, inquired with curiosity. That it's nothing. Ran Miaoing shook her head and turned to step into the mall. Meanwhile, among the crowd, a figure clad in a black hoodie, sporting a cap and a mask, gazed at the retreating silhouette of Ran Miaoing disappearing into the mall, his eyes brimming with excitement. Miaoing, I have finally found you. Do not fear. Soon, I shall rescue you from this suffering. As Lin Yin was about to follow her into the mall, a sudden blaring siren caused him to flinch, as if haunted by a past trauma. Fortunately, the special police were merely stationed at the mall and were not there to apprehend him. Nonetheless, Lin Yin hesitated in his steps towards the mall, retreating into the shadows to conceal himself. His gaze fixated on the mall's exit. Meanwhile, in the coastal city of Modu, with the rapid mutation of the SR virus and the absence of proactive measures like those taken in Xinjiang, the fever clinics in various hospitals have begun to operate under considerable strain. Yet, despite this, most people remained oblivious to the virus's severity, believing that a mere dose of antipyretics could temporarily alleviate their symptoms. However, the efficacy of these medications had drastically diminished. What had once suppressed the fever for 2 to 3 days now only managed to do so for a day, or even half a day. In response to this predicament, doctors advocated for increased dosages and more frequent administration of the medication. It must be said, this approach proved somewhat effective, but it also birthed another issue in the mayor's office. Bang! Subai slammed the documents onto the desk, his face a portrait of fury. Nonsense! These people are absolutely outrageous. Just a week ago, antipyretics cost merely 10 yuan a box, and now, they've skyrocketed to over 100. Tenfold. Tenfold. Hearing Su Bai's outburst, the others in the office cast their eyes downward, too intimidated to speak. And you lot, don't think I'm unaware just because you're silent. You know exactly how clean your own hands are? Su Bai's cold gaze swept across the room as he barked. Mayor, this situation is beyond our control. Antipyretics are in such short supply that if we don't raise the prices, some individuals will buy out entire pharmacies and resell them at 10 times the price. And even that wouldn't satisfy them. Indeed, Mayor, the primary reason for raising prices is to curb this unscrupulous reselling trend. Mayor, we too are in a difficult position. At these words, Su Bai's anger morphed into a sardonic smile. A difficult position? So, according to your logic, the citizens should express their gratitude to you. Is that it? Silence enveloped the room as the others lowered their heads, too afraid to respond. Gazing at them, Su Bai's expression turned icy. I don't care about the rest. Within 2 days, by any means necessary, get the prices of the medication back down. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Yes, Mayor. What are you still doing here? Go get to work? Yes, yes. As these individuals hurriedly exited, Su Bai pressed his forehead into his palms and slumped back into his chair. Thud, thud. Just then a knock echoed at the office door. Come in. Su Bai inhaled deeply. Straightening his posture, the door swung open, revealing not a staff member, but Su Chinga. Father, I wish to visit the clinical laboratory for the virus in Modu, Su Chinga stated directly, her gaze unwavering. Su Bai furrowed his brow. What do you intend to do there? Father, I have a premonition that the outbreak of this fever virus may not be as simple as we believe, she replied earnestly. Hearing this, Su Bai's expression grew serious as he began to pace the office. Isn't there a regular virus lab available? There is, but most of the virologists in Modu have gone to Shenzhen for the technology conference. We cannot gather enough personnel. Only a few virology experts remain at the clinical laboratory in Modu. Su Qing aside, Shenzhen, the Jiang family. Why does it seem that no matter what happens, it always ties back to Jiangchen? Su Bai fell silent for a moment, then fixed a grave look on Su Chinga. I can grant you access, but you must inform me of any findings immediately and maintain strict confidentiality. Understood, Father. Chapter 15. Su Chinga's awareness of the SR virus threat, Modu. Virus Clinical Laboratory, Miss Su. Are you here to observe the seasonal fever virus outbreak? The researchers in the laboratory turned their attention to her upon hearing her purpose. Noticing their scrutiny, Su Chinga frowned slightly. Did I ask there a problem? The leading old professor hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the stamped documents in Su Chinga's hand, he nodded. Miss Su, please don the protective gear and follow me. All right. After donning the protective suit, Su Chinga followed the old professor into the virus laboratory. Inside the laboratory, scientists clad in protective suits were working frantically. What piqued Su Chinga's curiosity was the array of common antipyretics laid out on the table. Professor Wang, have you already investigated the fever virus? Upon witnessing this scene, Su Chinga quickly understood. Yes, the old professor affirmed. And what is the nature of this fever virus? Su Chinga inquired. Professor Wang let out a deep sigh. His tone grave, its quite troublesome. Hearing these words, Su Chinga's heart skipped a beat. Miss Su, take a look at this. Professor Wang directed her towards a microscope. Su Chinga nodded and approached the microscope. Scrutinizing its contents she gazed through the lens, her pupils constricted slightly. Though her studies had not focused on virology, the sight of the black pathogen, entwined with filamentous tendrils and dividing at an almost instantaneous rate, left her shaken. Miss Su, do you find the virus is dividing rapidly? Professor Wang asked. Su Chinga quickly nodded in response. Now take a look at this one. He gestured to another microscope, taking a deep breath. Su Chinga walked over to observe once more. This time, upon seeing the image through the microscope, a shiver ran down her spine. The pathogen before her, similar to the previous one, yet distinct, seemed to replicate like a factory assembly line. 1 split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16. The speed of division was astonishing. It could divide 2 to 3 times in a mere second. Furthermore, Su Chinga noted several newly mutated pathogens emerging post-division. What on earth is going on? She exclaimed, turning to Professor Wang for answers. Miss Su, the first pathogen you observed under the microscope is the fever virus discovered 4 days ago, while the second is the latest variant identified this morning. No, it should not be referred to as a fever virus. The researchers in Xinjiang have named it the new filamentous infectious virus, abbreviated as SR virus. Professor Wang explained it as SR virus. Xinjiang. Su Qingge was momentarily at a loss for words. Wait, Professor Wang, putting everything else aside, how do we address this SR virus? She pressed urgently. Professor Wang sighed. Since the discovery of the SR virus 4 days ago, we have been striving to find a means to suppress it. But we have exhausted all options. Aside from the initial slight effectiveness, it has become increasingly difficult to contain. Upon hearing this, Su Qingge froze. Hold on, Professor Wang, wasn't it suggested by experts to increase the dosage of antipyretics? Professor Wang shook his head. That was a strategy for the previous generation of viruses. Now, attempting to use that method to suppress the latest SR virus yields minimal results. Moreover, increasing the dosage does not equate to a solution. It merely suppresses. The SR virus exhibits remarkable adaptability, and even with dosages potent enough to be lethal, we can only manage to suppress it for half a day. At this juncture, Professor Wang hesitated. We can only be thankful that the SR virus has not yet proven fatal. Upon hearing this conclusion, Su Qingge was rendered speechless. To place hope in a virus. How utterly unreliable that seemed. Was there truly no other solution? I have reached out to foreign contacts, and their situation mirrors ours exactly, that if there is any possibility of a solution, it may only lie with Zhongzhou Xinjiang. Su Qingge and Professor Wang spoke in unison. Xinjiang, Jiang Family Mansion. Young Master, this is the latest issue of The Lancet, detailing the SR virus. Internationally, there are claims that the SR virus may lead to a catastrophic pandemic. Some assert that the SR virus is on the verge of becoming uncontrollable, posing a grave threat to human survival. However, such warnings have not garnered much acceptance. Consequently, the stock prices of global pharmaceutical companies have begun to surge rapidly. Lastly, the current stance of various governments regarding the SR virus remains largely dismissive, with most nations still declaring it merely a seasonal flu virus. Yet, despite their assertions, national-level virology laboratories in major countries have received substantial funding for research. The female assistant, clad in an OL uniform, reported earnestly to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun took a sip of tea from the table, pondering. It seems that governments are gradually awakening to the reality. But what does it matter if they do? As he gazed at the hourglass on the wall, counting down to doomsday, a faint smile graced his face. By the way, young master, some researchers attending the high-tech conference have expressed a desire to leave. Most of whom are biologists and virologists, the assistant informed. Leave? Let the HR department hold on to their identification cards, claiming they are still registering their information. After some time, we will personally send a private jet and train to escort them back. Yes, young master. The assistant nodded and subsequently exited. After her departure, a bodyguard clad in black entered, bowing respectfully to Jiang Chun. Young master, Lin Yan has already set his sights on Miss Ran. Very well. Have Chao or keep an eye on her. And let the plan proceed as intended, Jiang Chun instructed. Understood. The bodyguard left as well. Just as Jiang Chun was about to close his eyes for a moment of respite, the telephone on his desk rang. Hello, young master, it's Professor Liu. What can I do for you? The voice on the other end belonged to Professor Liu from the Xinjiang Virus Research Institute. Young master, just now Professor Wang from the clinical laboratory in Modu called me regarding the SR virus. Oh, Jiang Chen's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest. They wish to know our progress on SR virus research and any preventative measures. Jiang Chen smiled subtly, his response reflecting both concern and selflessness. If they are curious, let us inform them that we are working on the latest generation of the virus. As for preventative measures, we shall share what we are currently implementing. After all, daily disinfection and patient isolation to slow the virus's rapid mutation is hardly a secret. Yes, young master, Professor Liu agreed. By the way, Professor Liu, how is the progress on the SSR virus inhibitor? Jiang Chen inquired suddenly. Reporting to young master, the development of the SSR inhibitor has reached 90, though we only need to identify a few pathogens to extract trace immune elements from their bodies. If all goes well, it could be ready as soon as tomorrow. However, young master, our predictions indicate that the SSR inhibitor will only be effective against SR viruses of up to the 15th generation. Currently, the SR virus in circulation has already mutated to the 9th generation, while here in Xinjiang, due to proactive prevention, we have only encountered up to the 7th generation. Yet in these final 15 days, when the virus is most active, its mutations may far exceed this threshold. Professor Liu expressed his concerns that do not worry. Being able to inhibit up to the 15th generation of the SR virus is sufficient. Once developed, we shall proceed with mass production, Jiang Qin reassured him. After all, the SSR virus inhibitor is intended for a specific demographic, the AS for the civilians. When doomsday arrives, sacrifices must be made, do they not? Moreover, their sacrifices shall not be in vain. When they become what they are destined to be, it will be the first grand gift of doomsday to Xinjiang. Yes, young master. After hanging up, Jiang Qin approached the window, gazing at the world bathed in sunlight. What a beautiful world, such a pity. As night fell, the streets of Xinjiang remained bustling with activity, perhaps even more vibrant than during the day, after a long day of toil. The night was a time for indulgence. At this hour, bars, dance halls, and shopping malls were always teeming with patrons that shower. Please massage my feet. After walking all day, they are sore, Ran Miaoyin exclaimed as she sat beside a street food stall. Hastily freeing her delicate feet from her sandals, the shower showed no resistance. As a maid, this was indeed part of her duty. Yet after only a brief moment of massage, Ran Miaoyin found herself unable to resist reclaiming her feet. Primarily due to the numerous gazes directed her way, many of which were rather unabashed. Indeed, just a bunch of losers. Ran Miaoyin inhaled deeply, striving to adopt a cooler demeanor, that if only the young master were here, I could nestle in his embrace and let him pamper my feet. That was too bold, wasn't it? However, the thought of the young master as hands made her cheeks flush, and her legs instinctively drew closer together. Miss, are you thirsty? I'll go fetch you a cup of milk tea, Shower suggested, pointing to a nearby tea shop. Go ahead. Having spent some time together, Ran Miaoyin had grown accustomed to being attended to. She had become familiar with a life where someone was always there to assist her. After Chaebol left for the tea shop, Ran Miaoyin took a new piece of clothing from her bag and draped it over her lap. Although her skirt was already quite long, such precautions were still necessary. After a while of waiting for her milk tea, she took out her phone and, after a moment's thought, opened the chat with Jiang Qin. Young master, have you eaten yet? After typing the message, she added a cute emoticon and then eagerly awaited a response. Moments later, ding dong. Upon hearing that sound, Ran Miaoyin felt her earlier fatigue vanish in an instant. Chun, yes, just finished eating. How about you? Did you enjoy your shopping? Seeing Jiang Qin's reply, Ran Miaoyin was momentarily at a loss for words. The young master had replied, how delightful. Thinking this, she fought to contain her excitement as she quickly typed back. I had a wonderful time. However, I would be even happier if the young master could accompany me. After sending the message, she couldn't take her eyes off her phone screen, her finger poised to respond at a moment's notice. After a brief wait of more than 10 seconds, Qin, Miaoyin, I've been rather busy lately. No, I understand that the young master has important matters to attend to. I'm not upset with you. Ran Miaoyin found herself at a loss for words. Qin, let me guess, Miaoyin must be feeling quite flustered right now. It's alright. I know your feelings. Young master, reading Jiang Qin's words. Ran Miaoyin's eyes shimmered with deep affection and warmth, and she felt a slight sting in her nose. Indeed, being with the young master is simply wonderful. Young master, I love you so much, biting her red lip. Ran Miaoyin's cheeks flushed as she typed those words. After sending them, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, yet intertwined with that embarrassment was profound happiness. Chun, I love you too. Young master. Unable to contain her joy, Ran Miaoyin buried her face in her hands, overwhelmed by shyness and bliss. Young master, how can you be so wonderful? I truly adore you, Qin. Alright, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll have to end our chat here. Remember to return home early. Yes, young master. In that moment, Ran Miaoyin yearned to rush home and fall into Jiang Qin's arms, sharing an embrace filled with warmth and affection for 300 rounds. As Ran Miaoyin contemplated the moments she would spend with the young master upon returning home, a figure abruptly emerged from the throng and settled directly across from her. Startled, she swiftly redirected her attention, only to be met with a visage that caused her delicate brows to furrow in dismay. Most disconcerting was the unmistakable odor emanating from the individual, reminiscent of someone who had not bathed in an eternity. The stale scent of accumulated sweat creating an unbearable stench. This was, without a doubt, revolting to Ran Miaoyin, who, in her disgust, felt no inclination to engage in conversation. She gathered her belongings and made her way toward an unoccupied table. Yet, just as she was about to rise, a voice called out, meowing. The sound halted her in her tracks, and with wide eyes, she gazed at the figure before her, now swathed in layers of clothing. Is that you, Lin Yin? Chapter 17. Lin Yan's Madness. Indeed, this was the battle maid. Upon hearing Ran Miaoying's words, Lin Yin was filled with exhilaration. Miaoying, I knew it. No matter how I change, you would always recognize me. As he spoke, Lin Yin reached out to grasp her hand. That in the past, he would never have acted so impulsively. But in this moment, as he beheld the current Ran Miaoying, the aura of nobility surrounding her rendered her infinitely more beautiful in his eyes. He yearned to touch her, to possess her. However, upon observing Lin Yan's advance, Ran Miaoying's brows knitted tighter, and she hastily stepped back, maintaining her distance from him. Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback, yet he dismissed the thought, understanding that given his current state, it was only natural for Miaoying to shy away. As the initial excitement of their reunion began to subside, Lin Yin gazed at Ran Miaoying with deep affection. Conversely, feeling the weight of his gaze, Ran Miaoying was overcome with an instinctive sense of repulsion and distaste. Oblivious to her feelings, Lin Yin believed she remained the same childhood companion who once reciprocated his affection. Miaoying, I am here to rescue you. Come with me. We must leave the capital. Leave the capital. Why would I do that? Ran Miaoying regarded him warily. Because we must escape Jiang Chun. We must flee from this demon. He forcibly separated us. Miaoying, rest assured, no matter what Jiang Chun has done to you, my love for you remains unwavering. Come with me, Miaoying. Lin Yin extended his hand toward her, perhaps believing this gesture to be heroic. Regardless of its charm, he undeniably drew the attention of passers-by. Typically, in such a scene akin to a confession of love, onlookers would chime in, urging her to accept him. Yet this time, the crowd exchanged glances between the radiant princess like Ran Miaoying and the figure of Lin Yin, who exuded the unmistakable scent of failure. Even those who typically reveled in gossip cast disdainful looks in Lin Yan's direction. Undeterred, he paid no heed to the surrounding stares. His focus remained solely on Miaoying. He was convinced she would agree to his plea, just as they had promised in their youth to remain together as they grew older. Thus, he smiled at Ran Miaoying, envisioning her as princess approaching him, only to be met with the cold retort, "Are you insane?" With that dispassionate phrase, Ran Miaoying cast him a frigid glance, and Lin Yan's hopeful expression morphed into one of foolishness as she turned to leave. Miaoying, Lin Yin called out desperately, I am not insane. I am Lin Yin, your childhood friend Lin Yin. Upon hearing this, Ran Miaoying paused, her footsteps stilled. Lin Yin gazed at her with hopeful anticipation, yet she continued, Lin Yin, the past is the past, and the present is the present, that I offer you one final piece of advice. You and I have no further connection. That my man is Jiang Chun, and he alone shall be my partner. Henceforth, we share no ties whatsoever. Turning her face away, she left Lin Yin in despair, her words echoing painfully in his ears that no. Miaoying, I refuse to believe it. It must be Jiang Chun. He must have threatened you. Miaoying, it has to be this way. It must be Jiang Chun. You are insufferable. With that, a large bowl suddenly crashed down upon Lin Yan's head. Leaving him dazed, he looked at the shattered bowl on the ground, and then at Ran Miaoying, who, with a bewildered expression, retrieved 2 bowls from a nearby vendor and brandished them at him. In that moment, Lin Yin felt as if his heart, much like the bowl, had shattered. That if you dare to speak ill of the young master again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Ran Miaoying's icy words struck Lin Yan's already fractured heart with a heavy blow. He stared at her in disbelief. Why? Why, Miaoying? Did we not make a promise? Why has it come to this? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, Lin Yin, how can you doubt Miaoying? She must be acting, worried for my safety, trying to drive me away. Yes, it is not her fault. It cannot be her fault. After all, we are in the capital, Jiang Chen's domain. She must fear for my safety, fearing retaliation should my identity be revealed. Thus, she utters such heartless words to protect me. Miaoying still loves me. She is concerned for me. This is all Jiang Chen's doing. As Lin Yin contemplated this, he looked at Ran Miaoying, his eyes bloodshot, as if possessed. Miaoying, I understand. You are worried about me, but do not fear Jiang Chun. I shall take you to a safe place. And once we arrive, everything will return to how it once was. I will still be the Lin Yin who loves you dearly, and you will be the Miaoyin who loves me." As he spoke, Lin Yin approached Ran Miaoyin with fervor, his frenzied demeanor instilling fear within her. "Lin Yin, stay away. Do not come near me. Meow, meow, meow." Lin Yin dashed toward her, reaching out as if to grasp her. Yet, at that moment, a figure charged forward, their glossy black shoes striking like bullets, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. Before anyone could react, the figure landed a powerful kick to Lin Yan's abdomen in that instant. Lin Yin felt as if his lower body had ceased to exist. He stared wide-eyed at the disdainful smirk on Xiao's face. And then bang! With a dull thud, Lin Yan's body was sent flying, crashing through several tables before landing heavily on the ground. Unable to rise, the onlookers watched in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the maid, once perceived as meek and charming, now exuding an air of cold mockery and disdain. Chapter 18. The young master's personal maid, cough. Ugh! On the ground, Lin Yin, having suffered a crushing blow, nearly retched up his lunch, saliva pooling at the corner of his mouth. He struggled to look at Xiao, noting the contemptuous smile on her face, fear and disbelief flickering in his eyes. Had it not been for the searing pain in his abdomen, he could scarcely believe that the one who had so effortlessly sent him flying was the very maid who had been by Miaoyin's side. Attempting to rise, he found his limbs weak and unresponsive, writhing on the ground like a worm. "Oh, can't you get up?" "How utterly pathetic," Xiao taunted, stepping closer to him, her heels clicking sharply against the ground. The surrounding crowd remained silent, their eyes glued to the seemingly adorable maid. Even Ran Miaoyin was taken aback by Xiao's unexpected strength, as if she were seeing her for the first time. Was this still her obedient, charming, and polite maid? Certainly, there was no trace of fear or unfamiliarity within her. Rather, a profound sense of safety washed over her, second only to her encounters with Jiangchen. So, her little maid was indeed formidable. No wonder she had rejected the bodyguard sent to escort her when leaving home. "You..." As Xiao approached, Lin Yin trembled and attempted to crawl backward. But in an instant, his face met the cold, hard ground. "You still dare to utter the young master's name? You wish to lay a hand on the young lady? To call you a failure would be an understatement. You are nothing more than a complete waste." Xiao stood on Lin Yan's head, her mocking voice ringing in his ears, inciting a profound sense of humiliation and rage within him. With his hands pressed against the ground, Lin Yan's eyes glowed with fury as he desperately struggled to lift his head from the floor. Yet, her small leather shoes felt as heavy as lead. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge even a fraction. "Put in more effort. Haven't you eaten? Useless." Lin Yin roared, but the more he yelled, the more delighted Xiao appeared, her smile widening with each cry, instilling fear in the onlookers surrounding them. "Stop it." At that moment, several black objects resembling balls came hurtling toward Xiao from the side. "Xiao, watch out." Ran Miaoyin quickly warned that "Don't worry, miss." Xiao even turned back and smiled sweetly at Ran Miaoyin before facing forward again, her innocent expression morphing back into one of cold derision. In a flash, she leapt into the air, striking out with her feet. The objects hurtling toward her were instantly sent flying back upon impact with her shoes, producing a loud bang as they zipped past, nearly grazing the faces of those who had thrown them, crashing into the ground beside them. Gulping, the onlookers stared wide-eyed at the now-deflated balls. "Is this a person? No. How can you kick like that? Why not join the World Cup?" Xiao glanced at them with an icy gaze, and the mere sight of it tightened their apprehension. "It's a misunderstanding. Absolutely a misunderstanding. To be honest, we are a football team looking to invite you to join us. You could be our star player. We believe we could kick the national team and sweep the World Cup," the leader among them quickly declared. "Yes, we can vouch for him. Everything he said is true." The others chimed in hastily. In response, Xiao regarded them with a smile. "Do you think I resemble a fool? Besides, the World Cup does not allow mixed-gender teams." The group fell silent, struck dumb by her logical retort. "However, I could propose a solution," Xiao said, eyeing them. What solution?" they asked cautiously. "How about sending you to Thailand? That way, you could play in the Women's League," Xiao replied, her hands clasped together as she beamed sweetly. The group gasped in shock. "What do you think? I could cover your plane tickets. After all, I'm not a devil." As she stepped closer to them, her beauty was overshadowed by the ominous aura surrounding her. I don't want to go to Thailand. No, in an instant. They were like madmen, scrambling in all directions before vanishing into the crowd. Seeing this, Chaeol clicked her tongue in disdain, but then seemed to realize something. She promptly turned around, her pupils narrowing. Lin Yin, who had been lying on the ground moments ago, had vanished. Did I fall for it? Chaeol, just then, Ran Miaoyin rushed over, embracing her tightly to Chaeol. Was that martial arts? Ran Miaoyin asked. Her eyes sparkling with curiosity, that Chaeol's expression softened into an adorable smile in the face of her mistress. Yes, indeed, Mississippi, you can do martial arts. That's incredible. Didn't I mention before, miss? I am a maid trained through my family system. And I am one of the 2 disciples of the head maid. The head maid? Ran Miaoyin inquired. Intrigued that I forgot to tell you. The head maid is the young master's personal maid named Di Wuye. She's very skilled. All my abilities were taught to me by her. Chaeol stated earnestly that Di Wuye, such a peculiar name. Yet, she is the young master's personal maid. Why have I never seen her? Ran Miaoyin tilted her head in confusion. Because she left for Tianfu City before the young master returned. I believe she went to fetch someone to come to Xinjing. However, judging by the time, she should be back soon. I see. When she returns. I must meet her. The head maid can be a bit peculiar, but don't worry, miss, I'll be there to guide you. All right. Chapter 19. The night before the SR virus sweeps in, 10 days until the apocalypse. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, a large MPV was parked by the roadside. Before long, several figures came rushing over, supporting someone, and that person was Lin Yin. Quick, open the door, Wang Suoqing exclaimed upon spotting them. The others hurriedly opened the car door and helped Lin Yin inside. What is going on? I told you to bring him here. How did you end up beating him like this? Wang Suoqing frowned as he looked at Lin Yin. Curled up inside the vehicle, his face contorted in pain. Boss, it wasn't us. It was a cute maid. One of them interjected. That maid is incredible. She kicked Lin Yin right out. Boss, you should have seen it. That maid was just like those battle maids we see in anime. She almost pulled an RPG from under her skirt. What nonsense. Wang Suoqing felt a headache coming on from their chatter. By the way, where are Awen and the others? Boss, we're here. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures came running over, the very ones who had diverted Chaeol's attention moments ago. Goodness, boss, you have to see. That maid is amazing. Exactly. She's beautiful and knows martial arts. Was she really not pulled from an anime? I wish I could be trampled by her. Do you envy Lin Yin? Didn't he just get trampled? A cough cough, I'm in a loving trample, preferably without shoes. What are you thinking? Why can't I think? I just want to, hey, why don't you hit me? Ah, you're so shameless. Take this, whoa, you really hit me, damn it. You take this. Hey, you hit so hard. ISNT, your hit just as hard. I'm gonna fight you enough. Be quiet. I'm your boss. No one is allowed to speak. Wang Suoqing's face darkened as he shouted. Upon hearing their boss's words, the others shrank their necks, acknowledging his superiority. After that, Wang Suoqing rubbed his temples, feeling another headache coming on. Let's get Lin Yin to a safe place. He gestured toward the already unconscious Lin Yin. Yes, boss. As night fell over Xinjing, the city lights twinkled like stars, creating a mesmerizing scene. The shadows of revelers lengthened under the glow of neon lights. Yet, few noticed that those shadows were growing darker. In Xinjing, Zhang family clan meeting hall, Chinner, our Xinjing has now stored enough food and supplies for 100 million people to last half a year. And every day, a steady stream of trucks and trains continues to deliver more resources. Conservatively estimated, by the time the apocalypse arrives, we will have enough food and resources for 100 million people to last a year. Jiang Chen's second uncle stood up and solemnly addressed the assembly. At his words, everyone turned their attention to him. Thank you for your hard work, second uncle. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Enough food and supplies for 100 million people for a year is more than sufficient. Father, the military should have arrived by now, right? Jiang Chun then looked at Jiang Xian. Most of the troops from the Southern Military District have reached the outskirts of Xinjing City. However, due to the slow spread of the SR virus, I have ordered them to establish a quarantine area and prohibited contact with the outside world, Jiang Xian replied. Upon hearing the term SR virus, the expressions of those present turned grave at AT present. The SR virus had begun to ravage Blue Star. Fortunately, since its discovery in Xinjing half a month ago, daily disinfection measures have been implemented. Thus, the infection rate of the SR virus in Xinjing remained at a completely controllable level. The Virus Research Institute has developed an SSR virus inhibitor, but the production of this inhibitor is minimal, and it is only effective for individuals infected with the SR virus within 15 generations. I have instructed that the SSR inhibitors produced, aside from a small portion retained in Xinjiang, be sent entirely to the military. Jiang Qin's mother, Deng Junhua, spoke with a serious expression, stating that there were no doubts among the crowd regarding this matter. After all, the military was the foundation for the Jiang family's continued order and dominance following the apocalypse, and disorder was simply unacceptable to be. By the way, China, due to the pandemic, some scientists are preparing to leave Xinjiang ahead of schedule. They have applied multiple times to retrieve their identification documents to at that moment. Jiang Qin's uncle, the current Minister of Internal Affairs in Xinjiang, addressed Jiang Qin. Hearing this, Jiang Qin could not help but smile. Oh, leaving? Once we bring them here, we certainly have no intention of letting them return. What do you plan to do, Chiner? It's quite simple. Their identification documents are still in our possession, so we can just hold on to them. Jiang Qin replied with a grin. What if someone refuses to comply? Refusing to comply? That's easy enough. We can simply eliminate them. Chapter 20. The arrival of my fiancé. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, the crowd fell silent for a moment, especially Jiang Xian and Jiang Hangtian on the projection screen, who exchanged heavy glances with Jiang Chun before breaking into smiles. Our family's young eagle has grown up. I will take responsibility for this matter. After announcing the lockdown, I will mobilize 5,000 soldiers to maintain order within Xinjiang. Jiang Xian stated calmly that in response, everyone nodded in agreement. During extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be employed. Especially after the apocalypse, a policy of strong suppression is essential. According to analyses from the Jiang family's think tank, once the apocalypse strikes, the population of Xinjiang, which numbers 20 million, could lose at least a quarter. And in other regions outside of Xinjiang, the death toll would undoubtedly be even more horrifying. By the way, grandfather, you can prepare to return. We have made nearly all the necessary preparations, and you need not remain in the imperial capital any longer. Jiang Qin said, looking at Jiang Hangtian on the projection screen. With the SR virus sweeping the globe, safety outside of Xinjiang is no longer guaranteed. Furthermore, considering Jiang Hangtian's status within the Jiang family, it would be prudent for him to return to Xinjiang as soon as possible. Sure, you need not worry about me. I have arranged a private jet, and as soon as this clan meeting concludes, I will set off for Xinjiang, Jiang Hangtian replied with a smile. Very well. Jiang Qin nodded. That be by the way, Chiner, your grandparents and Inyata will be arriving in Xinjiang tonight. You will represent our Jiang family and accompany your mother to the airport to greet them. At this moment, Jiang Xian suddenly addressed Jiang Chun. Yes, we must extend a warm welcome. A significant portion of the supplies your second uncle prepared for the apocalypse was transported from Tianfu City. Moreover, the military factories in Tianfu City, which represent the pinnacle of domestic and international technology, were smoothly transferred to Xinjiang thanks to our connection with this in-law, Jiang Hangtian added, smiling. Hearing his father and grandfather speak in such a manner, Jiang Qin naturally could not refuse out of course. He was eager to see how exceptional his fiancée, who was recognized by both his father and grandfather, truly was. After the clan meeting concluded, Jiang Qin headed back to his villa. In front of the villa lay a grand garden, where various flowers bloomed in the radiant morning sun, creating an illusion of entering an ocean of blossoms. Merely approaching within 100 meters of the villa, one could easily catch a whiff of the fresh floral fragrance. That moment, Ran Miaoyin sat on a swing woven from flowering vines, clad in a mid-length, elegant white qipao adorned with delicate carvings. Beneath the skirt, her legs, as tender and white as mutton-fat jade, were revealed, swaying gently in rhythm with her flowing hair, inadvertently showcasing her unique and pure charm. Young master, Xiaoer said, please stop for a moment. As the swing rose, Ran Miaoyin's enchanting gaze landed on the returning Jiang Chun, prompting her to urge Xiao, who was pushing the swing from behind, to halt immediately. Hearing her voice, Jiang Qin turned his attention toward her. Seeing her leap from the swing and dash toward him, he gently opened his arms. Young master. Ran Miaoyin naturally rushed into his embrace, her eyes filled with happiness as she gazed up at him. Looking down at her, Jiang Qin smiled slightly, then leaned down to kiss her alluring lips as Xiaoer watched with envy. They only parted when a breeze swept through, causing the wind chimes in the garden to tinkle. Young master, do you think my new dress is beautiful? Ran Miaoyin stood before Jiang Chun, twirling lightly, her skirt fluttering as she presented her most beautiful self to him without reservation. Jiang Chun, with a smile gracing his lips, clapped his hands. With her innate beauty and the grace she cultivated upon joining the Jiang family, along with the dress she had carefully selected to match her demeanor, even Jiang Chun found her utterly flawless. As for whether the dress is beautiful, I cannot say. But as for you, you are as lovely as the peach blossoms of spring and as pure as the chrysanthemums of autumn. Truly a breathtaking sight, Jiang Chun remarked. Upon hearing this, Ran Miaoyin felt a delightful shiver run through her. She gazed at Jiang Chun with flirtatious eyes, taken aback that he would utter such words. Jiang Chun chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, gazing meaningfully at Ran Miaoyin before uttering a statement that left her momentarily stunned. Tonight, my fiancé, you will be arriving in Xinjing. Young master, your fiancé? Ran Miaoyin momentarily struggled to comprehend. Yes, you should get along well with her. Rest assured, your life will continue as usual. Live as you wish, Jiang Chun said, stroking Ran Miaoyin's cheek. In response, she gently bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I understand. She knew this day would eventually come, yet when it arrived, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Remember, you must behave and not disappoint me. With that, Jiang Chun turned and walked toward the villa. He had no objection to spending some time flirting with his woman each day. However, that time was limited, and the rest would depend on their own fate, that if things were not suitable, there would be no need for her to remain. After Jiang Chun departed, Chaebol hurriedly approached, taking hold of Ran Miaoyin's delicate hand. Observing the sympathy on her mistress's face, she found herself unsure of how to console her. Yet, she understood one thing. If her mistress began to overthink due to this matter, it could lead to miss. Young master is of the utmost nobility. In the future, he will be surrounded by, yes, Chaebol, I understand. From the moment young master allowed me to stay by his side, I was already aware of this. Ran Miaoyin pressed her lips together, forcing a smile. However, when this day truly arrives, I still find myself struggling to adapt. But rest assured, Chaebol, I will not overthink it. Young master is my one and only. Even in death, I would never leave his side. Upon hearing Ran Miaoyin's words, Chaebol let out a heavy sigh of relief. As long as Ran Miaoyin thought this way, she felt reassured. After all, even she belonged to the young master. At that moment, Jiang Chun, who had just returned to his villa's office and taken a seat, received a phone call from Madhu Su Chinga. Seeing the caller ID, Jiang Chun couldn't help but smile before answering the call. Jiang Chun, I beg you to help me. Chapter 21. The hope granted by Jiang Chun as soon as he answered the call. Su Chinga's pleading voice reached Jiang Chun's ears. In response, Jiang Chun took the coffee handed to him by the maid and reclined in his chair. Observing this, the maid naturally moved behind Jiang Chun and began to gently massage his shoulders. Chinga, it's quite curious that you would call me for the first time with such a request, Jiang Chun said, placing the phone on speaker and setting it on the table while enjoying his coffee and the maid's massage. Hearing Jiang Chun's words, Su Chinga on the other end fell silent for a moment. Young Master Jiang, he had added an extra word. Jiang Chun set down the coffee he had just sipped at the master. From Su Chinga's slightly trembling voice, Jiang Chun could easily imagine how flustered she must be at that moment. That's more like it, King, he remarked with a meaningful tone. Meanwhile, in Modu, Su Chinga's face was flushed. Had anyone dared to tease her in such a manner before, she would have retorted coldly. Yet now, facing Jiang Chun, she found herself unable to respond. Currently, Modu was at a standstill against the rampant SR virus. The clinical laboratory there had already detected the 20th generation of the SR variant virus. It was even evolving at a rapid rate of 2 to 3 generations each day. In this day and age, antipyretic medications have almost lost their efficacy against the latest SR virus, and as for other treatments, they are even more futile. The hospitals throughout the entire magical city are operating under extreme overload, with a significant number of patients being admitted daily at this rate. It won't be long before the medical system of the magical city is thoroughly overwhelmed by the SR virus. Her father has been in a state of utter disarray due to this situation, even personally leading efforts at the front lines alongside her mother, having not returned home for 2 or 3 days. She is filled with dread, terrified of suddenly receiving news of her parents' demise. That in this moment of despair, she suddenly thinks of the capital, the Jiang family, and Jiang Chun. She recalls the words Jiang Chen spoke to her on the plane. Thus, she calls Jiang Chun, seeking a solution. Speak. What assistance do you require from me? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words on the phone, Su Qingga's eyes instantly brightened. I wish to obtain a method to control the SR virus. Are you dreaming? The moment her words left her lips, Jiang Chen's voice responded immediately, and she thought she heard another voice in the background. However, she could not afford to focus on that now. But the situation in the magical city. I am aware that the magical city is gradually losing control over the SR virus. IT is not just your city. Every major city worldwide is in the same predicament. Then, how about your capital? Su Qingga gritted her teeth and asked. Our capital can still maintain control for the time being, but it is only temporary. Let me put it this way. The SR virus is uncontrollable. Sooner or later, it will trigger a massive pandemic across the globe, and in a few days, it will evolve to exhibit a significantly high mortality rate. By that time, Su Qingga was left in a daze upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. The only reason the SR virus had not yet incited societal turmoil was due to its relatively low mortality rate. Even among those infected with the latest 20th generation SR virus, as long as they were not inherently weak in constitution, death was unlikely. But now, according to Jiang Chun, in just a few days, the world may face a catastrophic event. Is there truly no way to control the SR virus? Su Qingga asked, her face pale. There is none. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, Su Qingga was engulfed in despair, but then she recalled something. She hurriedly reached into her pocket. Soon, the iron plate engraved with the character Jiang, given to her by Jiang Chen on the plane, appeared in her hand. Do you remember the iron plate you gave me before? What? You haven't thrown it away? Jiang Chen chuckled. I would never throw it away. Jiang Chun, you promised that as long as I have this iron plate, you would offer me a glimmer of hope. You said it. You mustn't go back on your word, Su Qingga declared, biting her red lips as she spoke to Jiang Chen. Hearing Su Qingga's fervent yet desperate words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Su Qingga, you should feel fortunate to have met me. Otherwise, the despair and terror you would have to endure would be 1,000-fold more intense than what you are experiencing now. Though Jiang Chen's tone seemed playful, it sent a shiver down Su Qingga's spine. What do you mean by that? You will soon find out. Now remember my words carefully. When you can no longer endure, take your parents and come to the capital with the iron plate in your hand. This is your only path to salvation. Additionally, calculate the time. The SSR virus inhibitor should already be on its way to your home. Remember, do not allow your parents to be infected with the 15th generation or above, or else even the inhibitor will be rendered useless. Lastly, I look forward to the day we meet again. With that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. As Su Qingga listened to the dial tone, her gaze was vacant, but unlike before, this time there was light in her eyes. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing the word express on the screen, Su Qingga quickly answered the call. Hello, is this Su Qingga? There is a package for you it's sent from the capital. Su Qingga hurriedly inquired. Yes, all right, I'll be right down to collect it. Please do not leave. With that, Su Qingga quickly donned a mask and gloves, changed her shoes, and dashed downstairs. Soon, she rushed back upstairs, spraying disinfectant on the package before frantically opening it. Inside, 3 glass vials labeled SSR virus inhibitors came into view. Her small hands trembled as she retrieved the 3 vials, her heart racing with anticipation. Ding, ding, ding. Just as she prepared to carefully examine this world's soul vaccine, her phone rang again. This time, the caller ID displayed her mother. Su Qingga quickly answered the call, eager to share the good news with her mother. However, before she could speak, a sobbing voice came through the line. Qingga, your father. He has been infected. Chapter 22. Welcoming the fiancé E. The third fortuitous protagonist night fell, and the dreadful news that Su Qingga had been unwilling to confront finally came to pass. The moment her mother spoke those helpless words, her mind went blank, as if her soul had been extracted. Unlike ordinary individuals, Su Qingga understood the terrifying nature of the SR virus all too well, especially after her conversation with Jiang Chun, where she learned of the imminent evolution of the virus into a highly lethal strain. No, that is not right. There is still hope. Su Qingga gazed at the SSR virus inhibitors in her hand, biting her lip, her beautiful eyes trembling. Mother, please don't panic. First tell me, which generation of the SR virus has father been infected with? After posing the question, Su Chinga felt her palms growing clammy with sweat. Terrified of the answer being the 15th generation or higher, that if that were the case, even the SSR virus inhibitors in her possession would be rendered ineffective. Ning Fei's voice, tinged with tears, came through the phone. Professor Wang said your father is infected with the 14th generation of the SR virus, but it won't be long before it rapidly evolves into the latest 20th generation. As she spoke, tears welled up in Ning Fei's eyes once more. That Su Bai was the backbone of the Su family, especially during this critical period, that if anything were to happen to Su Bai, she truly did not know what to do next. However, as soon as she finished speaking, an incredibly excited voice came from Su Chinga's end of the line. The 14th generation, good, good, good. Hearing her daughter's repeated exclamations of joy, Ning Fei was taken aback. She even doubted whether she had misheard. Their family atmosphere was generally harmonious. Her daughter occasionally assisted her father with work matters, and there was no animosity between them. But what did Su Chinga mean by this? Why was she so excited, even happy, upon hearing that her father had been infected? Ning Fei worried that her daughter might have been unable to cope with the news and had lost her senses. Yet at that moment, Su Chinga was far from losing her mind. She was exceedingly clear-headed. Mother, you must take father home immediately. I have a way to save him. Chinga, you have a solution? Ning Fei was momentarily stunned. Yes, mother. You must believe me, Su Chinga urged. Upon hearing this, Ning Fei hesitated for a moment, but soon resolved to trust her daughter. Most importantly, it was unsafe to remain outside. It was better to return home and seek treatment in peace. Chinga, I will bring your father home right away. Yes, mother, rest assured, I will definitely save father. After hanging up the phone, Su Chinga looked at the 3 small vials in her hand, biting her lip. Jiang Chun, if you can save my father, I will no longer hold a grudge against what you did last time. Moreover, I will owe you a tremendous favor. Time passed second by second, in the shadow of the SR virus pandemic enveloping the globe. Night descended upon the capital. The bustling nightscape of a week ago was now a stark contrast, with the streets of the capital noticeably emptier. Even those who ventured outside wore masks, wrapping themselves up tightly and consciously maintaining a considerable distance from others. At the Capital International Airport, as the roaring engines gradually quieted, a private jet slowly taxied to a stop at the airport. The staircase was lowered, and 2 somewhat aged figures were the first to appear before the welcoming party. Father, mother, Zheng. Observing the elderly couple, Jiang Chen's mother, Deng Junhua, could not help but rush forward to embrace them. The elderly couple, equally moved, reciprocated the embrace to Chen'er. Come here, Deng Junhua beckoned to Jiang Chen, who stepped forward. Grandfather, grandmother, welcome to Xinjiang. A smile graced his face as he gazed at the 2 venerable figures, a cascade of memories flooding his mind. From a young age, he had been deeply cherished, and this affection was not exclusive to the Jiang family. It was equally abundant in the Tianfu Deng family. He still recalled the countless toys his grandparents would prepare for him each time he visited, but of course, as a reincarnator, he had little interest in such toys. Nonetheless, they had never ceased their efforts, consistently providing him with unique gifts each time that in the blink of an eye. Chen'er has grown up, Deng Huaqing, Jiang Chen's grandfather, remarked, affectionately ruffling Jiang Chen's hair. Indeed, you've matured, and you are becoming increasingly handsome. Jiang Chen's grandmother, and Juanru, added, taking his hand and speaking with profound affection. After all, we are your grandparents. To at her words, Jiang Chen smiled gently, and the elderly couple's faces radiated warmth to at that moment. A young woman descended the staircase. She was strikingly beautiful, her features delicate and flawless. With elegantly arched brows and eyes that sparkled like silver stars, she illuminated the dark night with her presence, akin to a shimmering morning star in the sky. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Chen, her enchanting eyes reflecting a blend of curiosity and shyness, laced with budding affection. Although she had yet to meet Jiang Chen in person, she recognized him from the photographs left behind by her grandmother. The dashing young man before her was undoubtedly her fiancé. Miss, at that instant, she failed to notice a young bodyguard in a black suit, who stood transfixed, fixating on her silhouette, his expression betraying a tumult of emotions as his gaze lingered on Jiang Chen. If you wish to keep your eyes, I can help you remove your gaze, a frigid voice interjected, causing the young bodyguard to falter, lowering his head in submission, reluctant to direct his attention back to her. 2 maids emerged from the aircraft. The lead maid was stunningly beautiful, rivaling the young woman descending the staircase. Though her demeanor was notably cold, as if indifferent to her surroundings, her wine-red eyes scanned the young bodyguard with an emotionless glance before she and her companion descended. Watching the maids depart, the young bodyguard felt an almost imperceptible pang of anger, clenching his fists involuntarily. Yet in an instant, a chill coursed through him, akin to being targeted by a predator, sending his heart into a tremor. Instinctively, he glanced downward, where the young man, the center of attention, was now smiling at him. Chapter 23. The confirmation of the harem's principal Jiang Chun had been reminiscing with his grandparents, but before he could utter a few more words, an ethereal feminine voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected the aura of the protagonist of fortune. The system is analyzing. Analysis complete. Name: Luo E. Extraordinary abilities. Yet to awaken. Extraordinary tier. Not yet activated. Subduing Luo E will yield a treasure chest reward of Destiny's Villain. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Qin followed the indicated direction and clearly spotted the figure at the aircraft's door. Third one. Jiang Qin's smile took on a more enigmatic quality, deepening in the night-as shadows. At that moment, Luo Yi realized he had been noticed. Although unsure why the illustrious young master of the Jiang family was casting his gaze upon him, he hurriedly lowered his head, observing this. Jiang Chun withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the young woman who had just descended the staircase, his interest unmasked. She instinctively felt the weight of his gaze upon her. Meeting Jiang Qin's gentle smile, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. With her hands delicately resting before her, she embodied the poise of noble upbringing and bowed slightly to Jiang Qin. Noticing this, Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled with amusement. Qin'er, Si Jin is a good girl. When you are together, you mustn't bully her, and Juanru gently admonished, grasping the delicate hand of Si Jin before seizing Jiang Qin's hand and placing Si Jin's hand within his palm. Rest assured, grandmother, I would never mistreat a girl. Jiang Qin assured her with a smile. At his words, Si Jin's face flushed even deeper, especially with her hand enveloped in his warmth, a sense of comfort emanating from him, igniting her fondness for him. Well then, with Qin'er's words, I can rest easy. Si Jin, you must take good care of Qin'er from now on. Understood? Yes, grandmother, Si Jin understands. Though this was their first meeting, Si Jin had mentally prepared herself since the engagement. If she had felt unease and confusion prior to meeting Jiang Chun, the impression he left on her now was profoundly comforting. She subtly shifted closer to Jiang Chun, and in that moment, they appeared as a perfect match, drawing approving nods from the onlookers. Only Luo Yi, who had just ascended the stairs, felt a stab of unidentifiable pain in his heart as he watched the couple, seemingly destined for each other. Could the chasm of status and identity truly be so vast? After greeting the arrivals, Jiang Chun and the others did not linger at the airport. Si Jin, hand in hand with Jiang Chun, boarded the car. Jiang Chen's mother and the others raised no objections. Although they were not yet married, their relationship was akin to that of a married couple. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's mother was acutely aware that although they referred to her as his fiancée, the actual fulfillment of the marriage contract could be delayed indefinitely. After all, in just a few days, the apocalypse would descend, and all matters would have to wait until stability returned after the catastrophe. Inside the car, Si Jin sat beside Jiang Chun, gently resting her head on his shoulder. In the front, the driver's and passenger seats had been occupied by two maids, the very ones who had warned Luo Yi on the plane. The driving maid, Linger, was incredibly charming, and in addition to being a maid, she was also the mentor of another maid, Qiao. The maid in the passenger seat was Jiang Chen's personal maid, the one authorized to represent his will within the Jiang family. Fifth night. It's been a while. Fifth night, Jiang Chun remarked softly, admiring her exquisite profile. Esteemed young master. The name Fifth Night should be spoken as one word. The maid corrected him with a hint of exasperation. Though her expression remained unchanged, I know, but saying Fifth Night feels rather stiff, doesn't it? Or perhaps I should try a different address. Nighty? Jiang Chun smiled slightly. Fifth Night. The maid was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Linger, the driver, struggled to contain her laughter. In her experience, no one dared to tease her master in such a manner. Only the young master could elicit such behavior from her. Fifth Night and Chun have a very good relationship. And Si Jin remarked softly, observing their banter. Had any ordinary woman uttered such words, they would undoubtedly harbor jealousy. However, and Jean's tone conveyed none of that sentiment. For fifth night was my personal maid, and whatever task I assigned her, regardless of its nature, she was obliged to follow unconditionally. Jiang Chen gazed at Jean, his pupils shimmering with a faint light. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's question, both fifth night and Linger fell silent. Fully aware of their young master's intent, Jean, understanding the gravity of the matter, nodded knowingly. Yes, I am aware. Previously, the elder had mentioned these matters to me, that I also know that beside Chen, there is a younger sister named Ran Miaoying. Correct? And Jean looked at Jiang Chen and gently inquired. Observing the unwavering expression on Jean's face, Jiang Chen nodded in affirmation. Indeed. How wonderful. I was somewhat anxious about being by Chen's side alone. But now that there's a sister present, I feel much more at ease, and Jean said, her palms lightly clasped together, smiling warmly at Jiang Chen. Witnessing the genuine, unpretentious smile on Jean's face, a smile gradually broke across Jiang Chen's lips as well. He reached out and embraced Jean, his deep gaze fixed upon her, causing a deeper blush to bloom on her cheeks. Knowing that you feel this way brings me comfort, he replied, leaning down to kiss her enchanting red lips under her tender gaze. Chapter 24. Superhuman Lin Yin. And Jean's arrival was remarkably smooth that in fact, on the very evening she arrived at Jiang Chen's villa, she made a point to sleep alongside Ran Miaoying. When she awoke the next day, Ran Miaoying, who had been troubled and restless, had reverted to her former self, even appearing more relaxed than before. Jiang Chen merely took note of this and chose not to dwell on it any further. Time until the apocalypse descends, 130 hours, 56 minutes, 34 seconds, 30 seconds, 20 seconds, heat. It is unbearably hot. Flames engulf everything. Red, crimson, fiercely burning flames. Where is this place? Why am I here? Lin Yin, that voice, Miaoying, is it you? Miaoying, as he gazed at the figure surrounded by flames ahead, Lin Yin stumbled forward. Lin Yin, Miaoying, I have come. I am here. Miao, Lin Yin, and why won't you look at me, Miaoying? As he approached, Lin Yin beheld her familiar silhouette. Lin Yin, Miaoying, Lin Yin. Suddenly, the figure that had been turned away from him spun around. But it was not Ran Miaoying. It was not the Miaoying he cherished. Instead, it was a decayed, flesh-rotting zombie with milky white eyes and a mouth filled with putrid flesh. In that instant, Lin Yin felt a wave of terror wash over him, his scalp prickling, his body turning to jelly. He wanted to retreat, yet his feet would not move, leaving him to watch in horror as the zombie lunged toward him. Lin Yin, awakening from the nightmare, Lin Yin sat up abruptly in bed, his gaze vacant as he gasped for breath. Beside his bed, a group of people appeared to be frozen in time, some even with chips suspended mid-bite. As one among them finally bit down on a chip, Lin Yan's mind began to clear. Was that a nightmare? Isn't that obvious? Clearly, it was a nightmare. Otherwise, why would he scream so loudly? Who says you must scream only from a nightmare? The last time I saw old Peng have a lewd dream, he screamed even louder. Dude, that was continuous screaming. It's not the same. As Lin Yin listened to the familiar voices around him, he gradually regained his composure, glancing down at his hands. Yet the scenes from his recent dream lingered, the endless flames, the zombies. Why was that dream so vividly real? How long have I been unconscious? Lin Yin inquired, his voice hoarse from disuse, that you've been in a coma for nearly a week. If it weren't for your breathing, the doctor would have suspected that the maid kicked you to death. By the way, you are quite the oddity. You haven't eaten or drunk anything for an entire week and yet survived. The group regarded him with puzzled expressions. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin was taken aback. A week without food or drink. Gulp. Before he could ponder further, a sudden wave of intense hunger surged through him, as if every cell in his body was crying out for sustenance. Starving. He felt ravenous. Sniff, sniff. He twitched his nose, his gaze locking onto the bag of chips one of them held in the blink of an eye. As if unnoticed by the others, the bag of chips was in Lin Yan's grasp. Crunch, crunch! Under the bewildered gazes of those around him, Lin Yin devoured the chips like a starving ghost, finishing an entire bag in mere moments. Not enough, still not enough, far from sufficient. At that moment, one word echoed in Lin Yan's mind: eat. He sniffed the air again. Soon, the delightful aroma of food wafted into his nostrils. With a swift leap, Lin Yin soared 7 or 8 meters. Gazing at the tightly locked box before him, he showed no hesitation. Reaching out to force it open, With two loud cracks, the box, overwhelmed by his strength, burst open under the astonished stares of the onlookers. Inside the box were various snacks, including compressed biscuits. Lin Yin gulped, and in the next instant he seized a pack of biscuits and began to devour them. Meanwhile, the spectators could only stand by, unsure of how to react to Lin Yan's voracious appetite. What the hell? What is going on? Did you see that? He just jumped 7 or 8 meters, and that lock on the box, he just ripped it open like it was nothing. Wait! Now is not the time for this. We can't let Lin Yin eat everything. Who will go out to buy more if he finishes it all? Lin Yin, don't eat so greedily. Save some for later. Several rushed forward to stop Lin Yin. But, with a mere flick of his hand, Lin Yin effortlessly tossed them aside. Everyone. What is happening? At that moment, Lin Yin continued to eat, and curiously, they sensed he seemed to have grown stronger, more powerful. Could it be that the maid's kick had opened his meridians? Is he that incredible? After indulging in the majority of the snacks, Lin Yin finally ceased his feasting, letting out a loud burp. Lin Yin? The others regarded him cautiously. What is wrong? Try this. One person handed Lin Yin a resistance band. Lin Yin hesitated for a moment, but then accepted the band. I can't even pull this. Before he could finish his sentence, he gaped in astonishment as he effortlessly pulled the band to its limit. Lin Yin? Everyone. Chapter 25. Leaving Xinjing with my brothers. You can't defeat him. What is going on? Is this resistance band broken? No, it's perfectly fine. But why? As Lin Yin stared at the band he had easily stretched, he was momentarily dumbfounded. However, as the hunger subsided, his mind began to clear, reflecting on his recent actions. Lin Yin looked at the heap of snack wrappers before him and the forcibly broken lock on the wooden box. Finally, he glanced at the astonished expressions of those around him, who regarded him as if he were a monster. Tightening his fists, the veins on his arms bulged. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. He stood up quietly and approached the bed. After a brief moment of hesitation, he grasped the bed frame with one hand and gently exerted force. Creak! To his astonishment, the solid wooden bed was effortlessly lifted by him. What the hell? At this point, those around him were at a loss for words, their minds racing with only 2 words. Lin Yin. Have you turned into a superhuman? One person could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. Superhuman. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's pupils sparkled with excitement. He stared at his hands, a swell of exhilaration rising within him. He was unaware of his current state, but he knew one thing. He had surpassed the ordinary. In fact, if he were to face that maid again, he felt confident he could defeat her. With this thought, a powerful surge of determination flooded Lin Yan's heart. With such terrifying strength, he could reclaim Miaoyin from Jiangchun. But wait, where's Wang Laoda? Lin Yin cast a sweeping glance around. Failing to spot the figure he longed to see, he inquired. And upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the previously animated crowd, now subdued by Jiangchen's transformation, fell silent. Their expressions shifted to one of deep melancholy. Witnessing this, Lin Yin felt a weight settle in his heart, a foreboding sense brewing within him. Speak. Where is Wang Laoda? After a brief moment of silence, one individual produced a set of protective gear and handed it to Lin Yin. Put this on and follow me. Receiving the protective suit, Lin Yin hesitated momentarily. His gaze instinctively drifted towards the television, where news of the so-called SR viral outbreak scrolled ominously. His hand trembled slightly. What transpired while I was unconscious for these past few days? So much has happened. The entire world has changed. The previous flu has now been classified as the SR superinfectious virus. This epidemic has ravaged the globe. Even governments are at a loss, with several major cities in Longguo on the brink of lockdown. It is likely that Xinjing will follow suit. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. And Wang Laoda? Regrettably, Wang Laoda has been infected, and it's quite severe. The gravity of the words, quite severe, struck Lin Yin like a heavy blow to the chest. Come in. Remember, do not touch anything in this room carelessly. As he stepped into the adjacent room, Lin Yin peered through the goggles at the heavily curtained, dimly lit space, his gaze settling on the figure lying in bed, receiving in 4 drip and wearing an oxygen mask. His breath became increasingly labored. To go on, have a good talk with Wang Laoda. These past few days, the first thing he asked upon waking was whether you had regained consciousness. A younger associate patted Lin Yan's shoulder. wiping a tear from the corner of his eye before exiting the room. Lin Yin approached the bedside with stiffened steps, observing the frail figure whose breath had grown painfully labored. Wang Laoda. He choked back tears, whispering softly, the sound of Lin Yin's voice. Wang Suoqing's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Upon seeing Lin Yin, a smile broke through the mask that obscured his face. Overwhelmed by this smile, Lin Yin could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his cheeks. That you've awakened. It's a relief. Hearing this, Lin Yin opened his mouth, striving to display a semblance of a smile. Yes, I have awakened. Wang Laoda, you must hold on. Hee kid. Rest assured, who do you think I am? I will definitely endure. Wang Suoqing gasped heavily, his voice retaining the same confidence as before, yet he could no longer jest with Lin Yin as he once did. As Lin Yin listened to Wang Suoqing's labored breaths, he lifted his gaze, his eyes darting uncertainly. He yearned to smile, yet tears continued to flow unbidden. Why are you crying, you brat? No tears allowed. Do you hear me? As a man, you must keep those tears hidden. His voice, laced with heavy breaths, cut through the air. That I'm not crying. I just have something in my eye, Lin Yin protested. Yet as he spoke, his tears flowed even more freely. The protective goggles blurred his vision of Wang Laoda's face, but he gritted his teeth and ripped off the goggles, vigorously wiping his already damp eyes. You brat, put this on. Quick, wear it. Seeing this, Wang Suoqing urged urgently. That it's fine. I'm okay. Wang Laoda, trust me, I don't need it really. Lin Yin hastily reassured him. Trust you. You've never made it easy for me. Just put it on. Wang Suoqing attempted to reach for the goggles, but his hand halted just before contact. You put it on. Hurry, or you'll be kicked out. Lin Yin pressed his lips together, took a tissue to wipe the goggles clean, and finally donned them. This is for the best. You're still young and cannot contract this virus. This virus. It truly tests one's endurance, Wang Suoqing murmured. Lin Yin fell into a heavy silence. By the way. Suddenly, Wang Suoqing pulled out a document from beneath his pillow. Sign your name here and leave your fingerprint. This? Lin Yin took the document and froze upon seeing the words property transfer agreement. Kid, promise me, take this money and leave Xinjing with the brothers. No matter where you go, just leave Xinjing. Don't search for Ran Miaoyin again, and don't confront Jiang Chun. The Jiang family is too powerful. You cannot compete with him. Chapter 26. Want to leave? You can't. Xinjing is under lockdown. Looking at the contract before him, Lin Yin clenched his fist. He longed to tell Wang Laoda that he did not need such things. Yet, confronted with Wang Laoda's hopeful gaze, he found himself unable to voice it. He understood that Wang Laoda's intentions were for his own good. But Lin Yin, do you still remember your parents? Wang Suoqing's feeble voice emerged from behind the breathing mask. Lin Yin nodded solemnly. That I will never forget them. Yes, neither will I. Your father was once my most formidable subordinate, always at the forefront of any venture. His disposition was just like yours, stubborn as a mule. Wang Suoqing gazed at the dim ceiling, seemingly lost in recollection, a faint smile gracing his lips. That I used to scold him daily, urging him not to be so reckless, to think things through, but like you, he seldom listened, until that fateful night. Due to matters of the underworld, your father and mother met with misfortune. When I arrived, they were barely clinging to life. Do you know what their last words to me were? At these words, Lin Yin pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. They asked me to raise you, to ensure you would not tread the same path they did, to lead a normal life in peace. I promised them I would fulfill that wish. So Lin Yin, leave Xinjing, go to another city, and live well, not just for your parents, but also for me. As Wang Suoqing spoke, tears flowed freely from Lin Yin's eyes. He once again removed the goggles, wiping his reddened eyes. What do you mean by also for me? You're not dead yet. Wang Suoqing shook his head with a smile, his voice turning breathless. Lin Yin, I have reached my end. I cannot go on. What nonsense are you talking? You just told me you would endure, that you wouldn't succumb to this trivial virus. Lin Yin gazed at Wang Suoqing, his eyes trembling. Cough, 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 cough. Wang Lana, it's fine, just a few coughs, and I feel a bit better. What do you mean it's fine? You've coughed up blood. Lin Yin stared at the crimson stains on the breathing mask. Horrified. No, I need to find a doctor. Get a doctor. Lin Yin, Lin Yin, Lin Yin. Wang Suoqing's final words were uttered with all his remaining strength, halting Lin Yin in his tracks. Lin Yin, up until now, Wang Laoda has only ever asked one young man for help. His name is Jiang Chun, and now there is a second. His name is Lin Yin. Lin Yin, I plead with you, take the brothers and leave Xinjing. Leave this place of turmoil. I implore you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin raised his head, attempting to stifle the tears in his eyes, but they flowed uncontrollably. Lin Yin dared not turn around, fearing that if he did, he would see the pleading look in Wang Laoda's eyes. That he knew that now he had to make a choice, and that choice at this moment was not difficult to make. "I understand, Wang Laoda. I will take the brothers and leave. And you, Wang Laoda, we shall leave together." Chapter 27. Protest, the Jiang family. Clan Assembly Hall. At this moment, the clan assembly hall was no longer vacant. A solemn elder occupied the highest seat. Jiang Henin, the venerable patriarch of the Jiang family, the very pillar of their lineage. His solemn gaze swept across the assembly in the hall. "Since the resolution of this clan meeting has been established, I hereby declare that the capital city of Xinjing is to be closed immediately. Jiang Yin, once the clan meeting concludes, the responsibility of maintaining order in Xinjing shall be entrusted to you. Anyone who dares to disrupt the peace of Xinjing shall be met with severe punishment." "Yes, father." Jiang Yin rose, nodding gravely at Jiang Xingtian. "Chen'er." Jiang Xingtian turned his attention to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen promptly stood up. "From this moment forth, our family enters a countdown to doomsday. During this period, Chen'er, you shall oversee all matters within and beyond Xinjing. Everything shall be under your command. Can you manage this? I will not disappoint the family's expectations." Jiang Chen affirmed with unwavering determination. Seeing this, Jiang Xingtian nodded in satisfaction. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next clan meeting is scheduled for the day after doomsday. By the time that meeting convenes, I hope our Jiang family's grand enterprise will have commenced. Everything for the family. Everything for the family. Very well. Let us not delay. Act immediately." Within half an hour of the Jiang family's decree, broadcasts, radio stations, and televisions in every household across Xinjing forcefully transmitted the news. At this moment, all residents stared blankly at the scene before them, feeling as if they were trapped in a dream. Some even turned back to leap onto their beds, claiming they were not yet awake and wished to continue sleeping. Meanwhile, the majority swallowed hard, sensing that the day was about to take a drastic turn. At this juncture, Lin Yin witnessed the unfolding events with his own eyes, incredulity etched across his face. Were it not for the black-clad bodyguards continuing their patrols throughout the city after executing these actions, he would have doubted whether those bodyguards concealed faces from the Middle East beneath their masks. What should we do now? Leaving Xinjing seems impossible. If we step outside for even a moment, we might be riddled with bullets. How dare Xinjing act in such a manner? Do they not fear the consequences? Surely even the Jiang family cannot withstand this. In the room, others were equally alarmed, engaging in fearful discussions. Meanwhile, Lin Yin felt an ominous premonition brewing within him. The Jiang family were certainly no fools. Their actions were not without justification. They possessed the confidence to act thus. "Jiang Chen, what schemes are you and your family concocting?" Reflecting on his arrival in Xinjing and the rapid succession of events that followed, Lin Yin felt an intense intuition that the Jiang family must be aware of some significant secret. Chapter 28. A counterattack from Lin Yin. "Lin Yin, what do you suggest we do now? Provide us with a course of action. The brothers are all listening to you. Indeed, should we stay or leave?" "Lin Yin, please offer us clarity, so we can be prepared." Wang Laoda's condition had worsened again, plunging him into unconsciousness. That in the last moments before his coma, he had instructed them to unconditionally follow Lin Yan's orders, declaring that if anything were to happen to him, Lin Yan would become his successor. Had it been the former Lin Yan, this group of individuals from the underworld would have certainly resisted. However, now Lin Yan had transformed into a superhuman, immensely powerful. Even together, they might not be able to overpower him. Thus they harbored no objections to Wang Laoda's command. Leaving was undoubtedly necessary, as it was the task entrusted to them by Wang Laoda before he fell unconscious. Lin Yin gazed out the window at the soldiers transporting corpses, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. "However, given the situation within Xinjing, it seems exceedingly difficult for us to make our escape. Indeed, while it is manageable to remain in this room, should we venture outside, who knows how many bullets we might endure." The group leaned towards the window, observing the armed soldiers below, shaking their heads in trepidation. They were already fearful of the police. Encountering these soldiers was an entirely different matter, Had they not just witnessed the merciless suppression of the protesting crowd, in contrast to the fear displayed by others? Lin Yin observed the soldiers, cloaked in their protective gear, with a different glimmer in his eyes. You all remain here on standby. I shall venture out alone to take a look. After pondering for a brief moment, Lin Yin addressed the group. Alone? The others were taken aback by his declaration. Yes, alone. Lin Yin affirmed with a nod that I am a smaller target, less likely to be noticed, and as you can see, I am no longer the Lin Yin of the past. Lin Yin clenched his fist, exuding confidence. The others exchanged glances, but soon nodded in agreement. Take this. If anything arises, notify us immediately. One individual retrieved a satellite phone from a drawer and handed it to Lin Yin. You possess this? Lin Yin expressed surprise that IT belonged to Wang Laoda when he came to Xinjing. He was always prepared for any situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin fell silent, then earnestly nodded at the group before departing. Exiting the room, Lin Yin glanced at the surveillance cameras lining the hallway. Paying them no mind, he casually entered the restroom. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, two men clad in black suits and sunglasses were monitoring the feeds. Upon seeing Lin Yin leave the room, their expressions turned serious. However, upon noticing his direction towards the restroom, they relaxed. Yet as time passed, one of them began to sense something amiss. It has been over 20 minutes since Lin Yin entered the restroom, and he is yet to emerge. Calm down. He might just be taking a long break. This building is filled with surveillance cameras. I doubt he can escape. The other black-clad man dismissed the concern that we cannot be careless. The young master will personally inquire about Lin Yan's whereabouts. You remain here and keep watch. I will check the restroom. Fine, go ahead. I will stay here and monitor. The other man nodded, reclining in his chair, but he did not believe that Lin Yan could concoct any clever tricks. As since Lin Yan's arrival in Xinjing, he had never been out of their sight. Over time, they had come to know him all too well. To put it kindly, he was a passionate youth. To speak bluntly, he was an arrogant little brat. The black-clad man exited the surveillance room and headed towards the restroom. The one remaining continued to scrutinize the screens, watching his colleague enter the restroom. Inside the restroom, the black-clad man glanced at the sink, but found no one there. He stepped inside, still seeing no sign of Lin Yin. Furrowing his brow, he began to check each stall. However, after searching diligently, he still could not locate Lin Yin. This is bad. The black-clad man hastily reached for his walkie-talkie. Are you looking for me? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. The black-clad man, trained as a scout, reacted instinctively, swinging his fist backward without hesitation. But, with disbelief in his eyes, he found Lin Yin standing behind him, effortlessly catching his fist, as Lin Yin tightened his grip. Ah! The black-clad man screamed in agony. That I told you, upon arriving in Xinjing, no matter where I hide, the authorities will eventually find me. Now it seems the mystery is solved. You Jiang family hounds have been tailing me all along. Lin Yan's gaze was icy as he regarded the black-clad man. Lin Yin, you dare oppose the family. You will meet a grim fate. Though unsure why Lin Yin had suddenly grown so powerful, the black-clad man still sneered at him. That's so. Whether I meet a grim fate remains to be seen, but you can die first, without waiting for the terror to register on the man's face. Lin Yin seized him by the neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. With his limbs dangling, the black-clad man struggled to scream, but no sound emerged. The next moment, a sharp crack echoed. The black-clad man's neck was snapped. After completing this grim deed, Lin Yin surveyed the lifeless body of the black-clad man, his hand trembling. He had taken a life. Yet he felt no regret, for these individuals were determined to bring about his demise. It was imperative to eliminate him. Calming his tumultuous emotions, Lin Yin promptly dragged the corpse of the black-clad man to the last cubicle, securing the door with utmost precision. After a brief interval, Lin Yin leapt from the cubicle, now adorned in the attire and sunglasses of a bodyguard. Casting a glance at the lock on the cubicle door, marked by the presence of someone inside, he turned and proceeded towards the exit. Upon exiting the restroom, Lin Yin noticed the surveillance camera and deliberately nodded in acknowledgement. The black-clad bodyguard within the surveillance room, observing this, merely smiled, harboring no suspicions. It appeared that the young man truly had been engaged in a rather prolonged session in the restroom. Likely due to constipation, he chuckled. Having evaded the cameras, Lin Yin swiftly made his way downstairs. At the ground level, soldiers stood guard. Observing this, Lin Yin adjusted his sunglasses and produced his pass from his pocket. The soldier, upon inspecting the pass, permitted him to proceed. As he stepped out of the hotel, Lin Yin exhaled a slight sigh of relief that he surveyed the street, which was largely deserted save for a few government officials and military personnel, realizing that the time for complete relaxation had not yet arrived. Half an hour after Lin Yan's departure from the hotel, within the surveillance room, the remaining black-clad bodyguard, noticing the absence of his colleague, felt a wave of suspicion arise in his mind. He attempted to call, but there was no answer. Where could that fellow have gone? He began to review the surveillance footage from other floors and soon spotted Lin Yin leaving the hotel unimpeded. At that moment, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Their mission was to keep a vigilant watch over Lin Yin, and without orders from above, they were not permitted to vacate their post. Moreover, if there were indeed orders, why had he not received them? He hurriedly attempted to make several more calls, yet still no one answered. Even resorting to his walkie-talkie yielded no response. Furthermore, half an hour had passed, and Lin Yan's figure had yet to re-emerge from the restroom. In that instant, the black-clad man understood that something was amiss. With that thought, he quickly summoned a few others and rushed toward the restroom. They hastily checked each cubicle in succession. Is anyone in there? Goodness, can you be gentler? You're shaking the very foundation. Bang! Before the man squatting could finish his sentence, the door to the cubicle before him was forcefully yanked open. Upon seeing the group of individuals who were clearly not a benign presence, the man squatting suddenly felt his words falter. You feel free. The black-clad men wrinkled their noses in disdain, then proceeded to knock on the next cubicle, but we found it. Just then, a voice emanated from the last cubicle. The black-clad man hurried over, only to find a naked man staring wide-eyed while seated on the toilet. The sight sent a shiver through the black-clad man, who quickly shook the naked man's body. He woo, wake up, but he remained frozen in place, sorrowfully brushing his fingers over He Woo's wide-open eyes. The black-clad man's rage erupted forth. Lin Yin. Chapter 29. The mutual admiration of two protagonists. Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence, in the office, a black-clad bodyguard hurriedly approached the door of Jiang Chen's office and knocked. Come in. A cool, indifferent voice responded from within. The bodyguard straightened his collar and bowed slightly as he entered. Young master, what is it? Jiang Chen's gaze remained fixed on the mountain of documents strewn across his desk, his pen never ceasing its motion. Behind him, Wu Yi stood with hands clasped before him, perfectly poised, resembling a statue. Young master, there has been an incident with the surveillance on Lin Yin. Lin Yin killed a brother and escaped the hotel, and now he is untraceable. As the black-clad bodyguard spoke, he bent lower in deference. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's pen hesitated momentarily, but resumed its task the next instant. That little fellow, capable of killing a retired reconnaissance soldier. Indeed, we too find it perplexing. Logically, given Lin Yan's physical capabilities, he would struggle against even a rookie soldier. Yet, our autopsy revealed that aside from a fracture in the soldier's finger, there were also clear signs of strangulation on his throat, indicating that the soldier had exhibited no resistance whatsoever, as if he had been completely overpowered. The black-clad bodyguard explained that, overpowered. Jiang Chen's interest peaked at this revelation. Wu Yi, how much of your strength would be required to eliminate a retired reconnaissance soldier? Wu Yi inclined slightly, responding, 30%. In other words, Lin Yin has suddenly acquired at least 30% of your strength. Wu Yi. Jiang Chen picked up a teacup from the table, smiling as he spoke. Young master, shall I take action? Wu Ye's gem-like eyes flickered with intensity. No need. Regardless of how Lin Yin came to possess such strength, it is evident that his intellect has not risen alongside it. Jiang Chun sipped his tea, then turned his gaze to the black-clad bodyguard. Do not concern yourself with Lin Yin. Instead, dispatch more personnel to closely monitor Wang Suoqing and his associates. This matter should be manageable. Yes, rest assured, I shall fulfill the task. Should there be any oversight, I shall present my head. Under Jiang Chen's indifferent gaze, beads of sweat began to form on the forehead of the black-clad bodyguard. Very well, you may go. Yes, young master. With that, the black-clad bodyguard quickly exited. Once he left, the office fell silent once more. I didn't permit you to leave. Do you have nothing to say? Jiang Chen turned his chair to face Wu Yi, smiling. I am merely a maid, bound to follow your orders. Young master, Wu Yi replied in a calm tone, resembling that of a robot. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head, unsurprised by Wu Ye's response. As he had long been familiar with her character. "Come here." Jiang Chen commanded. At his words, Wu Yi stepped forward, and in the next moment, Jiang Chen grasped her delicate hand gently, that Wu Yi found herself enveloped in Jiang Chen's embrace. In such a moment, even the typically aloof Wu Yi could not help but display a hint of blush upon her stunning visage. Nestled in Jiang Chen's arms, she subtly leaned closer to him. "What of that fellow named Luo Yi? How proficient is he?" Jiang Chen's lips brushed against Wu Ye's ear as he spoke softly. "Approximately 2/10 of my strength," feeling the warmth of Jiang Chen's breath against her. Wu Yi bit her lip, striving to maintain her composure as she replied. "Then let him pursue Lin Yin." Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. "Allow him to go? Indeed, I am quite curious to see what sparks will fly when he encounters Lin Yin." "Understood." Wu Yi nodded, then swiftly extricated herself from Jiang Chen's embrace and exited the office. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, unperturbed. However, just as he was about to resume his work, the office door slowly creaked open, and a timid young maid stepped inside. The newcomer, Heir, though slightly different in appearance from Wu Yi, was undeniably a beauty in her own right. She gazed at Jiang Chen with charming eyes. "Young master, the master instructed me to serve you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled lightly and set down the pen he had just picked up. "Time until the apocalypse descends. 89 hours, 56 minutes. And 34 seconds, 30 seconds, 20 seconds, state news. None, Shenzhen is offline." In the old district of Shenzhen City, amidst the sound of hurried footsteps, a figure adeptly scaled a wall exceeding 4 meters in height. Hot on his heels, a team of soldiers clad in protective gear and gas masks followed closely. Yet upon encountering the daunting 4-meter wall, their progress halted. "Captain, are we not pursuing?" one soldier inquired from behind. "Pursue? How can we pursue? By the time you scale this wall, he will have vanished from sight." The leading soldier replied in a flat tone. "Change course. This city is rife with our personnel that I refuse to believe he can escape our grasp." Upon finishing his words, the squad of soldiers immediately turned around and circumvented the wall. At that moment, Lin Yin, hidden around the corner behind the wall, heard the footsteps gradually receding, that he exhaled a deep, heavy breath and then sank down to rest against the wall for a brief moment. After leaving the hotel, it did not take long for his assumed identity to be discovered. Moreover, the city of Shenzhen was rife with surveillance. There was simply no way for him to hide in the urban area, forcing him to retreat to the older district where the monitoring was less stringent. After several days of intense evasion, even with his current physical condition, he found himself utterly fatigued. Most importantly, it had been quite a while since he had supplemented his food intake after leaving the hotel. Initially, he had considered seeking sustenance from a random resident's home. But upon witnessing the immediate reaction of the homeowner calling the police upon seeing his face, he realized that he would have to rely solely on himself, that he needed to find something to eat. Rising to his feet, Lin Yin surveyed his surroundings. Soon, a tightly shut grocery store came into view. Rubbing his growling stomach, he gritted his teeth. This was no time for hesitation. It was an urgent matter of survival. He decided to satiate his hunger first, and he still had a little money left. At worst, he could leave the cash behind after eating. Without further ado, Lin Yin dashed over, first glancing at the closed roll-up door before scanning the area. Not spotting anyone, he gripped the roll-up door with both hands and pulled it up forcefully. Clang! Accompanied by a clear sound, the lock on the roll-up door snapped. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yin quickly squeezed through the gap that was just wide enough for him, shutting the roll-up door behind him. Meanwhile, on the street just a short distance away, 4 men in black noticed the sound of Lin Yin opening the roll-up door. Lin Yin has disappeared around here. That noise must have been caused by him. Let's check it out, the leader of the black-clad men said in a low voice. Understood. 2 of the black-clad men nodded in agreement. The last of the group, however, did not share the same eagerness as the other 3. A barely perceptible look of reluctance lingered in his eyes. This individual was Luo. He was not affiliated with the Jiang family, but had accompanied in Xijin from Tianfu. Due to various external and personal reasons, he harbored no fondness for the Jiang family and even felt a strong disdain for them. However, now that Xijin was associated with the Deng family, which had become closely entwined with the Jiang family, he had no choice but to comply with their orders, whether he liked it or not. Before long, the 4 men reached the vicinity of Lin Yin's grocery store. They all drew their handguns, approaching with extreme caution. Watching this from behind, Luo Yi lowered his gaze slightly, observing a stone at his feet, but he noted that the other three were fixated on the roll-up door. With a swift motion, he kicked the stone, sending it flying like a bullet towards a rat scurrying out of a nearby alley. Squeak! The timing was perfect. The stone did not kill the rat, but startled it into emitting a sharp cry. This sudden sound caused the expressions of the other three men in black to shift slightly. Inside the store, Lin Yin, who was ravenously consuming his food, also heard the rat's cry, causing him to halt his movements and become alert. His body, having undergone enhancement, not only possessed increased strength, but also heightened sensory perception. His hearing was several times more acute than that of an average person. He cautiously shifted his feet and edged closer to the back of the roll-up door. Crouching down to peer through the small gaps. Outside, 4 pairs of leather shoes came into view. Lin Yan's eyes turned cold. These men were truly relentless. The 3 black-clad men realized Lin Yan was now vigilant. They exchanged glances and turned to Luo Yi, who nodded impassively, raising their guns toward the roll-up door. Fire. The moment the command was given, bang, 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 the 3 handguns unleashed a torrent of bullets, their firepower rivaling that of rifles, relentlessly pouring into the roll-up door. The cacophony of gunfire sent civilians on the upper floors into a state of panic, frantically covering their heads and trembling in fear. Soon, after depleting a magazine, the 3 men swiftly ejected their spent cartridges and reloaded their weapons. Approaching the roll-up door, it was now riddled with bullet holes. One of them held the roll-up door, while the other 2 aimed their guns inside. With a swift motion, the roll-up door was flung open. The 2 men dashed inside, only to find the interior was littered with the remnants of various food items, utterly devoid of Lin Yan's presence. The 3 exchanged furrowed brows. Just then, as Luo Yi followed them in, his gaze fell upon the shelves ahead, and he subtly shifted closer to the entrance. Before the 3 could react, a shelf towering over 2 meters and spanning 4 meters was suddenly lifted. Seeing this, the 3 men's expressions changed. Before they could raise their guns to shoot, the shelf came crashing down upon them. Boom! The 3 were instantly sent flying. Meanwhile, Luo Yi had anticipated this and remained outside, avoiding the chaos. Seizing the opportunity while the 3 were pinned beneath the shelf, Lin Yin darted swiftly toward the exit. As he fled, he caught a glimpse of Luo Yi, who was positioned at the door, his gun aimed downward. Luo Yi met Lin Yan's gaze, observing his eyes, which bore untold stories that in that moment. An inexplicable feeling arose within both men, a sense of mutual affinity that seemed to transcend the circumstances. Luo Yi, what are you doing? Shoot! The black-clad man trapped beneath the shelf shouted in frustration. This. Luo Yi merely cast a faint glance at them before raising his weapon, aiming it at Lin Yan's back. Lin Yan's back was entirely exposed to Luo Yi's gun. Seeing Luo Yi point the gun at him, Lin Yin gritted his teeth. Bang! Upon hearing the gunshot, Lin Yin nearly stumbled, convinced he had been hit. But bang! A spark flew past his feet, but a miss. How could someone miss from such close range? However, there was no time for contemplation. Lin Yin took the opportunity to slip into the alley, vanishing from sight. Behind him, Luo Yi was undeterred by the furious shouts of the other 3 black-clad men. Then I'll chase him down. He surged ahead, hastily pursuing Lin Yin's retreating figure. Ahead, Lin Yin was swiftly navigating the alleyways, while Luo Yi doggedly followed behind. The 2 engaged in a relentless game of cat and mouse, with Luo Yi's agility leaving Lin Yin astonished. Even the most well-trained military units would struggle to shake off Lin Yin in these narrow passages. Yet Luo Yi was closely tailing him. The walls, towering 4 to 5 meters high to the average person, posed no obstacle to Luo Yi. Lin Yin furrowed his brow. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Luo Yi, observing Lin Yan's prowess, felt a surge of astonishment, but he had trained in martial arts on the mountain since childhood, confident in his skills being among the best in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, here was Lin Yin, so young, with abilities that were by no means inferior to his own. This was, to Luo Yi, utterly inconceivable. Lin Yin, you cannot escape. Surrender now, and you may yet find mercy. You Jiang family lackeys. If I fall into your hands, I shall have no chance at life, Lin Yin retorted coldly. Hearing Lin Yin refer to him as a lackey of the Jiang family ignited Luo Yi's fury. He was already deeply resentful of the Jiang family. Who are you calling a Jiang family lackey? Isn't it you? Aiding the Jiang family in their oppressive deeds, committing countless atrocities. What oppression! I have done no such thing. Besides, I am not one of them. I hail from the Deng family of Tianfu, Luo Yi exclaimed. The Deng family of Tianfu? Lin Yin paused, recognizing that this person seemed to harbor no fondness for the Jiang family either. Then why are you helping them capture me? I do not wish to, but I must obey orders. Luo Yi sighed deeply at these words. Lin Yan's expression hardened once more. You still claim not to be a Jiang family lackey? You protest unwillingly, yet your actions betray your compliance. You. Hearing Lin Yan repeatedly refer to him as a Jiang family lackey inflamed Luo Yi's anger. He closed the distance to Lin Yan in a few quick strides and threw a punch at him. Startled by Luo Yi's sudden pursuit, Lin Yan felt a rush of alarm, but did not falter. He formed his fingers into a palm to block Luo Yi's punch. Both men felt the force of their blows and were taken aback. To think you possess some skill. Luo Yi, intrigued, retracted his fist and aimed a kick at Lin Yan. Seeing this, Lin Yan furrowed his brows. He crossed his arms in front of him, bracing against Luo Yi's flurry of kicks. Although his enhanced physique granted him immense strength, he was lacking in combat experience compared to Luo Yi, whose fighting techniques compensated for his relative lack of raw power. You certainly possess some skills. Far surpassing those mere lapdogs of the Jiang family, Lin Yan stated coldly. Upon hearing Lin Yan refer to him as another dog of the Jiang family, Luo Yi's expression darkened once more, and he leapt forward, delivering a swift kick aimed at Lin Yan. Lin Yan hastily attempted to block the attack, but was still sent staggering back several steps. What's the matter? Are you only capable of taking hits without daring to retaliate? Luo Yi sneered at these words. Lin Yan's expression hardened, his fists clenched tightly. Noticing this, a glimmer of battle intent flickered in Luo Yi's eyes. However, at that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Yan's face shifted, and he instinctively turned to flee, only to find 5 armed soldiers blocking his path. Simultaneously, 3 black-clad bodyguards also surged forward, brandishing their guns, aiming directly at Lin Yan. Is this your plan? Lin Yan glared at Luo Yi, his eyes filled with a fierce expression of betrayal. Luo Yi, taken aback, appeared utterly bewildered. He had no inkling of this turn of events. Luo Yi, you've done well. Once we capture Lin Yan, the young master will undoubtedly reward you, one of the black-clad men remarked, patting Luo Yi's shoulder with a grin. Hearing this, Lin Yan's gaze towards Luo Yi grew even more furious. While Luo Yi's complexion paled, he yearned to shout, I didn't, but the current situation rendered him speechless. Lin Yan, surrender immediately. Otherwise, today shall mark your demise. The black-clad man declared coldly. Surrender? Huh? You filthy dogs. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. Lin Yan retorted, rage transforming his laughter into a battle stance. Ready to fight with all his might. Oh, you prefer to die standing? Then I shall grant you that wish. The black-clad man raised his gun, aiming at Lin Yan, while the soldiers behind him did the same. In that moment, the air around Lin Yan thickened with the scent of impending death, that he realized that this time, escape was futile. Wang Laoda, I am sorry. I must once again betray your expectations. With those thoughts, Lin Yan came to terms with his fate, charging forward. Even in death, he intended to take a few of them down with him. How foolish! The black-clad man scoffed, ready to pull the trigger. But in that instant, Luo Yi unexpectedly turned around, snatching the gun from the man's grasp. Lin Yan, get down! Upon hearing this command, Lin Yan hesitated momentarily, yet instinctively dropped to the ground as the words left Luo Yi's lips. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! A series of deafening gunshots erupted, yet Lin Yan felt no pain in his body. He lifted his head in a daze, only to witness the 5 soldiers blocking his path tremble before collapsing to the ground, each with a crimson bullet hole in their foreheads. What? Luo Yi, do you realize what you've done? At that moment, a furious voice echoed from behind. Lin Yan swiftly turned to look and saw that Luo Yi had somehow managed to seize the guns from the 3 men, aiming them at the fallen soldiers. It became evident that the bullet holes in the soldiers' heads were the result of Luo Yi's actions. Lin Yin was stunned. Had Luo Yi truly saved him? Simultaneously, Luo Yi stood in shock himself, staring at the lifeless bodies, uncertain of what thoughts raced through his mind. All he comprehended was that he had caused a catastrophe. Luo Yi, you traitor, die! The three black-clad men, witnessing this scene, though disarmed, swiftly drew knives from their pockets, lunging angrily towards Luo Yi's throat. Upon seeing this, Lin Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at the fallen soldiers, sprinting toward them to retrieve their rifles. Luo Yi, get down! Once again, the same words echoed, and Luo Yi complied without hesitation. As he crouched down, Lin Yin pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 with a barrage of gunfire. The three black-clad men widened their eyes in horror, gazing at Lin Yin, who stood there, breathing heavily with blood spilling from his mouth. The family will not spare you. With that, they collapsed, blood staining the alleyway. At that moment, Luo Yi watched in disbelief, clutching his hair, his eyes filled with confusion. What had he done? What had he truly done? Lin Yin approached, sighing deeply. You should leave. I will remain here, Luo Yi, in a daze, responded. If I stay here, I will die. I know, but I must stay. If the young lady discovers what I've done, she will be disappointed. I have let her down. Luo Yi lamented, tears streaming down his face. Seeing this, Lin Yan's brow furrowed even deeper as he stepped in front of Luo Yi. The next moment, a resounding slap stunned Luo Yi. Before he could gather his thoughts, Lin Yin seized him by the collar, gazing at him with righteous fury. Say, man, why are you crying? Wipe those tears away. Remember this, you may fail, you may feel despondent, but you must never cry. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Luo Yi stared blankly at him. I do not know who that young lady is, but if you truly do not wish to disappoint her, then show her a better version of yourself. What use is this weeping? Now that you have distanced yourself from the Jiang family, it is not a misfortune, but rather a blessing. After all, you wouldn't want to spend your life as their dog, would you? I'm certain that the young lady you speak of would never wish to associate with a dog. As Lin Yin looked at Luo Yi, he saw a reflection of his former self, a time when he too was nothing more than a dog. But now, he understood that being a dog would lead to nothing. Only by becoming a wolf, a howling wild wolf, could one have the right to compete for the title of King of the Wolves. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Luo Yi fell silent, contemplating deeply. He said nothing, but Lin Yin knew that this moment marked Luo Yi's awakening. Quickly, the gunfire is coming from this direction. At that moment, a sound reached Lin Yin and Luo Yi's ears. Lin Yan's expression shifted slightly, while Luo Yi understood, just as Lin Yin had said, he could no longer be a dog, not in the Deng family, nor in the Jiang family. Moreover, even if he wished to be a dog, it was no longer an option. That he could only become a wolf. Only then would he have the right to vie for the Wolf King and reclaim her. With that thought, Luo Yi took a deep breath. Meeting Lin Yan's gaze, they exchanged no words, yet through their eyes, they comprehended one another perfectly. Follow me. I know of a route nearby, a gap in their blockade. All right, Luo Yi took the lead, while Lin Yin closely followed behind him. Jiang family, office. A black-clad bodyguard knocked and entered, observing in Jin, who was giving Jiang Chen a shoulder massage. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. Young master, Luo has betrayed us. At this revelation, and Jin's movements paused momentarily, and Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, revealing no trace of surprise within them. Betrayed? That was rather swift. I had expected him to hold out a few more days. Jiang Chen remarked with a smile. Chen, and Jin approached Jiang Chen, intending to express something, but he grasped her hand, pulling her into his embrace. Jin, you need not feel guilty. His betrayal was inevitable, and it has nothing to do with you. Hearing Jiang Chen's gentle words, and Jin felt a wave of emotion swell within her. She remembered Luo Yi vividly. He was quite capable and had been one of her close bodyguards in Tianfu City. He had always been diligent and loyal to her. Jin was well aware of Luo Yi's feelings for her, yet she had never reciprocated, for she knew her status forbade her from forming any connections with men other than Jiang Chen. But he was the one I recommended to Chen, and Jin gently pursed her alluring red lips and spoke. Then, do you wish for me to punish you? Jiang Chen asked, gazing at the remorseful beauty in his arms with a smile. Yes, Chen, you should punish me, even if it's just with a few scolding words. It would ease my heart, and Sijin replied earnestly, nodding her head that I in response. Jiangchen chuckled lightly, then turned his attention to the bodyguard. The time for retribution has not yet arrived. Let them continue their arrogance for a little while longer. You may leave now. Yes, young master. The black-clad bodyguards withdrew, and subsequently, Jiangchen leaned closer to Sijin, whispering something into her ear. Sijin's delicate face immediately flushed a deep crimson. Despite feeling an overwhelming sense of shyness within her heart, she nodded and rose to face Jiangchen, taking a seat upon the office desk. Before long, the office resonated with a series of tender, lingering sounds. Chapter 31. A shocking secret. Time until the apocalypse descends. 48 hours, 56 minutes, and 23 seconds, 16 seconds, 10 seconds. National news. None. Time remaining until Xinjiang regains its signal. 24 hours. Yesterday, the number of newly infected with the SR virus. 234,456 individuals. Yesterday's death toll. 112,469 individuals. Cumulative infections. 2,054,566 individuals. Total deaths. 782,633 individuals. It was as if they were ensconced in a world apart. Within Xinjiang, apart from those of certain status, all residents remained oblivious to the events transpiring in the outside world during this severed connection. They yearned to learn about the conditions beyond their city. Surely, it must be better than their current plight. Otherwise, why impose a lockdown? Why restrict their access to information from the outside? Yet, if they were truly aware of the external circumstances, they would undoubtedly feel fortunate to have been born in Xinjiang. Amidst the stringent lockdown of Xinjiang, all routes leading out had been entirely barricaded. Anyone attempting to force their way in or out without a pass would face the cold steel of military firearms. We have observed all the outbound routes. Every passage is heavily guarded by troops. Attempting to break through is simply impossible. Lin Yin and Luo concealed themselves within the dense foliage of a large tree. Gazing at the multitude of soldiers, tanks, and armored vehicles stationed in the distance, enveloped in silence. Though both were adept in combat, they were only capable of handling a small number of soldiers. Now, they faced at least an entire squadron. Along with an array of heavy weaponry, the prospect of forcing their way out was utterly inconceivable. However, as the adage goes, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way. Just as Lin Yin and Luo were deep in thought. Several trucks, evidently modified for a specific purpose, approached. The vehicles bore a conspicuous biohazard symbol, accompanied by a menacing black skull and 4 glaring red characters. No entry, as these trucks rolled in. Even the soldiers in protective gear stationed nearby stepped back, clearing a path for the convoy. Seeing this, Lin Yin and Luo exchanged startled glances, but soon a spark of realization illuminated their eyes that it appeared they had found their means of escape. Luo grinned, proclaiming, "Then let's do it." Lin Yin nodded in agreement, and the two swiftly retreated, following the direction from which the modified trucks had arrived. Before long, they discovered the trucks had originated from the first affiliated hospital of Xinjiang. Observing the dozens of specialized vehicles parked in the distance, Lin Yin and Luo furrowed their brows. These trucks are from the hospital. Are they transporting hazardous viral waste? Lin Yin pondered. However, unlike the trucks they had just seen, these vehicles had empty cargo compartments. Bang, 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 as they contemplated, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from within the hospital, nearly prompting Lin Yin and Luo to flee in panic. After all, they had become jumpy over the past few days. However, upon realizing the source of the gunfire was the hospital, they quickly regained their composure. Why would there be gunfire in a hospital? Lin Yin queried, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. "That I don't know, but it certainly cannot be a good sign." Luo replied, taking a deep breath, "That we should investigate. We need to hitch a ride on those trucks." Lin Yin decisively nodded, and Luo echoed his agreement. Soon, leveraging their exceptional skills, they subdued 2 medical personnel clad in protective gear, swiftly donning their uniforms before stealthily infiltrating the premises. Unbeknownst to them, the faces of the subdued medical staff bore expressions of relief as they slipped away. Upon entering the hospital, they were immediately greeted by the pungent scent of disinfectant, which permeated even through their thick masks. Moreover, they encountered numerous medical personnel, all engrossed in their tasks, their eyes dulled by fatigue. Yet, to Lin Yin and Luo Yi's surprise, they scarcely encountered any patients within the hospital. Logically, during a pandemic, hospitals should be overflowing with the sick, yet the facility appeared eerily vacant. They exchanged glances, both sensing something was amiss. You too, 023, 045. How long have you been resting? Get back to work, stat. A sudden sharp voice startled them, causing Lin Yin and Luo Yi to exchange alarmed looks. They glanced down at their uniforms. Lin Yin sporting the number 023 and Luo Yi 045. Clearly, the voice had called for them, maintaining their composure. They approached the figure clad in similar protective gear. Here, this is your vehicle number 0868, but the other trucks are waiting for you. Hurry along, as they received the slip bearing the 4 Arabic numerals. Lin Yin and Luo Yi's pupils dilated. That I understand that this job is stressful and burdensome, but this is the only way we can protect others. Go on. The individual patted Lin Yin and Luo Yi on the shoulders, exhaling a deep sigh before turning away. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yin and Luo Yi furrowed their brows. Now that we have what we need, let's leave Xinjing at once, Luo Yi declared, taking a deep breath. Lin Yin nodded in agreement, and they made their way to the area where the specialized trucks were parked. Just as they arrived, a mechanical arm hoisted a sealed cargo container from within the hospital and attached it to one of the trucks. The sealed container resembled those on the trucks they had observed at the city exit, complete with the striking biohazard symbols, black skulls, and glaring red warnings. No entry, 023, 045. Why are you still dawdling? Get in the vehicle. Time is of the essence. We have yet to complete the majority of today's tasks. A commanding officer bellowed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin and Luo Yi silently climbed aboard the truck. Before long, the engines of the vehicles roared to life, and the convoy began its journey beyond the city limits. Luo Yi, intrigued, wondered aloud about the contents of the cargo. Whatever it is, it can't be anything good, or they wouldn't be transporting it outside the city. Lin Yin replied nonchalantly. His priority was to escape Xinjing and then devise a plan to rescue Wang Laoda and the others. True, Luo Yi remarked, glancing through the rear window at the tightly sealed cargo compartment, though curiosity gnawed at him. Now was not the time for investigation. The journey progressed smoothly, with each checkpoint yielding no resistance. The soldiers maintained their distance. And through the rearview mirror, Luo Yi noticed them spraying disinfectant on the ground after the convoy had passed. Finally, after a seamless journey, they arrived outside the city. Shall we make our escape now? Lin Yin inquired, realizing they could slip away. Not yet. With this hefty cargo, we won't be able to move quickly, Luo Yi replied, shaking his head. All right, let's wait until we deliver this before we leave. Lin Yin nodded, confident that their disguises would prevent detection. Thus, after nearly half an hour of travel, they neared their destination. However, as they approached, Lin Yin and Luo Yi's expressions morphed into shock. Luo Yi even wiped his goggles in disbelief. Before them loomed a colossal structure reminiscent of a military stronghold, surrounded by reinforced concrete and teeming with patrolling soldiers, not to mention numerous concealed heavy weaponry at strategic points. Several helicopters patrolled the skies above. Lin Yin and Luo Yi exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. Where are we? You ask me? I have no idea. I'm not a local of Xinjing, Luo Yi replied. Lin Yin shook his head. Did you not stay at the Jiang family for a few days? You don't know? I am merely a bodyguard. What could I possibly know? Suddenly, he pointed, look over there, Xinjing City, the first prison. The words appeared before Luo Yi's eyes on a dilapidated sign by the roadside. The first prison? Lin Yin surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing. What kind of monstrosity is imprisoned here that requires such a heavy military presence? Who can say, upon entering the fortress, the spectacle within was far more astonishing than the outside. 0868. It's your turn. Hurry up. While both were still absorbing the bewildering sights around them, an officer directed their vehicles forward. Lin Yin steered the truck closer. Beep, beep, beep. Stop. At the command, Lin Yin pressed the brake. Get out. Wait over there, the soldier instructed them. Lin Yin and Luo Yi exchanged glances with others in their convoy, who were also disembarking. Without hesitation, they exited the vehicle and moved to the side. Once outside, Lin Yin and Luo Yi were even more awestruck by their surroundings. This place was immense. As they looked around, it felt as if they were in a realm of steel, exuding an aura of power and coldness. Directly in front of them was a vast pit of reinforced concrete, several hundred meters in diameter. Surrounding the pit were countless heavy artillery positions, all of which pointed ominously at the bottom of the pit. Could it be that a demon is truly confined down there? Luo Yi murmured. Hearing this, Lin Yin remained silent, but he observed that the others who had arrived with them were pinching their noses, their eyes reflecting intense agitation, as if they were anticipating a horrific scene. Moreover, a few new trash bins were scattered nearby. Luo Yi, cover your nose. Lin Yin frowned and advised that, right. Luo Yi quickly followed suit. Glancing at the others, the officer gestured. The trucks that had brought them began to operate. With a series of warning sounds, the cargo compartments at the back of the vehicles were raised. To Lin Yin and Luo Yi's astonishment, the steel ground behind the trucks opened up, revealing a gaping hole at least 7 or 8 meters wide. Moments after the hole opened, an unbearable stench surged forth. In that instant, Lin Yin understood why everyone was covering their noses. The odor seemed to seep into their skin. Ugh! Someone retched audibly. Lin Yin and Luo Yi fixed their gaze on the enormous opening, the foul smell inducing profound physiological discomfort. A wave of fear washed over them, mirroring the dread evident in the eyes of those around them. Release! With the officer's command, the sealed cargo compartment opened instantly. The next second, the contents spilling from the compartment left Lin Yin and Luo Yi frozen in shock. Lin Yin, unable to contain himself, turned and vomited into a trash bin. Luo Yi and the others could hold back for only a few seconds before they too succumbed. Retching into the bins, did I end that moment? Lin Yin finally grasped the reason behind the terror etched on their faces and the presence of the trash bins. The cargo they had transported from Shunjing contained nothing but corpses. Given this revelation, the source of the horrid stench and the nature of what lay within the vast pit became painfully clear. Why were there no patients to be seen in the Shunjing hospital? Why had gunfire erupted within its walls? Why had that individual offered them comfort after providing vehicle numbers? Why did the soldiers avoid their convoy? This place was nothing less than a massive grave. Chapter 32, We Still Guarding. Lin Yin and Luo Yi could scarcely fathom that the Jiang family would dare to engage in such actions. Should this truth ever come to light, the entire Jiang family would plunge into an abyss from which it could not recover. They could not begin to imagine the uproar that would ensue if this secret were to be exposed to the outside world. The orchestrators of this horror, the Jiang family, would undoubtedly be cast into the depths of despair, forever unable to rise again. As these thoughts coursed through Lin Yan's mind, his shock gradually faded, replaced by contemplation, which soon evolved into a tangible plan. Seizing the moment while no one was watching, Lin Yin hastily retrieved his phone and captured this world-shattering scene. Lin Yin, what are you doing? Luo Yi suddenly noticed Lin Yan's actions, but soon his expression shifted to one of understanding. Lin Yin still wished to save his family in Xinjiang. He had confided this to Luo Yi. The photos and videos he was now acquiring would serve as leverage in his negotiations with the Jiang family. In turn, a bold idea began to take root in Luo Yi's mind. Though reluctant to admit it, he recognized the formidable power of the Jiang family. Toppling them in Jiangchen would be exceedingly difficult. However, if this information were to be disseminated, perhaps the national authorities would intervene. Coming to this conclusion, Luo Yi also took out his phone and began discreetly recording. This process did not last long. Soon the corpses from the trucks were being dumped into the pit. As the steel floor closed once more, the abhorrent stench was replaced by the sharp scent of disinfectant. The trucks underwent thorough disinfection as well. Lin Yin and Luo Yi silently observed, having documented everything. This would become their trump card against the Jiang family. All right, the disinfection is complete. You may drive away now, a soldier approached them and said. Lin Yin and the others moved towards the trucks. Just as Lin Yin passed by the soldier, he hesitated, glancing at the military uniform. Do you need something? The soldier asked, looking at him. Luo Yi and the others were momentarily taken aback by Lin Yan's pause. Was this truly wise? Lin Yin replied to the soldier, I have a question. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the soldier frowned at him. Luo Yi was alarmed. He could not comprehend why Lin Yin would ask such a question at this moment. This could very well expose them. Yet, to Luo Yi's surprise, the soldier sighed deeply, revealing a complex smile that he approached Lin Yin. patting him on the shoulder. You should be grateful you were born in Xinjiang, not in the outside world. What do you mean? Lin Yin asked, confused that it means we are guarding, that as he uttered the word guarding. Lin Yin perceived a glimmer in the soldier's eyes. Though faint, it shone brightly, making it difficult for him to look directly at it. All right, you should leave now. It's getting late. The soldier waved his hand. This time, Lin Yin chose not to press further. His heart was a tumult of emotions, complex and strange. As though he were engaging in something foolish. One by one, the vehicles departed the fortress. Lin Yin glanced back through the rearview mirror for one last look at the distant fortress. Lin Yin, why did you ask him that? Once outside the fortress, Luo Yi frowned and inquired that I don't know. I just felt compelled to ask, Lin Yin replied. Hearing this, Luo Yi sighed, that he found it difficult to articulate his feelings at that moment. It was all quite strange, truly very strange. However, now was not the time for such reflections. The pressing concern was to rescue Wang Laoda and the others. Luo Yi, brace yourself. Lin Yan's foot was already on the gas pedal. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi understood immediately, quickly fastening his seatbelt and gripping the handrail. Let us go. All right. As Lin Yin turned the steering wheel and floored the accelerator, their truck swiftly veered off course, disappearing into the mountain trails amidst a spray of dirt, leaving the perplexed gazes of the other vehicles behind. Witnessing this scene, the other trucks were left dumbfounded. They hurriedly grabbed their radios to call for help. But there was no response. They realized something was amiss. The two individuals in that truck had defected, escaped. Meanwhile, in Xinjiang, within 5 minutes of Lin Yin and Luo Yi's escape in a 0868 biochemical quarantine vehicle, Jiang Chun received the news that, in other words, they had already fled Xinjiang city, having meandered around the filthy pit, and then made their escape. Upon hearing the news, even Jiang Chun felt a slight twinge of surprise. Indeed, young master, we have discovered 2 corpses in a corner of the first affiliated hospital, and it has been confirmed that Lin Yin and Luo Sun had disguised themselves as subjects 023 and 045. The man in black wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke. Since Lin Yin awoke, every action he has taken has been a harbinger of misfortune for him. They are indeed worthy of their reputation. Jiang Chun, however, felt no concern about this revelation. On the contrary, he expressed admiration for the actions of Lin Yin and Luo Yi. Young master, I suggest we immediately dispatch troops to conduct a thorough search of the mountain forest where they are hiding. They surely haven't gone far. Jiang Chun shook his head, rising to take a cup of tea and moving to the floor-to-ceiling window, his demeanor calm and composed. The mountain forest where Lin Yin and Luo Yi were located spanned several hundred square kilometers. With their skill, even an army of 100,000 might struggle to find them. With merely 30 hours remaining until the apocalypse descends, it is time to give orders to apprehend Wang Suoqing and his associates. And furthermore, to activate the network in the capital. Let the people within the city of Xinjiang witness the world outside, which they have longed for and hoped to see, now transformed into what it truly is. Understood, young master. Chapter 33. The Final Sanctuary, Xinjiang. In Xinjiang, citizens stared at the repetitive information on their televisions. They had long grown weary of the broadcasts. Yet, just then, the unchanging image on their screens suddenly quivered as if the signal receiver had detected a new realm. Gradually, someone pressed the next channel button on the remote. Others instinctively opened their phones. Some, after countless attempts, once more clicked on their computer browsers. In the next moment, it was no longer a signal disconnected, but rather an overwhelming flood of news from the outside world. The citizens began to stare blankly, their previously numb expressions slowly transforming into animated ones. The signal has been restored. The signal has been restored. My God, I must contact my country's embassy. I want to go home. At that moment, cheers erupted throughout the city of Xinjiang. But soon, as news from all corners of the globe began to reappear before their eyes, their cheers began to wane, ultimately descending into a silence even more profound than during the lockdown. Emergency news from the national government. Latest testing data. The global SR virus has now evolved to its 45th generation. Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. A reporter stationed in New York reports that yesterday, the number of new SR virus infections in the United States reached 50 million. The cumulative total of infected individuals has surpassed 100 million. The death toll has exceeded 20 million. Here is a report from New Delhi. The SR virus has completely erupted in India. According to incomplete statistics, over 300 million people have died in India. Additionally, numerous livestock have become rabid due to the SR virus, resulting in significant casualties. The Indian government has declared a national state of emergency. This morning at 8 o'clock, the country of Squid bombed a neutral Christian hospital in the Gaza region, resulting in numerous casualties among medical personnel and children, citizens of Xinjiang. In the city of Magic, watching the news report, Suchinga's expression had become numb. It was as if this world were being tormented to its very end. Now, the SR virus ravaged the nation uncontrollably. Every city echoed with the cries of suffering from its affliction. No matter where one hides, it is futile to an urgent news break. The city of Xinjiang, which lost contact days ago, has reopened its network. According to residents within the city, several days ago, hundreds of foreign expatriates mysteriously vanished, and the officials have refused to comment. Xinjiang, Jiangchun, upon hearing this news, a flicker of hope surged in Suchinga's heart, which had been on the brink of despair. Previously, when Xinjiang abruptly announced the lockdown, even the network was shut down, and she had been unable to contact Jiangchun. Now that the network was restored, it meant she could reach him. As for the matter of killings, Suchinga chose to disregard it. After all, a few hundred lives were merely a fraction of those who succumbed to the SR virus daily in the city of Magic. Chinga, come quickly. Your father has awakened. Just as Suchinga was about to call Jiangchun, suddenly, Ning Fei's excited voice rang out from the bedroom. Hearing this, Suchinga felt that this was the second piece of good news she had received today. She dashed towards the bedroom. Cough, cough. Upon entering the room, Suchinga heard a series of weak coughs, and the one producing that sound was none other than Subai, who had been lying in bed for nearly a week. At that moment, Subai had propped himself up, leaning against the headboard. Although his complexion was still somewhat pale, the fact that he had regained consciousness was already a significant relief. During Subai's unconsciousness, Suchinga had been terrified that her father might, like the infected outside, suddenly lose his heartbeat. But evidently, Subai was fortunate. Father. Suchinga could not help but rush over and embrace her father tightly, while Ning Fei also could not hold back, embracing Subai as well. Looking at his wife and daughter, tears streamed down Subai's face uncontrollably. Having traversed the gates of death, his love for his dearest kin had deepened immensely. It's all right, I have awakened now, didn't I? Subai gently patted the trembling shoulders of his wife and daughter, a weak smile gracing his face. Thank goodness for Jiangchun. If it weren't for that young man, you would truly. Ning Fei lifted her head, wiped away her tears, and said with a smile. Jiangchun, at those words, Subai froze. Father, the SR virus within you has been eradicated. It was Jiangchun who provided me with 3 virus inhibitors. Otherwise, you would have been in grave danger, that Suchinga stated earnestly. Virus inhibitors? The Jiang family has developed virus inhibitors. If that is the case, then has the SR virus pandemic been brought under control? Upon hearing this news, Subai looked at his wife and daughter in astonishment. But Suchinga and Ning Fei both shook their heads. Suchinga handed her phone to Subai, who examined the news reports on the screen, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a long sigh. The virus inhibitors developed by the Jiang family can only suppress the SR virus up to the 15th generation, yet the SR virus currently sweeping the globe has mutated to over 40 generations. It has become utterly uncontrollable, Suchinga explained. Then are we still unable to escape this SR virus? Subai spoke, his tone laden with complexity. At his words, both Suchinga and Ning Fei fell silent. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock sounded at the door. It must be Professor Wang. I'll go open the door. Ning Fei stood up and hurried to the entrance. Soon Professor Wang entered with a medical kit, and upon seeing that Subai had awakened, a look of surprise filled his eyes. Yet this expression of astonishment was tinged with concern. The SSR inhibitor from Xinjiang has indeed shown effectiveness, but it is ineffective against the current SR virus. Professor Wang, is there truly no way? Subai gazed at this esteemed virologist from the City of Magic, speaking with reluctance. In response, Professor Wang shook his head. The SR virus is unlike any other virus that has previously emerged in the world. Its existence seems tailored to target various life forms on Earth. Logically speaking, as a virus, it should have some degree of contamination. However, the SR virus is different. It does not infect water sources, soil, or plants. It solely wreaks havoc on humans, animals, and even insects. Hearing Professor Wong's words, Su-bai understood that humanity was indeed powerless against the SR virus. Mayor Su, given the current situation, remaining in the City of Magic is no longer safe. We must leave. Professor Wong packed away the medical kit and stated, Professor Wong is leaving? Yes, given the circumstances in the City of Magic, within a week at most, everyone will be infected. This city can no longer be inhabited, Professor Wong declared. But the entire nation, indeed the whole world, is in this state. If we leave, where can we go? Su-bai sighed at Atia's words. Professor Wong fell silent. Indeed, in such circumstances, where could one possibly escape to? With the speed of SR virus transmission, unless one hides in an uninhabited primordial forest, any other location would be futile. Xinjiang. We can go to the central province. To Xinjiang. At that moment, Su Qingga suddenly exclaimed. Hearing this, both Su-bai and Professor Wong turned to look at her. Xinjiang. While the situation may be somewhat better, it cannot completely ward off the SR virus. Moreover, Xinjiang is under lockdown and does not accept outsiders. Most importantly, the situation over in Xinjiang remains somewhat ambiguous. Just 3 days ago, there was a massacre of many individuals. Professor Wong hesitantly remarked, This does not indicate anything, that Su Qingga replied in a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing her words, Su-bai cast a deep glance at his daughter, yet he remained silent. But Xinjiang is under lockdown. We cannot get through, Professor Wong reiterated. And no matter, I possess this. Su Qingga produced a small iron plate given to her by Jiang Chen. As they beheld the character Jiang inscribed on it, Su-bai and the others were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Chen informed me that as long as I possess this iron plate, going to Xinjiang will pose no problem. Hearing Su Qingga's assertion, Professor Wong felt a flicker of hope. Qingga, you should first call young Master Jiang. That Su-bai took a deep breath, speaking calmly. Yes, it's prudent to confirm this with a phone call. Professor Wong nodded in agreement. Otherwise, any mistakes could lead to trouble. Without hesitation, Su Qingga dialed Jiang Chen's number. Beep, beep. Hello, this is the office of the Apocalypse Unified Command in Xinjiang. May I ask who is calling? The Apocalypse Unified Command? At this revelation, Su-bai, Professor Wong, Ning Fei, and Su Qingga all felt their pupils constrict. Just as Su Qingga was momentarily stunned, Su-bai quickly tapped her shoulder to bring her back to her senses. I am Su Qingga, and I wish to speak with young Master Jiang. As Su Qingga could feel her heart racing. Da-da. Miss Su, are you preparing to come to Xinjiang? You know, Su Qingga was taken aback. Indeed, young Master Jiang mentioned beforehand that if Miss Su decided to come to Xinjiang, I would send you an address. Just bring the identity plate given by young Master Jiang, and someone will assist you in reaching Xinjiang. Is that so? By the way, I have a few additional companions, including Professor Wong from Modu, who specializes in virus research and I believe can be of assistance to Xinjiang. Seeing the pleading look from Professor Wong, Su Qingga continued, Is it Professor Wong Qingda from the Modu Virus Clinical Laboratory? Exactly. That is him. Su Qingga nodded eagerly, while Professor Wong anxiously awaited the response from the other end. Well, if Professor Wong wishes to come to Xinjiang, that is certainly acceptable. However, I advise that Professor Wong brings your entire team along. All right. I am certain they will agree. Upon hearing this, Professor Wong felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, Miss Su, I suggest that once you hang up, you head straight to the designated location for Xinjiang. After all, time is of the essence that if you delay any further, even we cannot guarantee your safe arrival in Xinjiang. Understood. We will set off immediately, Su Qingga affirmed. After uttering this, a question that had been lingering in her mind slipped out. By the way, may I ask what the term apocalypse in your unified command signifies? Miss Su, it is quite literally as it sounds. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. In response to this final statement, Su Qingga and the others were rendered speechless. Regardless of what may transpire, we must first head to Xinjiang. If what they say is true, then surely Xinjiang has already made preparations. Su-bai sighed heavily, redirecting the group's attention to in agreement. Su Qingga and the others nodded. Once we arrive in Xinjiang, all will be revealed. The group wasted no time in their preparations. Professor Wong and the others acted even more swiftly, for this was not a mere excursion, but a desperate escape. As they journeyed, Su-bai observed the congested throngs of people fleeing. His expression a mix of complexity. Although he had lost his position as the mayor of Modu during his unconsciousness, memories of his years serving in that role flooded back. if not for the insurmountable odds against the SR virus. And if not for his daughter and wife, even in death, he would have undoubtedly perished in Modu. You have already done enough for her. Ning Fei, noticing Su Bai's gaze, gently grasped his hand and spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Bai released a deep sigh. Indeed, I have given a life's worth of dedication to this city. I have done enough. With that thought, he withdrew his gaze from the chaotic streets outside the window, redirecting it to his wife and daughter. That it is time I spent with them. Following the coordinates provided by Jiang's associates, Su Qingge and her companions swiftly arrived at a private airport. Is it really here? Su Bai observed the private airport with astonishment. Has father been here? Su Qingge inquired curiously. Yes, this place was previously owned by an unknown foreign tycoon. It seems the enigmatic wealthy individual is indeed connected to the Jiang family. Su Bai affirmed. The circles in Modu are profoundly intricate. Even as the mayor, he often refrained from disturbing the waters, but as they approached the airport, a squad of armed soldiers suddenly surrounded them, faced with the ominous black muzzles. The occupants of the vehicle felt trepidation. Silence. At that moment, Su Bai exhibited the commanding presence he had as the former mayor of Modu. With just those two words, the occupants fell silent. This is private property. Withdraw immediately. A soldier adorned with the insignia of a colonel stepped forward, his gaze fixed coldly on the two vehicles. Su Bai turned to Su Qingge, who nodded and calmly exited the vehicle. She presented the identity plate to the colonel. Upon seeing the plate, the colonel approached to scrutinize the vehicles. After a brief inspection, he raised his hand, signaling the surrounding soldiers to lower their weapons. A collective sigh of relief swept through the vehicle. The colonel approached, his demeanor now transformed from coldness to warmth. Miss, had you arrived even a few hours later, we would have departed without you. Please, time waits for no one. We must take off immediately for Xinjiang. Thank you for your assistance, Su Qingge replied, reboarding the vehicle. As the two vehicles entered the airport, the gates were promptly sealed once more. Inside the airport, Su Qingge and her companions boarded the aircraft in succession, while behind them, two fighter jets and a military transport plane awaited. The Jiang family's influence is far greater than I had anticipated. Su Bai mused, observing the soldiers boarding in an orderly fashion outside the window. His remark garnered nods of agreement from everyone in the cabin. The more powerful the Jiang family becomes, the more it validates our decision. Su Qingge remarked with a smile. Indeed, Su Bai concurred. As the plane began to taxi, it swiftly ascended into the clouds. Su Bai gazed out at the Modu urban landscape, noting the distant plumes of black smoke rising from within the city. He slowly lowered the window's shade. Farewell, Mo Chapter 34, Countdown to the Apocalypse. 8 hours remain. The residents within the city are utterly numbed, initially believing they were living in dire straits when the network was finally restored. They felt a flicker of hope. They anticipated receiving support from citizens across the nation and even the worldwide community, expecting that the Dragon Kingdom government would pay keen attention to the unfolding events. They believed the Jiang family would soon face the consequences of their heinous actions, plunging into an irretrievable abyss. They awaited the issuance of commands from the national government, anticipating the downfall of the Jiang family in Xinjiang. However, as information from the outside world flooded their minds like a sponge soaking up water, they were left in shock. Dying early report. In the past day, there have been an additional 10 million confirmed SR cases nationwide. The death toll has surpassed 5 million cumulatively. There are 25 million deaths. Sakura News. The SR virus has spiraled completely out of control in Tokyo and its surrounding cities. Sakura Wong and the cabinet ministers have evacuated to the Izumo-class aircraft carrier. New York News. Over 100 million people from the Eastern Economic Zone are now migrating westward, many of whom carry the infection. The Western Mega Association has declared that they will not sit idly by. Anyone attempting to infect their families and livestock will be ruthlessly shot. Paris Accord report. Countless citizens are perishing, numerous patients are suffering in agony. What is our government doing? The Parisians have declared a state of anarchy. Vatican. This is a calamity, a disaster for which the Lord has shown disdain towards humanity. No one can escape. The apocalypse has already arrived, gazing at the chaotic images flickering across television screens, computers, and even smartphones. One cannot help but observe that the capitals and major cities around the world have descended into utter turmoil, ravaged and scarred. The overwhelming death toll from the rampant illness has caused a complete collapse of institutions responsible for handling the deceased. With every corpse processed, another 5 or even 10 emerge in quick succession. The flames in the crematoria, once robust, now flicker weakly under the strain that in desperation. The bodies of the deceased are hastily disposed of, discarded carelessly from hospitals to the streets, and ultimately, beside passers-by, body bags litter the landscape. Yet as people gaze upon these lifeless forms, their eyes reflect only numbness. Overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of loss, they can no longer afford to care. The streets are choked with an endless stream of vehicles. Shops along the roadside have been violently breached, and amidst the litter, crimson flames consume all in their path. Disorder, chaos, malevolence, suffering, death. These elements spread across the globe. Silence reigns in the capital city of Xinjiang that in this moment. Many have come to a realization. They suddenly find that remaining in Xinjiang might not be so bad after all. No, it is not merely tolerable. It is rather fortunate. Those who once clamored to leave the city have fallen silent. Many outsiders have even approached the government of Xinjiang, expressing their willingness to offer everything they possess in service to the city, hoping only that the authorities will allow them to remain. Yes, this is enlightenment. Meanwhile, within a hotel, Wang Suoqing's subordinates are transfixed by the information broadcasted on their devices regarding the outside world. Leaving Xinjiang, where would they go? Back to Modu. Haven't they seen the frantic exodus of its inhabitants on the news? Anyone who returns now would be a fool. By comparison, Xinjiang feels like a paradise. But do we really have to leave? Can I request to stay? Well, I think I can. This way, I can keep you company that would be rather lonely for you to remain in Xinjiang alone. No, what do you two mean? If we must suffer, we should all endure it together. Ahem. I also believe we should not leave Xinjiang at this moment, especially given the circumstances surrounding Boss Wang, which do not permit us to move. Naturally, without any opposition, those who had initially planned to depart are now completely swayed. Should we inform Lin Yan? But considering Lin Yan's current situation, perhaps we should send him a message to keep him updated on our decision. Just as one person retrieves a satellite phone to call Lin Yan, a loud bang reverberates as the previously locked door is forcefully breached. Before anyone can react, a group of soldiers files in. Their weapons trained on them, "Don't move," at the command, they immediately crouch on the floor, hands clasped behind their heads. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. We surrender. Take them away. A figure clad in black enters, glancing at them before gesturing with a hand. The soldiers escort the group out, and shortly after, several medical personnel in protective gear enter. They open the door to Wang Suoqing's room, where he lies on the bed, sustained only by a respirator. One of the medical staff retrieves a small glass vial from a medical kit containing the latest generation of SSR virus inhibitors, though it can only suppress strains up to the 25th generation. Eradicating the now mutated SR virus, which has surpassed the 50th generation, is utterly impossible. However, while complete extermination is unattainable, short-term suppression is feasible. The SSR virus inhibitor is administered into Wang Suoqing's body. Gradually, his breathing becomes stronger. After approximately half an hour, his tightly shut eyes slowly flutter open. Lin Yan, his first utterance is the name of Lin Yan. Mr. Wang, Lin Yan is not here at the moment, but you will soon have the opportunity to meet him, replies a man in black, wearing a protective mask. Upon hearing this, Wang Suoqing scans the unfamiliar faces surrounding him. Where are my men? Rest assured, Mr. Wang, your subordinates are safe. However, if something were to happen to you right now, their safety would be in jeopardy. The man in black smiles. Wang Suoqing takes a deep breath. Feeling the respirator obstructive, he tears it away and gazes at the ceiling. How much longer can I live? 8 hours, that is quite a while. A wry smile escapes Wang Suoqing's lips as he lapses into silence. Observing this, the man in black waves a hand, and several soldiers enter. Carrying a stretcher to place Wang Suoqing upon, that he does not resist, knowing that any act of defiance would be futile and could endanger the lives of his subordinates. Furthermore, he wishes to see Lin Yan. And that enigmatic man at the Jiang household, young master, Wang Suoqing and his group have been subdued. Very well, take them away. Jiang Chun, after signing the last few documents in his hand, speaks in a calm tone. Yes, sir. The bodyguards withdraw. Shortly thereafter, a female assistant knocks and enters. She bows respectfully to Jiang Chun, saying, "Young master, Miss Su and her party will land at Xinjing Airport in 20 minutes. Once they disembark, bring them to me." Jiang Chun instructs methodically, "By the way, how many infected individuals remain in Xinjing?" Jiang Chun inquires. Reporting to young master, currently, there are a total of 1.23 million infected individuals across 7 hospitals in Xinjing. Additionally, nearly 80,000 remain scattered throughout the city due to time constraints. However, we have locked down their locations, and designated personnel are guarding them. The assistant replies. Close to 130,000, indeed a staggering number. Jiang Chun raises his teacup and takes a sip. The next moment, a chilling indifference glimmers in his eyes. Issue the command to eliminate 50,000 of them. Ensure the biohazard response vehicles transport them to the disposal site within 7 hours. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, the female assistant nearly falters. 50,000. These are 50,000 lives. Although she understands the necessity of such actions, when the order is truly given, an icy dread wells up from the depths of her soul, nearly freezing her entire being. It is one thing to hear about it. Imagine the frigid heart of Jiang Chun who issues the command. "Why, yes, sir." The assistant takes a deep breath, exhaling slowly, and exits the office. Inside the office, Jiang Chun sits alone in his chair. In this moment, everything around him feels frigid, as if his own body, organs, and heart have succumbed to the cold. Only the tea in his hand seems to emit a faint warmth. Placing the teacup on the table, Jiang Chun dials a number. "Father, we can allow the military to enter the city now." "Understood." After hanging up, Jiang Chun lifts the teacup once more and strides to the floor-to-ceiling window. He takes a sip of tea, warming his lips slightly, as he gazes out at the increasingly overcast sky, his deep, enigmatic eyes reflecting a brooding portent of impending storm. Chapter 35. Reunion at the disposal site. Thunder rumbles ominously in the sky, shrouded in thick, dark clouds in a forested area. Lin Yin stares at the ominous clouds above, listening to the deafening thunder. Silence envelopes him. He remains at a loss, feeling a powerful sense of foreboding brewing within his heart. As if something monumental is about to transpire, Luo Yi approaches from behind. Without turning, Lin Yin states, "Luo Yi, just as I instructed, I will go alone. You stay outside the city. This way, we can better compel the Jiang family to hesitate." "But, given the current situation, do you truly believe they will still hesitate?" Luo Yi settles beside him. After leaving Xinjing, they have reconnected with the outside world through the internet. Not only are the citizens of Xinjing aware of the events unfolding beyond their borders, but they too have become informed. At first, they struggled to believe, thinking it all to be a fabrication. However, after driving around surrounding cities, they discovered that the reality is far grimmer than what the screens depicted. Under such dire circumstances, how could the national government and other nations, facing their own existential threats, possibly concern themselves with the affairs of Xinjing? Thus, the footage they captured, those images and videos they deemed capable of bringing down the Jiang family, hold no significance whatsoever for the Jiangs. I understand that, but do we have any other options? Lin Yin shook his head. Luo Yi gazed at Lin Yin, taking a deep breath. "Lin Yin, there is a saying, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood that we do not necessarily have to return. While the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Yet, they are my only family in this world. I absolutely cannot ignore them." Lin Yin's stance was unequivocal. Luo Yi knew he could no longer persuade Lin Yin. "Let us proceed with my plan. You stay outside while I go in alone. I despise Jiang Chun, but understand him well. As long as I go, Boss Wang and the others will be saved. Then, I will trouble you to look after them." Lin Yin looked at Luo Yi and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi fell silent. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the satellite phone in Lin Yan's arms rang. After a brief moment of contemplation, he answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Lin Yan." Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yan's eyes instantly shut. Although he anticipated such a situation would eventually arise, the reality ignited a fierce anger within him. "I warn you, if even a single hair on Boss Wang is harmed, I will do everything in my power to take a piece of flesh from your Jiang family." Lin Yan's voice was low and hoarse, filled with fury. "Mr. Lin Yan, rest assured, they are all doing quite well under our Jiang family's care. Even your boss Wang has already received the latest SSR virus inhibitor developed by us in Xinjing and is now able to walk." The voice on the other end of the line chuckled. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's gaze remained icy. What exactly do you want? Just say it plainly that if you intend to kill me, I can come to Xinjing right now. Hey, Mr. Lin Yan, you misunderstand. Your life and death are in your own hands that we merely wish to hand over Mr. Wang Su-chung and the others to you. Lin Yan, do not trust them. Luo Yi immediately interjected. At this moment, Lin Yan had fallen silent. Observing this, Luo Yi seized the satellite phone from Lin Yan's hand. Do you not think I am unaware of your intentions? You merely wish to lure Lin Yan over and then kill him. Luo Yi shouted angrily. Luo Yi, to be honest, a traitor like you has no right to converse with me. But you are fortunate, as the young master personally mentioned your name. And what if he mentioned my name? Are you planning to kill me? Luo Yi laughed heartily. Luo Yi, do not be so agitated. The young master also asked me to convey a message to you. What message? Luo Yi frowned. The young master said, if you wish to see Missen for the last time, then come to the pit of filth with Lin Yan, the military stronghold you saw yesterday. Otherwise, despicable, shameless. How could Jiang Chen do this? Missen is such a gentle person. How dare he lay a hand on her? Luo Yi roared in anger. The young master would never harm Missen well. The message has been conveyed to Mr. Lin Yan and Luo Yi. I hope you both consider this carefully. That I look forward to seeing you within the pit of filth in 8 hours. Farewell. With that, the call ended. Bang. Luo Yi slammed his fist into a nearby tree. His expression furious, his gaze icy wide. It seems we both must go now. Lin Yan stood up, looking at Luo. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's expression shifted, for he understood all too well that venturing into the pit of filth could mean never returning. But could he choose not to go? If you do not go, I will not blame you. But, Luo Yi, you should understand the principle of being a momentary hero versus living as a lifelong coward. Moreover, we may not be entirely without a chance of escaping from there, Lin Yan stated. Hearing this, Luo Yi furrowed his brow at Lin Yan. What hidden cards do you possess? My trump card is that Jiang Chen is merely immortal. Lin Yan smiled, then opened the car door and entered. Seeing this, Luo Yi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and followed him into the car. He knew that this journey was fraught with peril. Yet he understood he could not retreat. Are we heading directly to the pit of filth? No, we need to prepare a bit. After all, he has given us ample time. The countdown to the apocalypse stood at 4 hours. 23 minutes and 12 seconds, 11 seconds, 7 seconds, Xinjing International Airport. A flight from the Magic City landed smoothly on the runway. Daisu Chinga gazed out at the airport and the city, letting out a long sigh of relief. We've arrived. Everyone was now looking outside, devoid of the chaos of the Magic City, and lacking the frantic crowds rushing to the tarmac to escape. Instead, there were only soldiers fully armed, on high alert surrounding them. As the cabin door opened, Su Chinga was the first to descend the staircase, followed by Su Bai and the others in succession. The sky appeared somewhat overcast, but it mattered little, as long as they reached Xinjing. It was sufficient that this moment, even the air in Xinjing felt sweet to them. Miss Su, Mr. Su, and Madame Ning welcomed to Xinjing. The woman who came to greet them bowed slightly and smiled at Su Chinga and the others. You flatter us, Su Chinga immediately returned the gesture, for they had come from afar. Though they were called guests, they felt more like refugees. Are we going to meet the young master now? Su Chinga asked curiously. She was eager to meet Jiang Chen, with countless questions she wished to pose to him. The woman nodded. Yes, we are going to meet the young master, but it is not within the city of Xinjing. Everyone, please get in the car. Upon hearing this, Su Chinga and the others were momentarily taken aback. Not within Xinjing. However, they dared not speak further and boarded the prepared bus, heading toward the outskirts of the city. Within the urban area, aside from the numerous patrolling and station soldiers, there were hardly any civilians in sight. Everything around them appeared to be in perfect order. Sometimes, a more forceful approach is not without merit. Professor Wang remarked as he observed this scene. While this method cannot entirely eliminate the spread of the virus, it at least significantly slows its transmission. Yet, while it sounded simple, achieving such a feat was exceedingly difficult. Moreover, leaving aside whether such an order would even be executed, even if it were, the consequences would be more than any official from the Magic City could bear. Even Su Bai was no exception. Were so many soldiers merely present to maintain order? Meanwhile, Su Bai's focus was not on that. He looked at the vast number of soldiers stationed throughout the city, his eyes glinting. The number of soldiers he observed had already exceeded tens of thousands. And there were even numerous tanks, armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, and other heavy weaponry that if this were a battle, it would seem quite reasonable, Su Bai thought. However, the question remained, who was Sun Jing fighting against? Furthermore, if a battle were to ensue, why was this stronghold located within the city? Su Bai found this puzzling doubt. Of course, at that moment, no one was there to unravel his confusion. Yet he had a premonition that soon he would find out. After a brief pause at the city gate, the convoy swiftly drove outside the city. Along the way, Professor Wang and the others felt both curious and apprehensive. They were curious about where the Jiang family intended to take them and apprehensive about how they would be accommodated. As their destination drew closer, they noticed a multitude of other vehicles traveling alongside them, all of which were specially modified biohazard prevention vehicles. Just then, Su Bai's gaze sharpened. Not far ahead, a structure resembling a military stronghold made of reinforced concrete came into view. He observed the soldiers patrolling atop the stronghold, then glanced at the trucks heading into the stronghold, furrowing his brow slightly. His years in politics had imparted upon him a sense of unusual foreboding. As the vehicle they were in continued to approach, the imposing military stronghold became fully visible to everyone inside the car. The onlookers gazed at the fortress, their eyes filled with astonishment. However, before they could continue their observations, the convoy entered the stronghold, but instead of following the trucks, they took a different route. Surrounding them, the landscape shifted from rugged rocks to the oppressive atmosphere of heavy industrial steel and machinery. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the pit of filth. Please disembark. Chapter 36. Finally, reunion. The smiling demon boss Jiang Chun. The pit of filth, upon hearing that name, their hearts skipped a beat. It was certainly not a name to be taken lightly. As they alighted from the vehicle, their eyes roamed the surroundings, expressing awe. Compared to the exterior of the fortress, the interior was even more magnificent and imposing than as far as the eye could see. The walls and various pipes were constructed from steel and an array of metals, devoid of any embellishments, presenting a rugged aesthetic that evoked a strong sense of steampunk. They were filled with curiosity about the purpose of such a colossal steel edifice. "Esteemed guests, please follow me," the woman beckoned. Leading the way, that Su Chinga and the others followed her. Observing the fully armed patrolling soldiers and the industrious workers hammering away at the steel beneath their feet, as well as the mechanical arms operating with the assistance of massive gears in the distance. Their hearts began to race. Soon, under the woman's guidance, they arrived at a grand hall. "Kindly wait here for a moment. The young master will arrive shortly," she said, bowing slightly. "Thank you," Su Chinga replied in kind. As they watched her depart, curiosity compelled the group to examine their surroundings. What is this string of descending numbers recording? One wondered. "I'm not certain. It seems to be counting down to some objective," another speculated. "There's less than an hour and a half left if it's a target to be met." "We need to hasten our pace," some remarked. The workers and soldiers passing by cast curious glances at them upon overhearing their conversation. Yet they remained silent, continuing with their tasks. Meanwhile, as Su Chinga and her companions gazed at the countdown above, an unexpected weight settled in their hearts. They recalled the ominous words doomsday from their earlier call to Xinjiang. Could this countdown signify the approach of doomsday? The thought sent a chill down their spines. "It can't be, can it?" Su Bai mused, his expression turning grave. My heavens! What's loaded inside those vehicles? Suddenly, a startled exclamation came from the nearby glass wall. Everyone turned to see several researchers staring out with expressions of disbelief. Noticing this, Professor Wang and Su Bai furrowed their brows and moved closer, with the others hastily following. As they approached the glass wall and beheld the scene outside, they immediately understood the source of the researchers' shock. Outside, numerous large trucks, which they had seen on their way here, were dumping something into a dark pit. When they focused on the contents being unloaded, their faces turned pale. "Are those bodies?" Professor Wang said, stunned. Despite being a virology expert accustomed to dealing with corpses, witnessing this sight stirred a deep unease within him. Each truck likely contained hundreds of bodies, and with so many trucks, the total could easily surpass 1,000. Moreover, a line of trucks awaited their turn to unload. Professor Wang, trembling slightly, was oblivious to his own hands quivering. Subai inhaled deeply that if I'm not mistaken, these bodies belong to those who succumbed to the SR virus. Upon hearing Subai's words, Professor Wang quickly regained his composure and nodded. That seems plausible. Although Xinjiang was the first to implement measures against the SR virus and had the lowest infection rate, many lives must have been lost. Given the name of this place, the Filthy Pit, it seems Xinjiang has designated it as a disposal site for infected corpses. Having reached this conclusion, Professor Wang and the others found it somewhat easier to accept. Yet, if this was indeed a site for disposing of infected bodies, why were there so many heavy weapons positioned around the pit, all aimed at its depths? Shouldn't the pit be filled with corpses? Why direct the guns toward the bottom? Could it be that they are preventing the corpses from rising? Someone jested, casting a glance around at the numerous heavy weaponry encircling the pit at his remark. Everyone turned to him, even the nearby soldiers giving him a curious look, as if to say, could it be that you've hit the mark? The man stammered, I was merely joking. Please don't look at me like that. Corpses can't possibly come back to life. Faced with the gaze of the crowd, he was taken aback that Subai and Professor Wang fell silent. Can corpses return to life? Subai pondered. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be able to. Yet Doomsday, too, should not be able to arrive once again. They glanced at the countdown, and in that moment, both Subai and Professor Wang were filled with an overwhelming desire to see Jiang Chun. All the answers lay with him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the entrance of the military fortress. In the next instant, a biocontainment vehicle barreled in, unlike any other they had seen before, lacking a sealed cargo area for transporting infected corpses. The soldiers on guard furrowed their brows, preparing to raise their weapons, but halted when they recognized the vehicle's license plate number. 0868 IS, that Lin Yin. After finishing her retching, Su Chinga looked at the young man who leaped from the vehicle and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Chinga, do you know him? Subai asked curiously. The other one I don't recognize, but the taller one is a student from our Modi University named Lin Yin. What is he doing here in Xinjiang? Wait, could it be because of her? Su Chinga's expression grew peculiar. Meanwhile, down below, upon their arrival, Lin Yin and Luo exchanged glances with the vigilant soldiers surrounding them. Lin Yin stepped forward and called out, Jiang Chun, we're here. Where are you? A black-clad bodyguard approached, gazing at Lin Yin and Luo with indifference. Gentlemen, please refrain from causing a commotion here. The young master will arrive shortly before he could finish. Luo interrupted, Jiang Chun. You're not scared, are you? If you are, you shouldn't have summoned us here. Seeing Lin Yin and Luo dismiss him, the bodyguard's expression darkened. He prepared to admonish these two insolent youths for their audacity in this place. But in the next instant, a series of crisp applause rang out, drawing everyone's attention, including Su Chinga and the others above, as if under some enchanting spell. All eyes turned toward the source of the clapping. There, on an elevated platform, stood a man clad in a black tailcoat, tall and slender, with black hair and eyes, a handsome face graced by a gentle smile, effortlessly commanding the attention of all. Even the two extraordinarily beautiful women flanking him could not eclipse his radiance. Lin Yin glared at this man, gritting his teeth, anger burning fiercely in his gaze. It was him, the very man who had intruded upon his life a month ago, stealing away his most cherished one and shattering everything he held dear. Now, after a month, he stood before him once more, the smiling demon, Jiang Chun. Chapter 37. Helplessness Threat, Jiang Chun. Lin Yin's voice reverberated throughout the base, filled with an unmistakable resentment toward Jiang Chun. Yet, in response to Lin Yin's disrespectful behavior, Jiang Chun merely raised a finger to his lips, his captivating smile unwavering. Shh, quiet now. Lin Yin, after a month of lessons, I believe you should have matured by now. He looked at Lin Yin. His smile did not falter. Jiang Chun's words triggered a flood of memories for Lin Yin, recalling the unbearable experiences of the past month. Humiliation, rage, and resentment surged within him. If looks could kill, Jiang Chun would surely have died countless times by now. Whether I've matured or not is none of your concern. I'm here now. Where are Boss Wang and the others? Lin Yin cast a glance at the figure of Ran Miaoyin, who stood behind Jiang Chun, that he noticed that her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chun from the beginning to the end, causing a wave of searing pain to surge through his heart. Yet, despite this torment, Lin Yin managed to suppress his emotions, Drawing a deep breath, he glared at Jiang Chun and spoke in a low, stern voice. Upon hearing Lin Yan's direct approach, the smile on Jiang Chun's lips remained unchanged. "Bring him out." As soon as these words left his mouth, several men clad in black emerged, pushing a wheelchair, followed closely by 7 or 8 young individuals whose hands were bound and mouths gagged. The figure in the wheelchair was none other than Wang Suoqing. The captives, with their hands restrained and mouths silenced, bore expressions of terror. They were Wang Suoqing's subordinates, Lin Yan's family, Boss Wang. Lin Yan exclaimed, witnessing Wang Suoqing lying unconscious in the wheelchair, his eyes tightly shut. "What have you done to Boss Wang, Jiang Chun?" Rest assured, he merely became a bit agitated upon receiving certain news. "Wake him up," Jiang Chun explained with a smile, then turned his attention to the unconscious Wang Suoqing, giving orders. "Yes, young master." The medical personnel standing behind Wang Suoqing produced a syringe and, under Lin Yan's furious gaze, injected it into Wang Suoqing's neck. Soon, Wang Suoqing's tightly shut eyes began to flutter open. It was as if he had awakened from a horrific nightmare, still visibly shaken that he rasped, seemingly exerting every ounce of strength to shout, "Kill me, kill me." Witnessing this scene, Lin Yan could not help but shout, "Boss Wang." Upon hearing Lin Yan's voice, Wang Suoqing momentarily froze. The previously restless figure quieted, raising his head to look at Lin Yan. In that instant, as he recognized Lin Yan, the expression of fear that had haunted his gaunt face began to fade, replaced by a strained yet genuine smile filled with relief. "Lin Yan, Boss Wang." As he beheld the relief in Wang Suoqing's eyes, tears streamed uncontrollably down Lin Yan's face. Meanwhile, some individuals watching from above felt their eyes grow misty as well. "Boss Wang, I have come to rescue you." Lin Yan clenched his fists, wiping away his tears at the next moment. He glared at the black-clad figures blocking his path and charged forward. "Those who obstruct me shall perish." He reached a black-clad individual and, before the latter could react, seized him by the throat. With a resounding crack, the black-clad man collapsed to the ground. Lin Yan did not pause. He continued to plow through, targeting Wang Suoqing's position, barreling forward with relentless fury. Any black-clad figure that dared to impede his progress was no match for him. With a single punch, he could easily take down 3 or 4 adversaries that moment. Lin Yan resembled a superhero. "Boss Wang, I am coming." As he approached, an expression of anticipation lit up Lin Yan's face. Victory was within reach. However, just then, a shadow flickered into existence, like a wraith. Behind her, Luo Yi's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this almost imperceptible figure. "Lin Yan, be careful." But before his warning could reach Lin Yan's ears, the wraith-like figure closed in on him, her wine-red pupils fixated on Lin Yan, her gaze devoid of any warmth. The next instant, a heavy thud echoed to the astonishment of all present. Lin Yan, who had seemed invincible moments earlier, was sent flying as if struck by a silk pillow. Silence descended, the air thick with tension. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes were fixed on the cool, composed woman clad in a maid's outfit. Lin Yan crashed heavily onto the steel floor, a mouthful of blood spurting forth. He felt as if his very organs were trembling, the pain engulfing his entire being. Staring at the woman, disbelief flickered in his eyes. Since his physique had undergone a significant enhancement, this was his first encounter with such a formidable blow. "Lin Yan, are you all right?" Luo Yi rushed to Lin Yan's side, concern etched on his face. Lin Yan gritted his teeth, forcing the blood back down his throat. "I'm fine." "She is incredibly strong," gazing at Fifth Knight. Lin Yan's chest heaved with exertion. Luo Yi also regarded Fifth Knight, a flicker of dread crossing his features. Back in Tianfu, standing beside Sijin, he had felt invincible, even believing that leaving just one bodyguard by her side was sufficient. Yet upon this woman's arrival in Tianfu, his claims of invincibility were rendered null and void, like a piece of scrap paper easily torn apart. In her presence, he could hardly withstand 5 exchanges. "Luo Yi, let us attack together." Lin Yan rose, determination igniting in his eyes to his words. Luo Yi clenched his jaw but nodded in agreement. Alone, he could not defeat Fifth Knight. However, with Lin Yan by his side, victory was not out of reach. "All right." With a fierce battle cry, the two charged at Fifth Knight once more. Their cooperation, honed through shared struggles, had become seamless. Thus, when facing Fifth Knight again, they actually seemed to hold their own momentarily. Although both were under immense pressure from Fifth Knight, the fact that they could engage her and maintain a stalemate instilled a glimmer of hope within them. But just then, Jiang Qin's calm voice broke through the tension. Fifth Knight, that should suffice. The moment Jiang Qin's words fell, Lin Yin and Luo Yi's expressions shifted drastically, as if the earlier balance had been a mere illusion. The pressure emanating from Fifth Knight surged exponentially. Before Lin Yin and Luo Yi could comprehend Fifth Knight's movements, they were instantly sent flying. With a resounding crash, they slammed against the steel wall. Struggling to rise, both men were left in disbelief. Blood trickling from their corners of their mouths, they gazed incredulously at Fifth Knight. This woman, how could she be so powerful? So powerful that despair gripped their hearts. Surrounding them, others stared dumbfoundedly at Fifth Knight. At this stunning mate, it was hard to fathom that such a woman could unleash such immense combat prowess. Lin Yin, run, quickly! At that moment, Wang Suoqing, hoarse and desperate, called out to Lin Yin, Boss Wang. Lin Yan's heart ached with sorrow. Yet, he gritted his teeth and stood tall once more. Boss Wang, I will definitely rescue you all, no matter what it takes. Lin Yan's teeth clenched, crimson blood seeping from between them as he glared at Jiang Qin. Lin Yin, release Boss Wang and the others. I will remain here at your mercy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin smiled at him. Is it fair for one person to exchange for so many? What if I join him? Luo Yi interjected coldly, standing beside Lin Yin. Observing this, Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes, the smile on his lips unwavering. Lin Yin and Luo Yi slowly approached the stage. Jiang Qin, release Boss Wang and the others. We submit to your will. The black-clad figures surrounding them immediately turned wary, their sniper rifles trained on the heads of Lin Yin and Luo Yi, that a mere command from Jiang Qin could spell death for them both. However, Jiang Qin simply watched them approach without making a move. Then, he spoke a chilling line that made Lin Yin and Luo Yi's expressions darken, that if I am not mistaken, you have something strapped to your waists. Don't you? Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, the soldiers surrounding them reacted swiftly, their weapons aimed directly at Lin Yin and Luo Yi's heads. Realizing their cover had been blown, Lin Yin and Luo Yi did not hesitate to unveil their garments. Revealing tightly bound TNT explosives around their waists, stop immediately. At the sight, the surrounding soldiers gasped in shock. Young master, this place is dangerous. We must retreat. The bodyguards near Jiang Qin quickly reacted. I dare anyone to move. Lin Yin shouted furiously. Jiang Qin, if you dare turn your back, we will pull the triggers. Everyone shall perish. Upon hearing Lin Yan's declaration, the surrounding individuals glared at the two men with fury. Everyone will perish. What? You no longer wish to save your boss Wang? Jiang Qin, unfazed by the threat, chuckled and asked, Lin Yin, don't push me that I merely wish to rescue boss Wang and the others. Let us go, and we can all seek peace. Otherwise, we shall all meet our end together. I believe that you, the esteemed heir of the Jiang family, would not wish to share a grave with a fallen individual like me. Chapter 38. Are you ready to welcome the dawn of a new century? Lin Yan's hand rested on the detonator. He was gambling. He wagered that Jiang Qin would not dare to perish alongside him. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and all around, silence reigned supreme. Behind Jiang Qin, Ran Miaoying and Ensijing leaned in fear against him. Observing this, Lin Yin and Luo Yi gritted their teeth, the tension in the atmosphere seemingly on the verge of eruption. Yet at that moment, Jiang Qin could not help but chuckle. This caused Lin Yin and Luo Yi to furrow their brows, pondering the meaning behind Jiang Qin's enigmatic words. It should be about time. Upon hearing this, the soldiers around them immediately took up defensive positions, their weapons already loaded. Meanwhile, the biocontainment vehicles, which had yet to dispose of the corpses completely into the filthy pit, abruptly shut down. The personnel inside swiftly disembarked, being ushered away by the military. Upstairs, Su Qingda and Su Bai, along with others, quickly turned to gaze at the countdown timer. The numbers displayed were 567 seconds, 562 seconds, 534 seconds. Less than 10 minutes remained. At this moment, the oppressive weight in Su Qingda's heart grew heavier. What did Jiang Qin mean by about time? Lin Yin and Luo Yi, sensing something amiss, were now past the point of caring about anyone else's troubles. Lin Yin, move! Hurry! At that moment, Wang Suoqing, trembling all over, shouted at Lin Yin. His pupils were gradually turning white, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, and his muscles quivered incessantly. The fear in the eyes of his subordinates behind him intensified, as if they sensed an impending horror. "Boss Wang, what is wrong with you?" Lin Yin was startled by Wang Suoqing's sudden change. "Move, hurry." "Lin Yin, we need to go." "Young master, he can't hold on any longer." The medical personnel standing behind Wang Suoqing urgently addressed Jiang Chen. "Administer another injection," Jiang Chen replied coolly. "Understood, young master." The medical personnel quickly produced a syringe and injected Wang Suoqing once more in the neck. This temporarily suppressed the changes in his condition, but Lin Yin and Luo, he could already feel something was terribly wrong. Especially Lin Yin, who looked at Wang Suoqing, observing his eyes losing their luster. Then glanced at the bound companions behind him, who merely stared at Wang Suoqing in terror. Were they afraid of him? What on earth was happening? Remembering Wang Suoqing's earlier transformation, Lin Yin turned to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, what have you done to Boss Wang?" In response to Lin Yan's question, Jiang Chen innocently shook his head. "That don't blame everything on me, Dada, for being honest. Your boss Wang's current state is largely due to your actions." "Because of me?" Jiang Chen paused. "Indeed. Your boss Wang was infected with the SR virus precisely because he sought to rescue you. What does that have to do with the SR virus?" Lin Yin trembled. "Of course it does," Jiang Chen reaffirmed, clapping his hands. That in an instant, an image from a projector materialized before them, showcasing scenes from around the globe: Shanghai, London, New York, Tokyo, Moscow, Paris. Is this New York? Wait, this is New York?" Upstairs, a researcher who had studied in New York exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he watched the chaotic scenes unfold on the screen. The streets of New York were in utter disarray. While they had grown accustomed to chaos, the key detail was that some individuals were attacking and tearing apart those fleeing, resembling wild beasts. Blood splattered everywhere, flesh intermingling with entrails. A grotesque scene. The terrified individual on the video repeatedly exclaimed, "This isn't a movie. It's real." Just then, as he turned, the screen displayed a blood-soaked figure lunging towards him, howling in rage. The image faded to black, leaving only the echoes of screams and horrific sounds of flesh being torn apart. Such scenes were not limited to New York. Similar chaos erupted in Tokyo, London, Paris, and even Shanghai. What on earth is happening? Could those creatures be zombies? Downstairs, Lin Yin and Luo were equally shaken by the unfolding horror. Struggling to believe their eyes, Lin Yin turned to his boss Wang, who mirrored his gaze. Wang Suoqing's lips moved, and though Lin Yin could not hear him, he understood the meaning behind his words. "Before I become a zombie. Kill me." "Are these zombies all infected with the SR virus?" Lin Yin quivered, unable to face Wang Suoqing as he turned to Jiang Chen. In Lin Yan's unwilling gaze, Jiang Chen nodded, a soft smile gracing his lips. In that instant, Lin Yin felt as if all strength had been drained from his body, collapsing to the ground, his eyes devoid of life. Rui, too, appeared dazed, staring blankly at the apocalyptic scenes before him, confusion overwhelming him that he questioned the purpose of everything he had done. Suddenly, Wang Suoqing let out a pained howl. Lin Yin quickly lifted his head, noticing the veins on Wang Suoqing's forehead bulging, his eyes nearly consumed by a ghastly white glow. The medical personnel rushed forward, administering another injection, but this time, it bore no effect. "Young master, the suppressant is ineffective." As the medical personnel spoke, those surrounding Wang Suoqing instinctively retreated. Wang Suoqing's body convulsed grotesquely, an utterly terrifying sight. "Lin Yin, kill me! Kill me!" Clinging to the last remnants of his sanity, Wang Suoqing pleaded with Lin Yin. "Kill me, Lin Yin! No, Boss Wang!" Lin Yin resembled a helpless child, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at Wang Suoqing. Lost and desperate to that moment, a soldier approached him, and Lin Yin looked up, recognizing him as the soldier he had spoken to during his last visit to the filthy pit. Without uttering a word, the soldier removed his sidearm and placed it before Lin Yin before turning to leave. Lin Yan's trembling hands grasped the weapon, nearly dropping it several times. Wang Suoqing observed him pick up the gun, a slow smile spreading across his face. With gritted teeth, Lin Yin surveyed his surroundings, his gaze wavering, but he fought to hold back his tears. "But, kid, Boss Wang, do you remember what I once told you?" "What did you say?" A real man must keep his tears well hidden. But I... There are no buts. Lin Yin, raise your hand. Aim it at my head. Wang Suoqing maneuvered his wheelchair until he faced Jiang Chun, gazing at Lin Yin with a warmth that shone even through his lifeless eyes. He took Lin Yan's hand, guiding it to hold the trembling gun against his temple. Lin Yin wept uncontrollably, repeatedly tempted to drop the weapon. Yet, kid, do you know, I've harbored a secret I never shared with you. A secret? Lin Yin stared blankly at him. Years ago, I had a sister, but she left because she looked down on my choices. Later, by chance, I encountered her again. That encounter was in a hospital. She gave birth to you. Lin Yan's eyes widened in shock. Was that why Boss Wang had treated him so kindly? He had often pondered the depth of Wang Suoqing's affection, even questioning if he might be Wang Suoqing's son. Now, the mystery in his mind unraveled. But why now? Why at this moment? He cried as he looked at Wang Suoqing, who smiled back at him, gently patting his head so, Lin Yin, could you call me Uncle? Uncle, bang. In the very next moment after Lin Yin uttered that word, a sharp gunshot rang out from behind. In Lin Yan's eyes, it was as though time had come to a standstill, the entire world devoid of color. He gazed at the figure of Wang Suoqing, who smiled as he fell, and understood that his last remaining kin was lost at Lin Yin clutched Wang Suoqing's lifeless body, his voice raw from anguished cries. Memories of moments shared with the esteemed Wang flooded his mind. Why, Jiang Chun? Jiang Chun, it is all your fault. He glared at Jiang Chun, his eyes bloodshot with rage, raising his handgun to aim at him. Protect the young master. Seeing this, the bodyguards rushed to shield Jiang Chun. Yet, Jiang Chun halted their actions, standing unflinchingly beneath the barrel of Lin Yan's gun. Even discarding the pistol he had just fired, I have merely fulfilled your leader's final wish. One could say I am his benefactor. Is this how you treat a benefactor? Jiang Chun remarked with a smile. Did I ask for your leader's wish? I shall see it through. Who needs you to pull the trigger? Tears cascaded down Lin Yan's face as he shouted at Jiang Chun. His eyes ablaze with fury. Ditto. So what you mean is that you didn't have time to shoot, right? Fear not, your chance to pull the trigger will come soon. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, a profound smile graced Jiang Chun's face. Just as Jiang Chun finished speaking, those around began to cast their gazes not at Lin Yan, but rather at the space behind him, their eyes widening in horror. Lin Yan, behind you! Be careful! At that moment, Luo Yi's trembling scream pierced the air. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's entire body jolted. Instinctively, he turned his head, and in the next second, a face he recognized all too well stood once more before him. However, it was a visage now utterly transformed, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell, lifeless, pale pupils, decaying, putrid flesh, and that horrifying roar filled with malice. Roar! Wang Suoqing opened his mouth, unleashing a terrifying shout as he lunged towards Lin Yan. Ah! Lin Yan was frozen in shock, at a loss for what to do. Terror seized him, rendering him speechless, as if he had forgotten how to breathe. Lin Yan, shoot! Quickly shoot! In that instant, Luo Yi's thunderous voice broke through. Compelled by instinct, Lin Yan raised his gun. At that moment, gazing into the eyes filled with desolation, with death rushing towards him from Wang Suoqing, Lin Yan summoned every ounce of strength within him. Bang, 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 bang. He frantically squeezed the trigger, emptying an entire magazine, blood splattering upon his face as he trembled, staring at the grotesque visage before him. Now unrecognizable, a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Thud. The handgun fell from his grasp. I sob. Lin Yan crouched down, looking at the utterly motionless corpse before him, tears streaming down his face once more. You see, I told you so. The gun you didn't fire has indeed been fired, hasn't it? Jiang Chun approached him, his face still adorned with that smile. Jiang Chun's voice echoed in Lin Yan's ears like the whispers of a demon. Jiang Chun, you knew all along. Why did you have to do this? You are a devil. Luo Yi glared at him in fury. A devil? Huh. Jiang Chun lifted his gaze to the ceiling of the base, and in the next moment, his smile grew ever more enchanting. Luo Yi was about to continue his furious outburst, but at that instant, Jiang Chun suddenly placed a finger to his lips. Shoo. With this gesture, the entire fortress fell silent, that if one listened closely, they could hear them awaken. The moment Jiang Chun's words left his lips, a series of knocking sounds began, starting as faint and barely perceptible, but escalating to a rapid crescendo within mere seconds. The knocking reverberated from the cargo holds of every biochemical containment vehicle. But that was not all. From within the deep pit, a denser chorus of roars arose, akin to the howls of demons, resonating throughout the fortress. In the eyes of Su Bai, Su Chinga, and indeed everyone present, who were beginning to struggle for breath, Jiang Chun spread his arms wide, as if embracing the world. His smile grew ever more vivid as he gazed at the final minute on the countdown timer. His calm voice resonating in every corner of the base, stirring the hearts of all present. Are you ready to welcome the dawn of a new century, everyone? Chapter 39, The Arrival of the Apocalypse. The moment Jiang Chen's calm yet heart-rending words echoed through the air, a deafening, scarlet alarm blared throughout the base. The massive steel canopy enveloping the fortress suddenly swung open, revealing the pitch-black sky that had crept in unnoticed. More ominous than night itself, more terrifying than the abyss. This black cloud seemed to shroud the heavens. Yet in truth, it enveloped the hearts of all humanity at that moment. Warning! Warning! 60 seconds remain until the apocalypse descends. Warning! Warning! 60 seconds remain until the apocalypse descends. Countdown. 60. 59. 58. The mechanical, cold voice echoed throughout the fortress. Su Chinga and the others stared in a daze at the sky above, their expressions vacant. Even Luo Yi and the others were similarly transfixed. And on the adjacent projection screens, Shanghai, Tokyo, London, Paris, Moscow, New York, San Francisco, at this very moment, as chaos reigned supreme, order devolved into an alternative. Tumult, screams, roars, cries, countless pedestrians abandoned everything. Even in their desperation, they red-eyed and hurled those fleeing before them back into the fray. With every scream, their pace quickened. Everyone was fighting desperately to survive. For the sake of survival, they were willing to forsake everything, even that which did not belong to them. Humanity, in this moment, was laid bare. And then suddenly, the chaos ceased, the screams fell silent. Even the inhuman howls faded away. The world grew quiet. The air became suffocating, as if the calm before a torrential storm that this moment. All of Blue Star seemed to sense something. They gazed vacantly at the sky, staring at the roiling, writhing black clouds that resembled entrails. It seemed as if something was about to descend from those swirling, ink-black clouds. In Jingjing, within the hall of the Jiang family. Except for Jiang Chen's position, every member of the Jiang family sat upright. Jiang Hangtian occupied the main seat, his eyes gently closed, and faintly, one could hear him muttering something under his breath. Silence, tranquility, the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Only the intense gunfire ringing from the city echoed faintly within the hall. Just then, the pendulum hanging in the hall suddenly chimed. In that instant, even Jiang Hangtian's lightly closed eyes quivered, betraying a hint of unrest. 10 seconds remain until the apocalypse descends. 10, 8, 7, 6, 5. The filthy pit. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the final countdown from the mechanical, cold voice reached its conclusion, time seemed to freeze, as if it had ceased to move at that moment. Yet, in the next millisecond, boom, a tremendous clap of thunder roared down from the heavens, reverberating across the entirety of Blue Star. It felt as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. In the cities, cars trapped in traffic blared their piercing alarms. Countless fleeing souls were rendered deaf, blood streaming from their ears, nearly blinded. On the towering buildings, glass shattered in an instant, falling from heights of over 100 meters. It rained down upon the unfortunate, cleaving them in two. Those fortunate enough to escape this calamity gazed in horror at the scene unfolding before them. In the sky, gray mist and blood-red clouds enveloped everything. The sun was gone. The moon was absent. Moreover, at this moment, several planes that had just taken off plummeted from the sky, like birds with broken wings. Amidst the cacophony of screams, crimson flames consumed all life. But that was not the end. From within the cloud, chunks resembling asteroids plummeted from the sky. Surrounding them were fierce flames. Even before touching the earth, the intense heat felt as though it could turn one to ash. Some stared, frozen in place, at the meteors descending towards them. The next second, boom! The scorching wave radiated across a kilometer radius. And at the epicenter, apart from a towering, mysterious monolith standing at least 1,000 meters tall. Resembling a mountain, There were no signs of life remaining. Countless people gazed at this scene, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief that this still the blue star they once knew. At this very moment, they remain unaware, for all of this is far too alien. From a month ago to now, everything is transformed at an alarming pace, just like the famous adage. At first, no one paid heed to this calamity. It was merely a wildfire, a drought, the extinction of a species, the disappearance of a city, until this disaster became intricately linked to every individual. The wandering earth. But is this truly the end? Indeed, many believe it is over. They begin to search for their loved ones, weeping, seeking solace for their fractured hearts. Yet, when some inadvertently witness the shrouded corpses, lying abandoned by the roadside, beginning to tremble, only then do they realize that the nightmare has only just begun. Within the throng, chaos and screams erupt once more. The cries of children, the shrieks of adults, and then the terrifying roars that seem to emanate from the depths of hell, seeking to devour the living resound again. Across the globe, no matter the location, at this moment, all are engulfed in an abyss of unending terror. And this is merely the beginning. Within the filthy pit, the crowd gazes at the scene, where a crimson light plummets from the heavens, plunging everything into darkness, all rendered silent. But soon, their attention is drawn back. They observe several parked biohazard vehicles, more specifically, the sealed cargo hold at the rear. The sound of banging grows increasingly louder. Even the tightly fastened steel clasps begin to tremble, as if burdened beyond endurance. Fortunately, after a few seconds, under the increasingly tense and trembling gazes of the crowd, the steel clasps come to a halt, as if having withstood the pressure. Yet, in an instant, boom! Before anyone can react, the sealed cargo hold bursts open. Roar! The howls reverberate throughout the fortress base. In mere seconds, hundreds of zombies surge forth from the cargo hold. Their bodies are drenched in blood. Their flesh is rotted. They howl, as if having returned from hell. Decay, silence, filth, carnage. They fix their gaze upon the living around them. Without a trace of hesitation, they transform into a tide of corpses, charging forth with ferocious roars. Su Chinga and her companions watch this scene, their faces paling. From the earlier imagery to this terrifying reality, the fear of the unknown causes their hearts to quiver. As they witness the zombies about to break through, the surrounding soldiers also grow frantic. Despite their prior knowledge, the sight before them ignites a fear that cannot be quelled. Fire. However, as the indifferent command escapes Jiang Chen's lips, the soldiers grit their teeth and pull the triggers of their firearms. A torrential downpour of bullets flies toward the horde in the filthy pit. They had anticipated every scenario, including the zombies going berserk. Yet at present, the situation was far from spiraling out of control. So, fear them not. Bang, 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 bang. Faced with such fierce firepower, these seemingly terrifying zombies are torn to shreds within mere seconds by a barrage of heavy weaponry. Witnessing this, some soldiers, still harboring fear, suddenly regain their confidence. Zombies are like humans. Once killed, they perish. It merely requires a bit more ammunition. However, this is not the end. Behind them, hundreds of biohazard vehicles continue to tremble with the struggle of zombies. If these zombies break free, it would spell trouble. Fortunately, this scenario had also been foreseen. Armed soldiers remain composed. They swiftly affix explosives to every biohazard vehicle that is yet to be toppled. 3, 2, 1. Detonate, boom! With a series of explosions, along with the biohazard vehicles, the remaining dozen or so zombies that had yet to glimpse this world are reduced to ashes. But is that all? No, on the contrary, the roars that engulf the filthy pit not only persist but intensify, growing ever more ferocious, as if intent on completely devouring the entire filthy pit. Compared to the zombies they had just eradicated, what lay beneath their feet was the true tide of corpses, just as the soldiers looked to Jiang Chun for further instructions. Amidst their astonished gazes, a brilliant white light suddenly emanated from Jiang Chun. Observing the radiance enveloping him, a broader smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. What had he waited so long for? Was it not for this very moment? Ding! Detection of the apocalypse has commenced. Extraordinary powers activating. Infinite divine eye. Over quantum evolution has been completed. Congratulations, host. Successfully awakened SIS-level talent. Gravitational Control, Chapter 40. Zombies, a mere trifling matter. The time has come for the protagonist to reap his rewards. Radiant divine light surrounds him. At this moment, in the eyes of the crowd, Jiang Chun appears as a deity. Some soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, can hardly suppress the urge to kneel. What is happening? Professor Wang and the research team, including Su Bai, gaze at Jiang Chun in disbelief. Buzz! At that moment, several beams of light flicker to life. One of them is right beside them. Chinga! Su Bai stands frozen, astonished at the sight of his daughter, radiating light as well. And it does not stop there. Below, Lin Yin, Luo, Yi, and Si Jin ran meowing, fifth night, and even 3 soldiers are simultaneously enveloped in light. Among them, Jiang Chen's brilliance shines the brightest. He resembles the sun. The radiance of the others pales in comparison. Just then, the roars from within the sealed filthy pit grow increasingly potent. Except for the massive steel door hovering above the pit, the other openings designated for the disposal of corpses begin to tremble ominously. Like boiling water, they seem poised to break free from their constraints. At this moment, the surrounding soldiers have their weapons trained on these openings. The heavy firepower station at the edge of the filthy pit stands ready. Clang, clang, clang. Each sound grows progressively more intense. The soldiers within the fortress are acutely aware of the number of zombies within the filthy pit. Should these zombies break through, the entire fortress may well succumb to the tide of corpses. Sweat beads on the soldiers' foreheads, dripping to the ground. Tension permeates the fortress. At this moment, few pay heed to the radiant light emanating from Jiang Chun and the others. Their gazes are fixed on the openings, witnessing these barriers nearing their breaking point. And then, in the next second, boom! Roar! The savage howls pierce the ears of all present. At this moment, every officer in the vicinity bellows in unison, fire! Atatatatata, gunfila erupts like a torrential storm. The sound even drowns out the howls of the zombies. All the zombies, heedless of anything, charge forward. They surge forth in an unending stream. In mere seconds, thousands of zombies are reduced to a mushy pulp by the surrounding firepower. Yet even so, the onslaught of zombies shows no signs of abating. On the contrary, it grows increasingly frenzied. 1,000 zombies in the filthy pit. That number is insignificant, barely worth noticing. The gunfire roars violently, tearing apart all zombies before them. Not a single one breaching the firepower's defenses. Yet gradually, as the number of zombies swells, the ground beneath them becomes littered with flesh, enabling some of the zombies to use the remains of their fallen brethren as cover. Pushing towards the front lines of fire. Hold the line! Hold the line! The officers observe this scene, their expressions darkening. This sight was indeed unforeseen. After all, their initial plan was for the young master to command the operation, directly annihilating these zombies within the filthy pit. But now, boom! Suddenly, at that moment, several massive shadows sweep overhead, then crash down onto the breached openings. The crowd stands transfixed, stunned. Are those trucks? Indeed, the objects plummeting from the sky and landing at the zombie openings are trucks. Above, Professor Wang and the research team widen their eyes in disbelief, some nearly shattering their own vision. This defies logic. These trucks weigh several tons. Yet moments ago, these colossal vehicles, weighing dozens of tons, soared through the air, then crashed down at the zombie breach. Moreover, they saw no cables or anything to hoist them. The trucks simply flew into the sky and fell, but in the next moment, as a calm voice resonates, they are jolted back to reality. They hurriedly open the overhead gate, unleashing all heavy artillery towards the depths of the filthy pit. As the crowd turned their gazes towards the direction of the sound, they were met with the astonishing sight of Jiang Chun, his radiance having vanished. With a gentle wave of his right hand, several biohazard response vehicles were lifted into the air, much to the astonishment of onlookers, and came crashing down towards the gaping maw of the pit. The soldiers, witnessing Jiang Chen's revival, felt a surge of confidence. Particularly striking was the formidable aura emanating from him, igniting a fire of determination within their hearts. Though the specifics of their master's transformation remained a mystery to them, they sensed that he had transcended the ordinary, becoming akin to a celestial being in comparison to them. The entrance to the pit creaked open with a thunderous roar. Accompanied by the violent clatter of machinery and the grinding of gears, the grotesque scene within the pit was finally unveiled to the crowd. A single glance revealed a sight so repulsive that it could induce nausea in anyone, a suffocating stench. Rotting corpses and thick, dark blood mixed with human flesh. A veritable horde of zombies, swarming like a relentless army of ants. Even the most conservative estimates suggested the presence of over 1 million undead. As the pit's entrance opened, the previously surging mass of corpses instantly redirected their course, howling as they surged upwards towards the filth-ridden abyss. Despite the pit's towering walls, reaching heights of over 100 meters. The amassed zombies began to pile up, threatening to climb out like a grotesque mountain. This scene sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. Yet, in Jiang Chen's eyes, these zombies were merely the first grand gift from the apocalypse to the capital. Open fire. With his command, the firepower surrounding the contaminated pit unleashed a torrential barrage of bullets and explosives. In stark contrast to earlier, the onslaught from the heavy artillery stationed around the pit proved insurmountable even for the million-strong horde of zombies. The makeshift mound of corpses was swiftly cleaved in two by the primary firepower of the pit, the 6-barreled 30mm naval cannon unleashing a staggering rate of fire at 4,200 rounds per minute. Each bullet, capable of reducing a zombie to mere pulp, rendered the initial waves of undead utterly defenseless against humanity's technological prowess in this early stage of the apocalypse. Stop! As the number of zombies was reduced from over 1 million to a mere 2 to 300,000. Jiang Chen's voice commanded an immediate cessation of gunfire. In that moment, the entire base fell into a profound silence. Su Bai and the others stood in stunned disbelief. Even the foul stench emanating from the pit was momentarily eclipsed by the acrid scent of gunpowder. Zombies, when faced with humanity's prepared heavy artillery, they were utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. However, this only held true if one was prepared. The remaining 20-odd thousand zombies continued to crawl around, but their numbers no longer posed a threat to the fortress. Moreover, Jiang Chen had no intention of exterminating the remaining zombies, as they still serve a purpose. With the zombie crisis averted, he turned his gaze towards Lin Yin and the others, noting the fading light surrounding them. A smile gracing his lips that it was time to reap the fruits of labor as they had ripened. Jiang Chen approached Lin Yin. The latter, having regained consciousness, recalled the events that had transpired. At that moment, a surge of rage ignited within him. Since awakening his abilities, all knowledge of the apocalypse and the existence of extraordinary beings had flooded his mind. He was no longer an ordinary person. He craved vengeance. Jiang Chen, you must die, Lin Yin roared. And just as the crowd questioned his audacity, a moment later, a fierce flame erupted around him, surging towards Jiang Chen like a fiery serpent. Master, be careful. The soldiers rushed forward, desperate to shield Jiang Chen from the impending inferno. The searing flames threatened to engulf them. A resounding crash echoed nearby. A steel plate, weighing several tons and previously toppled by the zombie onslaught, plummeted from above, landing squarely before them. The impact sent shockwaves reverberating through the air, and the steel plate, scorched by the flames, glowed a fiery red. Lin Yin paused, momentarily stunned, before realizing that Jiang Chen too had acquired extraordinary powers. But so what? He possessed the S-rank ability of the Flame Lord, capable of controlling all forms of fire. Such power was nothing short of miraculous. How could he possibly lose to Jiang Chen? With a furious cry, Lin Yin intensified the flames surrounding him, their heat palpable even to those standing 100 meters away, causing beads of sweat to stream down their faces. Meanwhile, the scientists stood frozen, unable to comprehend the unfolding events through the lens of science. Jiang Chen, this time, you will surely perish. Lin Yan's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Jiang Chen, his voice laced with rage. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, a sardonic smile crept across Jiang Chen's face. In that instant, a notification rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Infinite Eye of the Gods has detected S-rank Flame Lord ability. Would you like to immediately copy and undergo excessive evolution? Copy. Ding! S-rank Flame Lord ability copying initiated. Copying progress. 1050, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, host. S-rank Flame Lord ability copy completed. Initiating excessive evolution to SS rank Flame Lord ability. Excessive evolution progress. 50. 70 90, Chapter 41. Despair, the unassailable Jiang Chunding. Congratulations, host. Says rank flame lord ability. Excessive copying successful. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through his body, as if he could command all flames, Jiang Chen's smile deepened with intrigue. He regarded the charging Lin Yin. I find myself rather perplexed. Lin Yin, did I have done so much for you? Extending the life of your leader, allowing you to bid him farewell. Shouldn't I be considered a benefactor? Yet your attitude towards me is so disdainful. Haha. Lin Yin erupted with laughter, his fury transformed into mockery. Benefactor? Jiang Chun, do you truly have the audacity to utter such words? From the moment I crossed paths with you, you have wrought nothing but destruction upon my life. My beloved, my kin, my very essence, all have been obliterated by your hand. And now, you dare call yourself my benefactor. As Lin Yin spoke, the fire raging on his face intensified. The ground beneath him beginning to show signs of liquefaction. His fiery gaze bore into Jiang Chun, as if he intended to incinerate everything in his path. Yet even under such scrutiny, Jiang Chen's gentle smile remained unchanged. Enough of this futile dialogue. I have nothing left to lose. Today, one of us will perish. At the moment Lin Yan's words echoed, the flames surging from him blazed with an intensity reminiscent of the sun itself. He roared, "The blazing sun shall heed my command." In an instant, it unleashed a solar storm upon Jiang Chun, master. The surrounding soldiers gasped in horror, wishing to assist Jiang Chun, yet the extraordinary battle unfolding before them was beyond their comprehension. Jiang Chun, this is my wrath, the wrath that will reduce you to ashes. Die. Yet, as Lin Yan's furious roar resonated, and the blazing inferno charged towards him, Jiang Chun merely lowered his eyelids, his gaze tranquil and resolute. Die, a mere whisper, yet imbued with a sense of transcendence, as the blazing sun surged towards him. In the frantic eyes of onlookers, Jiang Chun slowly extended his palm, as if he intended to halt the raging inferno charging at him. Witnessing this, many could not bear to watch, for in their minds, how could flesh and blood withstand such ferocious flames? Even Lin Yin himself believed Jiang Chun had reached his end. After all, while extraordinary beings were powerful, they remained bound to their corporeal forms. Unless they possessed abilities that enhanced their physicality or elements they could control, it was utterly inconceivable to resist a force they had yet to master. Just when all hope seemed lost, as the ferocious flames surged towards Jiang Chun, preparing to consume him, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before the eyes of all present. Leaving them in disbelief, they rubbed their eyes, questioning their vision. As the raging sun made contact with Jiang Chen's palm, it instantly calmed, exhibiting an unexpected docility. Not only that, but the flames were entirely absorbed by Jiang Chen's hand. This was impossible. Lin Yin stared aghast. This was his element. By what right was Jiang Chen able to so effortlessly block the attack? Moreover, for reasons unknown, a subtle sense of dread began to swell within him. This fear did not originate from himself, but rather from his extraordinary ability. In the next moment, he clenched his teeth tightly. Amidst the raging fury, several flames surged from his hands towards Jiang Chun with a fierce howl. Yet just like the previous inferno, these flames did not even come close to touching Jiang Chun, as if an invisible barrier stood guard before him, instantaneously halting their advance. Lin Yan's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Was there more? Jiang Chun gazed at him with a smile, and in the palm of his hand, a fireball was slowly spinning, its layers of flickering flames resembling a miniature sun. And he was akin to a deity capable of wielding the very sun. The sight compelled Lin Yin to involuntarily take several steps back, that if there is nothing more, then it's my turn now. The instant those words fell, the fireball in Jiang Chen's hand surged forth like a star colliding with Lin Yin. Carrying a searing heat of over 1,000 degrees, it scorched the air, creating ripples of heat. Lin Yin gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to activate his fire manipulation ability, desperate to seize control of the flame. "Stop it!" Lin Yin roared. But in the next moment, boom! As the fireball made contact with Lin Yin, it erupted with a thunderous blast. The intense flames even melted the steel beneath his feet. The onlookers were left speechless at this scene. Of course, ever since the apocalypse began, they had grown accustomed to such sights. Soon, they regained their senses as the flames dissipated. Lin Yin reappeared, albeit in a state of utter disarray. The once mighty master of flames was now covered in burn scars, appearing woefully tragic. Although his body had developed a significant resistance to fire elements after awakening his fire manipulation ability, there remained a distinct gap between an S-grade fire master and an SS grade 1. Tap, tap in the eerie silence of the base. Jiang Chen's footsteps echoed once more. Lin Yin struggled to lift his head, gazing at Jiang Chen as he approached, his eyes brimming with defiance. He wished to rise, but the excruciating pain coursing through his body rendered him incapable of standing. He could not comprehend why he, who had awakened the S-grade fire manipulation ability, was being scorched by another's flames. He was even more bewildered as to how Jiang Chen could so effortlessly wield fire, and why the power of that fire was even stronger and more ferocious than his own. He felt an unbearable resentment. Prior to the apocalypse, Jiang Chen had already held a position of great power, so why, after the world fell apart, was Jiang Chen still so formidable? Initially, he believed that with the onset of the apocalypse and his awakening of the rare S-grade ability, he would rise to prominence, but this cruel reality had dealt him a brutal blow. Your ability is quite impressive. Approaching Lin Yin, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. My ability. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, your ability, your S-grade fire manipulation ability. Jiang Chen conjured another flame in his hand, and, in a tone only they could hear, continued, You can replicate my ability. At that moment, Lin Yin finally grasped the truth. Staring at Jiang Chen in terror and disbelief in that instant, he understood why Jiang Chen could command fire just like him. It turned out. Replication. If that were the case, everything made sense. Yes, just like that. Jiang Chen nodded gently under Lin Yan's increasingly trembling gaze. Wait, you already knew I could awaken my ability. A more incredulous thought surged within Lin Yin, recalling everything from the past month. He suspected that Jiang Chen had been waiting for him to awaken his ability. To Lin Yan's question, Jiang Chen smiled and nodded once more, his gaze unwavering. Of course, from the very first time I met you, I knew you would awaken your ability. Otherwise, why would I have allowed you to linger for so long? From the Demon City to your arrival in the Divine Capital, I monitored your every move. Even your subsequent slaughters were permitted by my design. Even your manipulation of Luo Yi was orchestrated by me. After all, it would be quite difficult for you to reach this point alone. But with Luo Yi, that would be feasible. Thus, I could have killed you long ago, but an unripe fruit, when plucked, is still sour. Only at this very moment, when you have fully matured, is it the best time to savor the fruit. Do you understand now? Jiang Chen observed Lin Yan's gradually pale and despairing expression, smiling as he spoke. You. As he looked at Jiang Chen, fear surged within Lin Yan for the first time. And now, you hold no value, so I shall grant you your final wish and send you to meet your master, as well as your family. With that, Jiang Chen raised his right hand, and with a gesture, Lin Yan was lifted into the air by an unseen force. Under the numb gazes of the onlookers, he attempted to struggle, to grasp at whatever was constricting his throat, but as he reached out, his hands grasped at nothingness. His pupils quivered as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with bloodshot despair. Oh, I forgot to mention, this is my awakened talent of gravity manipulation, and its rank is SS. Jiang Chen said with a smile that as soon as those words left his lips, Lin Yan's struggle ceased, and his gaze turned to a vacant gray. At that moment, despair filled his heart. From this instant, the thought of this man being invincible took root in his mind. He now regretted it. Regretted not heeding his master's advice. Why did he foolishly seek out Jiang Chen if only he had not been so obstinate? With his S-grade ability, he could have carved out a space for himself in this apocalyptic world, and perhaps his master and the others would not have perished. But now, it was all in vain. He slowly closed his eyes, memories of the past flashing before him like a lantern show. His father, mother, his master, and Miaoyin. How wonderful it would be if everything could return to the way it was. Lin Yin, let go of Lin Yin. Lin Yin, for heaven's sake, don't give up. We're here to save you. Just as Lin Yin was on the brink of complete surrender, suddenly, a cacophony of voices reached his ears from behind. He opened his eyes, staring blankly at the group of his master's subordinates rushing toward him. Don't come. Don't. Lin Yin struggled, wanted to shout for them to stay back, that is a transcendent being. He deeply understood the chasm between mortals and extraordinary beings. Yet, what a touching scene this was, wouldn't you agree? Lin Yin. Jiang Chen smiled, extending his other hand toward the group of thugs. Upon seeing this, Lin Yin's once defeated limbs stirred once more. As he looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes reflecting desperation. No, please. Jiang Chen, I beg you, spare. But before his words could finish, Jiang Chen's finger twitched slightly. Boom. One of the men appeared to be subjected to an unparalleled force of compression. His entire body was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, leaving not even a bone behind. The sight sent the remaining thugs into a state of terror. Yet in the next moment, their eyes flared with rage. Xiao Pang, you demon! We'll fight you! Don't come! Don't come! Jiang Chen, I beg you! I'm begging you! However, to Lin Yin's pleas for mercy, Jiang Chen's smile only grew more pronounced. Each time his finger moved, another figure was crushed into a mist of blood by the overwhelming gravitational force. Lin Yin's anger and wails echoed, but he was utterly powerless, until the last man, dragging his half-broken body, crawled within 5 meters of them, his face contorted in agony. Yet even so, he forced a pained smile at Lin Yin, tears streaming down his face. We did not fail the Wang. Oh no! Chapter 42, 1-1 Jiang Chen. Lin Yin stood frozen, staring at the blood and flesh strewn across the ground, gazing at those he had once cursed, that he had previously deemed them nothing but a band of inept thugs, looking down upon them, unable to comprehend why his master would keep such rabble around. But now he seemed to understand. Yet it was too late. At this moment, not only Lin Yin, but also the onlookers surrounding the scene fell into a profound silence. Was it cruel? The cruelty of the situation was palpable. For any other individual, the actions of Jiang Chen would have seemed excessively merciless. Even among the few present, there were subtle glances of anger directed at him. Yet, what could they possibly do at that moment? Many in attendance were acutely aware that Jiang Chen and the Jiang family were destined to become their deities. Their sole duty was to obey every command issued by the Jiang family. This was not only their obligation, but also their only means of survival in this apocalyptic world. Silence enveloped the room. Above, Su Bai observed the scene unfolding below, slowly diverting his gaze. Yet his mind was devoid of any other thoughts. He understood that the world had irrevocably changed. Such scenes would only proliferate in the future, becoming more brutal and blood-soaked. A new norm at that moment. Su Qingge awakened from a blinding light, witnessing the scene below in silence. After a glance at Jiang Chen, she realized with clarity that she had no other options left if she wished to survive. She must submit to him. Why? Why has it come to this, Xiao Pang? Dahu, Lin Yin appeared utterly shattered, his gaze vacant as he murmured to himself. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chen recognized Lin Yan's complete uselessness. How utterly tedious. One wonders if it would have been more amusing if Wang Chen had been transformed into a zombie. Allowing Lin Yin to duel with him instead, that he asked the wielder of the fire element, I shall bestow upon you the punishment of searing flames. Lin Yin, remember this for your next life. Do not be so headstrong. With that, an intangible fire began to rise around Lin Yin, scorching his body, rendering even his fire elemental powers utterly powerless. Yet, Lin Yin remained silent, his heart having perished along with the deaths of Wang Su, Cheng, and the others. He had nothing left to cling to. Let me die. In death I shall escape this demon and reunite in the underworld with Wang Laoda, his parents, and my brothers. That moment, Lin Yin seemed to perceive them beckoning to him through the flames. Finally, I can relax completely. That a smile gradually graced Lin Yan's face as he cast one last glance at the radiant Ran Miao. Now fall. Lin Yin, Jiang Chen, release him. Boom, ro. Lin Yin stared in astonishment at the man who suddenly stood before him. Lin Yin, are you truly ready to give up? Are you not a man? Ro Yi's gaze was fixed on Jiang Chen, his voice cold as he addressed Lin Yin. Upon hearing Ro Yi's words, Lin Yin fell silent, while Jiang Chen observed Ro Yi, noticing the thick vines bursting forth from the hardened concrete beside him, a smile creeping onto his lips. The second fruit has ripened as well. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lin Yan's expression shifted to ROE. You must flee. Jiang Chen has the ability to replicate your powers. Replicate powers. At this revelation, Ro Yi's heart trembled. Get out of here. I will hold him off. Lin Yin gritted his teeth. rising once more. He had not been without attachments in this world. He still had his last brother. He could not bear to witness his death. Leave. Do you think that is so easily accepted? Jiang Chen's voice echoed, and suddenly, a ghostly figure materialized in the exit. A figure that was the awakened Fifth Knight. That moment. Fifth Knight exuded an even more terrifying aura, her entire being enveloped in shadow elements. Resembling the queen of the shadow realm, the sheer power weighed heavily on Lin Yin and Ro Yi's hearts. Worst will die. What is there to fear? Ro Yi declared through gritted teeth. No, Ro Yi, you need not die. I can help you escape. Lin Yin exhaled deeply, positioning himself before Ro Yi. What do you mean you can help me escape? Lin Yin, if we must leave, we leave together. If we die together. Ro Yi grasped Lin Yan's hand firmly. Clap, clap, clap. What a touching scene. But is there not a possibility that both of you will perish? Jiang Chen clapped his hands in amusement. Jiang Chen, even if we die, with your actions, you will eventually join us in hell. Ro Yi shouted angrily. That's so. Who knows what the future holds? But for now, 100-fold gravity, as Jiang Chen's words fell. Lin Yin and Ro Yi's pupils dilated in shock. But in the next moment, Ro Yi clenched his teeth tightly. Boom! From beneath the concrete, multiple vines erupted, coiling around them, forming a nest-like circular sanctuary. In this manner, they barely managed to resist the overwhelming gravitational force. However, seeing Ro Yi's strained effort, Lin Yin realized that this could not last long. Moreover, this was not even Jiang Chen's full strength. His reluctance to crush them outright indicated that he was engaged in another task, replicating Ro Yi's powers. Lin Yan's suspicions were correct. Jiang Chen was indeed replicating Ro Yi's abilities and was on the verge of success. Ding! S-rank with Spirit Ruler successfully replicated, initiating hyper-evolution into SS rank with Spirit Ruler. Evolution progress. 10, 30, 50. As the aura within Jiang Chen grew, increasingly powerful, Lin Yin understood that time was of the essence. Once Jiang Chen successfully replicated Ro Yi's abilities, they would be doomed. Realizing this, Lin Yin turned to confront the Fifth Knight blocking their path, his fiery determination intensifying. Ro Yi, what? At that moment, Ro Yi was still struggling against Jiang Chen's gravitational suppression, entirely oblivious to the resolution etched on Lin Yan's face. Remember, once we leave here, do not look back. Escape with all your might, until you can no longer see or hear the capital. Jiang Chen. He is invincible. Without waiting for Ro Yi to react, Lin Yin seized him and charged toward Fifth Knight. Fifth Knight's gaze remained icy as she observed Lin Yin and Ro Yi rushing towards her. Shadows surged around her, racing toward the two men. Lin Yin, wait, what are you planning to do? Sending you out. What are you thinking? How can we escape now? Before Ro Yi could finish his sentence, he stared in disbelief at Lin Yan. That my fire elemental power can unleash a force exceeding my own 100-fold at the cost of my life. Ro Yi, remember my words. Once you escape, do not look back. Run straight ahead until you can no longer see or hear the capital. Wait, Lin Yin, we have other options. Let us think this through. Ro Yi urged anxiously. There is no time. If Jiang Chen fully replicates your powers, we will truly have no options left. Right now, I can still do one last thing of value. You must escape. Lin Yin smiled at Ro Yi, and in the next moment, a brilliant light radiated from his body. The intensity of the light was so searing that it threatened to melt everything around it. Even the shadow powers encircling Fifth Knight recoiled in fear from Lin Yan's desperate strike. Only Ro Yi was spared, as Lin Yin controlled the flames to avoid harming him. Ro Yi, though our time together has been brief, I recognize you as my brother. As his words fell, the scorching brilliance enveloping Lin Yin began to swell rapidly. He could no longer control the power, and even Ro Yi was flung away. Seeing this, Fifth Knight attempted to intervene, but under the blinding sunlight, she could not approach. Lin Yin, leave the capital. Leave Zhongzhou, leave. Where to? Before Lin Yin could finish, Jiang Chen's indifferent voice pierced through the air, accompanied by the tremors of the concrete ground. Boom! Two enormous vines surged from the earth, far larger than those controlled by Ro Yi. Their pointed tips shot toward Lin Yin and Ro Yi like sharpened spears. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yin summoned all his fiery energy, vowing to reduce the vines to ashes. In ordinary circumstances, I may not surpass you. but I refuse to believe that I cannot eclipse you while using my life as fuel. And this time, at the cost of his life, he triumphed. The massive vines were consumed by the searing flames, reduced to nothing but ash. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yin broke into a grin, blood continuously gushing from his mouth. He gazed at Jiang Chun as if to convey, "Look, I have finally triumphed over you this time." Yet a mocking smirk graced Jiang Chun's lips that in the next moment, beneath the searing vines, two even thicker tendrils surged upwards once more. "You may barely fend off the first attack, but what about the second or the third?" Observing this scene, Lin Yan's face turned pale with despair. "Jiang Chun, do you truly wish to annihilate me completely? If it were anyone else, I would have let them go. But for you, I shall ensure your demise." Crack. In the very instant those words fell from his lips, Lin Yan's pupils widened in shock. He beheld the vine that pierced through his chest, shattering not only his ribcage, but also his very heart. "Lin Yan." From behind, Luo Yi trembled in horror, but he then turned to Jiang Chun, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Jiang Chun, I shall fight you. Flee. Flee now. Take your chance and escape." Lin Yin summoned his last vestiges of strength, flames igniting within his veins, momentarily severing the advancing vines once more. "Luo Yi, take my share and run." "Run!" But just then, a colossal vine erupted from the ground with astonishing speed, crashing forth with thunderous force. Crack! Upon hearing that sound, Lin Yan's gaze shifted into a blur of light and shadow, but he felt himself plummeting into an abyss, faintly perceiving his severed half. Ultimately, was he unable to resist it after all? Lin Yin. In his peripheral vision, Lin Yin saw Luo Yi rushing towards him, grief etched upon his face. "Luo Yi, why do you not flee? You must escape." As he looked at Luo Yi, who clung desperately to what remained of his body, drenched in Lin Yan's own blood, Lin Yin yearned to speak, yet found himself utterly voiceless. "If you wish to remain here so fervently, then let us both meet our demise together." Boom! The crimson flames engulfed both of them. That was his power, yet now it had transformed into his own destruction. Bang! At that moment, a sudden gunshot rang out, plunging Lin Yan's consciousness into eternal darkness. Yet in the distance, he seemed to glimpse a faint light, so near, yet unattainable. Chapter 43. The harvest is complete. 3S level abilities. Meanwhile, within the fortress, a massive, bomb-like crater appeared before the eyes of the crowd. While the figures of Lin Yin and Luo Yi had vanished without a trace, that a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The soldiers gazed in disbelief at the soldier who had raised his weapon, pointing it at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun watched the bullet hovering just inches from his face. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully eliminated Lin Yin. The Destiny treasure chest has been successfully awarded." However, at that moment, he felt no joy from the system's proclamation that he regarded the soldier with a detached gaze, while the soldier met his gaze, fear evident in his eyes. This soldier was a familiar face to Jiang Chun, the very one who had previously handed Lin Yin the gun. It was he who had inadvertently distracted Jiang Chun, allowing Luo Yi, in a state of near death, to escape with half of Lin Yan's body. Clatter. The soldier's gun clattered to the ground. "Before you die, may I hear your reasoning behind this?" Jiang Chun asked, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, the soldier gritted his teeth. "That I do not know, but it was it that instructed me to act in this manner." He clutched his heart as he spoke to Jiang Chun. A commendable response. "Given your status as a soldier and recognizing your toil in that filthy pit, I grant you the privilege of ending your own life." A faint smile graced Jiang Chun's lips. Hearing this, the soldier took a deep breath, bowed deeply to Jiang Chun, and then picked up his handgun, kneeling before him. The next moment, bang, thud. Observing this scene, the surrounding soldiers sighed deeply. Yet in the next instant, their expressions transformed into unwavering loyalty. From Jiang Chun's words, they were willing to continue serving the Jiang family in this unfamiliar world. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Su Bai watched the unfolding scene. Her eyes filled with admiration. Was Jiang Chun cruel? Indeed, he was cruel and merciless. After ruthlessly slaughtering Lin Yin and his brothers, Jiang Chun's brutality cast a shadow over the hearts of these loyal soldiers. Yet at this moment, through Jiang Chun's actions, that shadow faded away, replaced by renewed loyalty to Jiang Chun and his family. Young master, I shall pursue them to AT this time. The fifth knight appeared beside Jiang Chun. No need. They are already dead. Jiang Chun shook his head. Upon hearing this, fifth knight was momentarily taken aback, but complied with Jiang Chun's command, silently standing behind him. AT that moment, within the entire base. All the transcendent beings had fully awakened. An Si Jin and Ran Yaoyin had also awakened their extraordinary powers, albeit of a lower tier, classified as A-level abilities, unlike the prominent Lin Yin and Luo. Nevertheless, A-level abilities were still commendable, as among all humanity, A-level was considered a high caliber. Young master. Just then, Su Qingge descended from the upper floor, accompanied by Su Bai and the others. Upon seeing her, Jiang Chun smiled warmly. President Su, we meet again. Hearing Jiang Chun's words, Su Qingge's cheeks flushed slightly. Young master, you need not tease me. Just call me Qingge from now on. Su Qingge bowed respectfully to Jiang Chun. And at that moment, ding! Detection of the fateful protagonist Su Qingge's submission to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Destiny Treasure Chest reward. A subtle smile graced Jiang Chun's face. Before the gaze of all, Jiang Chun reached out, gently lifting Su Qingge's chin. This action caused Su Bai and Ning Fei behind him to shift uncomfortably, yet Su Qingge seemed unfazed, even leaning slightly against Jiang Chun's palm. From now on, you shall be my personal assistant. Yes, young master. Upon hearing this, Su Qingge felt a tremendous weight lift from her heart. While this position of personal assistant seemed insignificant, the privilege of attending to Jiang Chun at all times was the greatest power of all. As for Uncle Su, the new order in the post-apocalyptic world will soon be established in the capital of the gods, and I shall require your counsel. Rest assured, young master, I, Su Bai, shall dedicate myself to the capital of the gods. Su Bai responded eagerly, nodding vigorously. The present world was no longer what it once was. The notion of equality among all was merely a jest. Thus, Su Bai was acutely aware of his current standing. Well, since everything is nearly settled, it is time to return to the capital of the gods. I shall entrust the filthy pit to you. Jiang Chun spoke, addressing the group of soldiers, that we shall not disappoint the expectations of the young master and the family. The soldiers echoed in unison with fervor. Thereafter, Jiang Chun led the group away from the filthy pit. In the vehicle, ding! Congratulations to the host, successful excessive replication of SS level ability. Mind Controller, Destiny Host, Jiang Chun, extraordinary abilities. SS level Gravitational Sovereign, SS level Lord of Flames. SS level Master of Wood Spirits, SS level Mind Controller, extraordinary rank. Level 2 items. Destiny Treasure Chest X2, current Destiny Villain task. Lin Yin eliminated. Su Qingge submitted. Luo E in progress. Still rather resilient. But given your current physical condition, how much longer can you endure? Jiang Chun gazed at the distant mountains with a cold sneer. Meanwhile, within a certain mountain range, Luo E was desperately fleeing while clutching the severed body of Lin Yin. A gaping wound the size of a bowl marred his chest, from which blood flowed incessantly. The power of the wood spirit was continuously attempting to mend his injuries, yet such efforts were but a drop in the bucket. The severity of his wounds left him on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, with a thud, Luo E fell to the ground. Beside him, Lin Yan's lifeless form lay still and silent. Luo E was aware of this. Yet, he raised his gaze to the heavens, staring into the abyss of the pitch-black sky, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. However, he quickly wiped away the tears. With great difficulty, he crawled to Lin Yan's side. Observing the lifelessness that enveloped him, he lifted his hand and, with a heart-wrenching wail, tore out his own shattered heart, nearly gasping his last breath in the process. Trembling, he fought to place his heart, faintly glowing with a hint of green, into Lin Yan's ravaged chest. Upon completing this act, Luo Yi's body shuddered, and in that instant his breath faded away completely, his breathing ceased, and his eyes became a void of silence as he collapsed onto the cold ground. Everything came to a standstill. Ding! Detection confirms Luo Yi's death. The Destiny Treasure Chest has been released. Chapter 44. Critical Reward. The Forbidden Ancient Text in the capital city of the Divine Realm. At the very moment Jiang Chun's vehicle arrived in the capital, the system's voice echoed once more. Jiang Chun slowly opened his eyes, unsurprised by the events unfolding. After all, he was acutely aware of the severity of Luo Yi's injuries. That he had managed to hold on until now was a testament to the resilience of the wood spirit's power. Nevertheless, Jiang Chun spread his palm, revealing a small segment of withered thorns, visibly desiccated to the naked eye, resting in the center of his hand. Observing the tip, he noticed a faint glimmer of life that seemed to exist solely within the realm of possibility. A flicker of intrigue danced in Jiang Chen's gaze. Was it true that wildfires could not consume it all, and spring winds could bring forth new life? Or was he merely overthinking, regardless of the potential? Jiang Chen dismissed it. Lin Yin and Luo Yi had already been declared dead by the system. Even if they were to stand before him again in the future, stripped of their protagonist status, their plight would be even more pitiful than before. He gazed out the window, observing the soldiers patrolling the streets, the blood that had yet to be completely cleaned from the pavement, and the city that now bore a noticeably acrid scent of smoke compared to when he had departed. Particularly the towering meteorite that loomed hundreds of meters high within the city, that he understood that the era belonging to the Jiang family had arrived. The system opened 3 Destiny treasure chests simultaneously. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Destiny treasure chest has been successfully opened. Rewards obtained. 1 S-grade ability seed. 1 vial of level 3 gene serum. A damaged USB drive containing data on 1.3 level technological civilization. Congratulations, host, for receiving a special Destiny reward. The Forbidden Ancient Text. The previous rewards were comprehensible, but this Forbidden Ancient Text. Ding! The Forbidden Ancient Text is one of the entries recorded within the original catalog. It contains the cultivation methods for the Forbidden Ones. Original catalog? Forbidden Ones? Although he was unaware of the specifics, the name seemed to carry significant weight. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on it further. At that moment, both of his arms were embraced. Young master, will our capital remain safe? Ran Miaoyin's voice was tinged with a plaintive quality. Beside her, and Si Jin appeared somewhat more composed, yet the scenes of the apocalypse they had witnessed over the past few hours, coupled with the current state of martial law in the capital, stirred unease within her. After all, they were living in a world on the brink of collapse. You too, rest assured the capital city is very safe. Your previous way of life will remain undisturbed. Jiang Chen spoke softly. Upon hearing his words, the 2 women felt a wave of relief wash over them, though the embrace around Jiang Chen tightened even further. Only in his presence could their still trembling hearts find solace. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Su Qingge observed the city outside, watching the soldiers patrolling the streets and the citizens peeking through windows, their faces still etched with fear. Although the capital had also experienced the onslaught of the apocalypse, it was significantly better than the other cities they had witnessed. Father, the capital must be the last sanctuary in this world, right? Su Qingge inquired, Subai paused for a moment before nodding. Pretty much, he understood well that while the Jiang family had acted decisively to minimize losses, it was the result of over a month of preparation and the complete unification of the entire capital under Jiang family's command. Achievements like those in the capital were nearly impossible to replicate elsewhere. After all, without such resolute measures, prior preparations, and foresight, how could one attain the level of safety found in the capital? We should be grateful to have arrived in the capital. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Bai sighed. Indeed, we are fortunate to be in the capital. Su Qingge nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Su Bai hesitated for a moment before saying, Qingge, there are matters I cannot elaborate on, but I trust you will understand. However, there is one thing I must remind you. Even I find it quite irresponsible to say, if you are determined to remain by young Master Jiang Chen's side, some feelings of jealousy must be avoided. That if you haven't made up your mind yet, I believe it would be wise to discuss it with young Master Jiang Chen first, regardless of the outcome. Your father will support you. Ning Fei, hearing her husband's words, opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Indeed, the world had changed entirely. In response to her father's words, Su Qingge smiled gently, playfully tucking her hair behind her ear. Father, mother, rest assured. Your daughter is already well aware that in truth, she had not concealed anything from her parents. Just a month prior, she and he, at this point, Su Qingge's cheeks flushed with a charming hue, upon hearing their daughter's words. Su Bai and Ning Fei were momentarily taken aback, then comprehended the implications that no wonder. Their daughter was quite clear about what she should do to. Su Qingge smiled brightly that Su Bai and Ning Fei exchanged glances. ultimately nodding in shared understanding. In the Jiang family estate, young master, the clan leader, and the elder clan leader are awaiting you in the clan meeting hall as Jiang Chen's vehicle approached. A member of the Jiang family hurried over to open the car door. Exiting the vehicle, Jiang Chen glanced at this family member, sensing that he too was an extraordinary individual, having awakened an ability of B grade. Throughout his journey, every Jiang family member he encountered had awakened extraordinary abilities. Quite commendable, it appeared that the effects of the perfect gene sequence were indeed beyond dispute. You all return home first. Additionally, take some time to get acquainted with your future sisters. Jiang Chen instructed as Su Qingge rushed toward him as soon as she disembarked. That he smiled at Si Jin and Ran Miaoyin. Upon hearing his words, Su Qingge, who had just dashed over, felt a delightful flush spread across her flawless complexion. Si Jin and Ran Miaoyin nodded in agreement, with Si Jin stepping forward to grasp Su Qingge's hand, initiating a cheerful conversation. Meanwhile, due to her shy nature and the fact that Su Qingge was her senior, Ran Miaoyin hesitated. However, with Si Jin facilitating, the bond among the three women quickly deepened at this moment. Jiang Chen had arrived at the entrance of the clan meeting hall. Upon seeing him, the two extraordinary guards at the door saluted respectfully before opening the large doors. After Jiang Chen entered, they slowly closed the doors behind him. Inside the hall, unlike the tense atmosphere of previous clan meetings, this time the long table made of golden nanmu wood was adorned not with various documents, but rather with an array of exquisite delicacies. Each dish was laid out in a manner reminiscent of a grand banquet, with aromas wafting delightfully through the air, even causing Jiang Chen's appetite to stir. Haha, our protagonist has arrived. Jiang Chen made his entrance. The individuals who had been seated, including Jiang Hangtian and Jiang Xian, immediately rose to their feet. Their gazes were filled with profound admiration as they regarded him. Moreover, aside from Jiang Hangtian, Jiang Xian, and Jiang Chen's mother, the others bowed deeply in a show of respect. Observing this, Jiang Chen did not exhibit any reluctance. He accepted their gestures with composure, for this was his rightful due in the wake of the apocalypse, a testament to his exalted status within the Jiang family. After all, were it not for him, the Jiang family would undoubtedly have succumbed to the same chaos and disorder that plagued other cities in this dire time. Jiang Chen's prophetic insights from a month prior had enabled the family to make swift decisions, establishing their foothold at the onset of the apocalypse. Thus, as the principal architect of this success, Jiang Chen's contributions were beyond mere words to quantify. Once Jiang Chen took his seat, he lightly chuckled, encouraging everyone to resume their seats. That we are all family. Dear elders, there is no need for such formality. Please be seated. Following his words, the assembly settled down, their faces illuminated with joy. Jiang Chen was acutely aware of the reasons behind their elation. Chapter 45, Grasping the Power of the Jiang Family, Establishing the Future Landscape. In the face of the apocalypse, the Jiang family was supremely prepared. The millions of undead surging through the capital had barely begun to encroach before being forcefully suppressed by the military and the family's extraordinary members. As it stood, the capital retained a population of over 14 million, that although this was a significant reduction from the 20 million before the disaster, over a quarter of the populace, this casualty figure was one that the Jiang family found satisfactory. After all, in other regions of Blue Star, the toll was far greater. According to pre-apocalypse data, had cities not prepared as the capital did, the casualties would have been halved at best. Yet, reality often surpassed statistical projections. And given the current circumstances, even having may prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, while chaos reigned in major cities worldwide, the capital successfully established its footing during the onset of the apocalypse, preserving a formidable living force. This would grant the capital an undeniable edge over other regions. To Chinner, the apocalypse has indeed arrived as you predicted. What plans do you have for what comes next? Jiang Xin inquired, his gaze brimming with pride. This was his son. Upon hearing Jiang Xin's words, all eyes turned expectantly toward Jiang Chen. That a month prior, the elders of the Jiang family may have harbored slight discontent regarding Jiang Chen's standing within the family. However, after the onset of the apocalypse, that discontent had fully transformed into admiration, leading them to regard Jiang Chen as an equal alongside Jiang Hangtian and Jiang Xian. After all, the effectiveness of Jiang Chen's pre-apocalyptic strategies was evident. Without him, The Jiang family would not have thrived so seamlessly. Now, as the apocalypse dawned upon this new era, everyone faced an unfamiliar path ahead, including Jiang Hangtian and Jiang Xian. Yet they possessed an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Chun, believing that following their young leader's footsteps would undoubtedly lead them along a path of prosperity. Calmly, amidst the gazes of the assembly, Jiang Chun lifted the bird's nest soup prepared by his mother and took a gentle sip before speaking. In my view, the progression of the apocalypse can be divided into three phases: the arrival phase, the expansion phase, and the expedition phase. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the elders of the Jiang family quickly took out their notebooks to jot down his insights. Currently, we find ourselves in the arrival phase, which will not last long, at most 2 months. During this time, we must restore the capital to its pre-apocalyptic production levels, or even exceed them. Only then can we smoothly transition into the second phase, the expansion phase. The expansion phase, as the name suggests, entails extending the influence of the Jiang family beyond the capital, gradually reclaiming cities occupied by zombies, aberrations, or other human factions. This phase will last significantly longer than the first. It may span years or even decades, depending on unforeseen circumstances. As for the expedition phase, it is premature to discuss, as it will only be implemented once we have unified the Dragon Kingdom. Listening to Jiang Chen's plan, the expressions of everyone in the hall grew solemn, with no one daring to interrupt, not even Jiang Hangtian and Jiang Xian, who occasionally nodded in agreement. Clearly, they were highly satisfied with Jiang Chen's three-step strategy. In summary, the family's primary tasks are encapsulated within the first 2 phases, which can be succinctly summarized in 12 characters. Jiang Chen remarked with a smile. 12 characters. The assembly expressed curiosity. Build high walls, store ample grain, hasten consumption, and delay claiming kingship. Jiang Chen's words echoed the wisdom of their forebears, an approach of moderation and speed. After all, in the current landscape of Blue Star, it would be nearly impossible for humanity in other regions to recover within a year or 2. Even if they did, the threats posed by the apocalyptic ruins and various aberrations would make it exceedingly difficult for them to develop. Therefore, during this time, the capital could confidently extend its influence over the surrounding areas. Naturally, some might wonder why they should not seize this opportunity to rapidly deploy forces and capture more territory. The answer was straightforward. In other cities, zombies and aberrations dominated, leaving humanity to survive in the cracks of existence. With the current apocalyptic environment, one must remain vigilant against the possibility of sudden calamities. Thus, if the capital chose to advance hastily, any unforeseen events could lead to a protracted conflict with zombies and even more sinister entities, which would be highly detrimental to the capital. Consequently, a steady and measured approach is essential, maintaining an orderly pace of gradual reclamation. After securing a city, the focus must swiftly shift to restoring its productivity. Only in this manner can they endure through the apocalypse. While termed gradual reclamation, the pace of the capital would already far surpass that of other human territories. Once other human factions regained their strength and turned their gaze outward, the capital would have evolved into an unparalleled beacon of humanity. At that juncture, even if the Jiang family did not seek kingship, they would undoubtedly be elevated to such a position by others. This was Jiang Chen's scheme, seemingly passive, yet fully proactive in every regard. Jiang Hangtian and the others wholeheartedly endorsed Jiang Chen's explanation. After taking another sip of the bird's nest soup to soothe his throat, Jiang Chen continued. Next, let us discuss the structural framework of our capital. With the apocalypse upon us, the prior system of equality is no longer applicable. In this new world, to speak of equality among all is absurd. After all, it is somewhat ludicrous to expect an extraordinary individual to engage in discussions of equality with an ordinary person. Jiang Chen's jest elicited laughter from those around him, clearly in agreement with his sentiment. After all, the vast majority of the Jiang family members had become extraordinary individuals. Why are they called extraordinary? Because they transcend the ordinary. It is entirely inappropriate to conflate them with mere mortals. Jiang Chen raised his hand, silencing the laughter. He continued, therefore, my proposal is that in this apocalyptic world, to ensure the coordination of various production resources, safeguard the interests of different strata, and most importantly, maintain the future dominance of our Jiang family, we must establish a new hierarchical social system. A hierarchical social system. The gravity of his statement weighed heavily upon the assembly. They were all individuals who had transitioned from a society of equality and freedom. Yet the concept of equality held little significance in their hearts. However, the dichotomy between internal beliefs and external appearances was stark. Nonetheless, none spoke up, for the establishment of a hierarchical social system would render them the greatest beneficiaries. The current circumstances indeed warranted the re-establishment of such a system. Disregarding their internal thoughts, Jiangchen continued, "In my vision, the regions influenced and governed by our capital will be classified into 4 tiers. The first tier, without question, comprises our Jiang family, belonging to the highest ruling class and occupying the pinnacle of the hierarchy. The second tier shall be known as the honorary upper class, encompassing all extraordinary individuals who pledge allegiance to the Jiang family, as well as those mortals who have made significant contributions to our family and the capital. The third tier, known as the pure new people, comprises the civilian class within the dominion of the divine capital, enjoying the most fundamental rights to existence and livelihood. The fourth tier, referred to as the dust underlings, consists of individuals devoid of any power, condemned to toil ceaselessly for the divine capital, making their humble contributions towards its development. However, should these individuals render sufficient service, they may ascend to the rank of pure new people. Ultimately, for a considerable period, the monetary policy will be abolished in favor of a resource point system. To acquire resource points, one must engage in labor, even venturing beyond the city walls to hunt zombies and aberrations for exchange. Subsequently, Jiang Chun elaborated on numerous matters, such as the establishment of a specialized institution for apocalyptic research, the Institute of Human Evolution, and the formation of the Supreme Central Council, the highest authority in the divine capital, with no adjudicative power over significant events, as the Jiang clan assembly remains the de facto supreme authority, that a new institution for maintaining social order, the Uncle Hat organization, and a punitive force known as the Punishers will also be instituted. The military will be rebranded as the Pioneer Army, though it shall still be referred to colloquially as the Army, and so forth. Unsurprisingly, all of Jiang Chen's arrangements were officially adopted by the Jiang clan, and from this moment onward, he would oversee the majority of these affairs personally, the power in his hands. Aside from the clan assembly, could be deemed the highest will of the Jiang family. Indeed, even the clan assembly now largely acquiesces to Jiang Chen's directives, as both his grandfather and father unconditionally support him. This signifies that Jiang Chun will continue to lead the Jiang family, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he shall do so indefinitely. As for whether there will be dissent against Jiang Chen's resolutions once implemented, it is certain that there will be some opposition. Even if there were none, Jiang Chen would deliberately select a few individuals to make an example of. After all, without the nurturing of blood, how could the new code command respect? Chapter 46. Su Qing's sacrifice. Following the clan assembly's decision, the arrangements were disseminated to various institutions with utmost urgency, mandated to completely replace the old laws within 3 days. Observing the aforementioned laws, which would have undoubtedly been met with condemnation and sanctions from the world of freedom and equality prior to the apocalypse, most individuals exhibited expressions of shock. However, they ultimately remained silent, acutely aware of the nature of the current world. Moreover, crucially, according to the records, many among them, while unable to attain the status of honorable nobles, were indeed qualified to be recognized as pure new people. As for the dust underlings, no one among them is privy to this new code. Furthermore, even if they were aware, what could they do? They possess no power to oppose, only an obligation to accept. Naturally, the dust underlings could resist forcefully, but the cost of such defiance would be to face the gunfire. Truly, the Jiang family operates with remarkable swiftness at this moment in a certain villa district within the divine capital. Su Bai scrutinized the newly enacted laws that had been promptly communicated to him, his expression grave that in his eyes. Each word of this new law bore the weight of class, oppression, authority, and even bloodshed. He understood all too well the magnitude of upheaval that would ensue upon the announcement of this new law within the divine capital. Countless souls, yet to emerge from the pre-apocalyptic world, would undoubtedly lose their lives as a result. Yet, Su Bai recognized that this new law was, in fact, most fitting for the contemporary world. The old system had become utterly incompatible with this new reality, in a world where order has disintegrated and humanity is in chaos. Only an iron-fisted approach and authoritarian rule can endure. After all, Having witnessed the grotesque depths of depravity, where beings like Lin Yin, Luo Yi, and even the extraordinary Jiang Chen wield immense power, ordinary individuals appear as fragile as ants in their presence. One cannot expect such extraordinary beings to engage in discussions of equality with mere mortals. That is simply impossible. The essence of the new law in the divine capital is heavily tilted in favor of the extraordinary. If one can dominate the ranks of the extraordinary, they can dictate the fate of the post-apocalyptic world. Even if commoners harbor dissatisfaction, what can they do? Rebel. Reflecting on Jiang Chen's formidable abilities, which could melt steel with a mere gesture and shatter reinforced concrete with tendrils, as well as his command over gravitational forces, Su Bai concluded that it would be prudent to refrain from such thoughts. Father, mother, I'm home. Su Qingge's exuberant voice echoed from outside, observing their daughter's excitement. Su Bai and Ning Fei exchanged surprised glances. Ning Fei hurried to grasp her daughter's hand, asking, Darling, are you all right? Mother, what could possibly be wrong? I merely took a tour of the Jiang residence. It is truly magnificent. Moreover, Jiang Chen's villa is beyond anything I have ever seen, Su Qingge replied, pulling her mother along to the sofa, smiling brightly. Clearly, she remained oblivious to her parents' true concerns. After sharing a glance with Su Bai, Ning Fei inquired, Did young Master Jiang not summon you me? No, he seems rather busy and has yet to return home. Su Qingge's realization dawned, and a faint blush colored her delicate features that I see. Upon hearing this news, Ning Fei felt a sense of relief mingled with a hint of regret. Su Bai, however, harbored no such thoughts. Are you staying home tonight? He asked. This might not be possible. Su Qingge shyly shook her head. Upon hearing this, Ning Fei rose again. Are you going to stay with young Master Jiang? Yes, Su Qingge replied, her cheeks flushed as she nodded gently. Ning Fei shared a knowing glance with Su Bai before asking, Did young Master Jiang invite you? Not exactly. Since I arrived at the Jiang residence, I haven't seen him. It's a decision I made on my own. Upon hearing this, Ning Fei paused momentarily. Mother, father, I am now young Master's personal assistant. Regardless of other considerations, I should fulfill this role, Su Qingge stated firmly. Upon hearing this, Ning Fei was about to respond when Su Bai interrupted her. Qingge, just remember that your father and mother will always support your decisions. Do not feel obligated to please us, nor should you overexert yourself. Think more about your own needs. If you truly do not wish to remain, we can leave the divine capital. There are other places for us. At Su Bai's words, Su Qingge's beautiful eyes shimmered with tears. Biting her lip, she bestowed upon her parents a radiant smile, wiping away the moisture from her eyes. Father, mother, please rest assured that I am well aware of my own heart. Indeed. Hearing their daughter's words, Su Bai nodded. By the way, father, mother, here are your new identification cards. Su Qingge retrieved 2 cards from her bag and handed them to Su Bai and Ning Fei. They examined the identity details inscribed upon the cards. Su Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. He glanced again at the information on Ning Fei's card. Divine Capital Honorable Noble. Su Bai Divine Capital Honorable Noble. Ning Fei. What? Su Bai was taken aback. He had previously sensed that he would not be classified as a dust underling, but he assumed he would merely qualify as a new person, given that he had acknowledged the nobles as belonging to the extraordinary class. Yet, gazing at the identification card in his hand, he stated, Father, mother, you must keep this safe from now on. This will serve as your identification in the divine capital. Qingge, who provided you with this? Su Bai inquired. A member of the Jiang family gave it to me just before I left, saying it was from young Master Jiang. Su Qingge replied sweetly, clearly aware of the implications of the new law in the divine capital. Attaining the status of a noble signifies entering a true privileged class. Within the divine capital, one can live quite comfortably without engaging in any endeavors by elevating her parents to noble status. It is evident that Jiang Chen holds her in high regard. This realization fueled her determination to stay at Jiang Chen's villa so swiftly. Then we must sincerely thank young Master Jiang. Su Bai gazed at the identity card in his hand, his voice imbued with gratitude. The status of Shangmin sufficiently attested to the significance that Jiang Chen placed on Su Qingge. This was Jiang Chen's response to the couple. As dusk approached, the first night of the apocalypse descended upon the city of Xinjing. Apart from the sporadic gunfire echoing within the city, faint sounds of artillery could be discerned from afar. However, not long after, these sounds of bombardment and gunfire gradually faded away, leaving only the occasional crack of gunshots in the silence. This night was destined to be a sleepless one yet, for the residents of Xinjiang. They felt fortunate, aware of the dire circumstances unfolding outside. Fully cognizant of the hellish scene beyond their walls that in stark contrast, they were able to remain safely ensconced in their homes, wrapped in blankets. Relishing the comfort of sleep, a luxury unattainable for those still fleeing from zombies and the apocalypse outside to TO them, Xinjiang resembled a paradise that in Jiang Qin's villa. Within his bedroom, after a refreshing bath, he donned his nightclothes under the attentive care of the blushing maids. The day had been consumed with matters concerning the future direction of the Jiang family, and such cerebral exertions left even Jiang Chun feeling a tad fatigued. Now, he yearned for relaxation. However, upon returning to his room, he found no sign of Si Jin or Ran Miaoyin. Just as he pondered their whereabouts, a figure timidly entered his room, gently knocking on the door that was none other than Su Qingge. Upon seeing her, a playful expression began to emerge on Jiang Chen's face, as Su Qingge had evidently gone to great lengths to prepare for this moment. Her appearance reminiscent of their first encounter at the airport in Modu, a coffee-colored French Academy-style short-sleeved long dress, adorned with an apricot-colored collared long-sleeve blouse, cascading down into a loose long skirt. Her legs were flawless, resembling a character stepped out from an anime. Noticing Jiang Qin's gaze lingering on her thighs, a faint blush crept onto Su Qingge's charming face. Jiang Qin remained silent as he stepped closer to her, observing her delicate features. Gradually leaning down, he captured her lips with his, accompanied by her soft, breathy sighs. Chapter 47. The allure of the fated villain, becoming his right hand as the sun reached its zenith. The gunfire from the previous night resonated fiercely in other cities, while within the confines of the city, Jiang Qin's own gunfire echoed just as intensely. Holding Su Qingge, whose lovely face bore traces of tears, Jiang Qin's expression slowly revealed a hint of amusement. That must be noted that Su Qingge possessed a charm distinctly different from that of Si Jin and Ran Miaoyin. There was a blend of compliance and subtlety in her demeanor, deftly navigating her own thoughts within the bounds of Jiang Qin's approval. As her beautiful eyes fluttered, sensing Jiang Qin's awakening, Su Qingge gradually opened her eyes. The moment her clear gaze met Jiang Qin's, a seductive flush spread across her enchanting face. Recollecting the events of the previous night, Su Qingge felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. Even she could scarcely believe how audacious she had been. An hour later, Su Qingge assisted Jiang Qin in donning his attire that, of course, she could have easily refrained from such exertion, for maids were already waiting outside the room. Yet, Su Qingge insisted on personally attending to Jiang Qin, for he was her first and, henceforth, her only man. Jiang Qin, oblivious to her underlying sentiments, had long since grown accustomed to such experiences that he donned a deep black suit under her attentive care. He appeared as if sculpted by divine hands, mysterious, noble, and transcendent, rendering even angels incapable of resisting the urge to kiss him. Reflecting on the previous night and all that transpired, Su Qingge found herself enraptured. She finally comprehended why so many women had relentlessly pursued Jiang Qin, fully aware of his notorious reputation as a philanderer, yet still yearning for his attention. Even after being cast aside, they continued to speak on his behalf, merely to receive a festive greeting in the chat box, accompanied by the room number. For this man, to any woman, was akin to a soul-consuming poison. Once tasted, one could never escape its grasp. Noticing the entranced gaze Su Qingge directed at him, Jiang Qin's eyes darkened with intrigue. He reached out, gently caressing her face. "Tell me, how should I position you? As a carefree glass vase like Si Jin and Miaoyin? Or do you have a more ambitious idea?" Hearing his words, Su Qingge's heart tightened. Just as she was about to speak, she inhaled deeply, her beautiful eyes obediently fixed on Jiang Qin. "Qingge shall comply with the young master's arrangements. Whatever you wish for me to do, I shall do." Jiang Qin smiled softly, withdrawing his hand from her collarbone and turning to gaze out at the mist-shrouded sky beyond the floor-to-ceiling window, remaining silent. That as Su Qingge watched his silhouette, her heart a tumult of emotions. She was resolute in her desire not to be a mere vase, yet she understood the necessity of adhering to Jiang Qin's will. Whatever Jiang Qin desired of her was what she would fulfill. However, she sensed an elusive uncertainty in his thoughts and dared not probe deeper into his mind. Soon, a resolute expression crossed Su Qingga's face as she stepped toward Jiang Chun, gently embracing him from behind. Resting her captivating face against his back, as if listening intently to the intentions of his heart. She held this position in silence, yet her actions conveyed everything to Jiang Chen. Point 2 vases suffice for now. At last, Jiang Chen's words allowed Su Qingga to exhale a heavy sigh of relief. Moreover, with your extraordinary abilities, it would be a waste to confine you to the role of a mere vase. Turning back to her, he grasped her porcelain-like chin, lifting her face to meet his gaze, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "I shall forever abide by your will, young master." Su Qingga, as if making a solemn vow, gazed earnestly into Jiang Chen's eyes. That in the depths of her gaze, Jiang Chen discerned two words: loyalty, a loyalty that belonged solely to him. She was intelligent and possessed ambition, yet was this not precisely what he valued? Still, it was insufficient. Jiang Chun had personally prepared a trial for her. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Young master." The voice was familiar, and Su Qingga held a profound impression of its owner. "Come in," Jiang Chun replied calmly. As the words left his lips, the head maid opened the door, her long, elegant legs, clad in black stockings, stepping gracefully into the room. Upon entering, Wu Yi cast a glance at Jiang Chun before turning her attention to Su Qingga. She was not surprised to find Su Qingga in Jiang Chen's room. After all, no one could escape her keen observation upon entering the villa. "Young master, the new law has been officially promulgated, and it has already been disseminated throughout the city of Shunjing. As anticipated, within just a few hours, thousands have taken to the streets to protest against it." Wu Yi handed a document to Jiang Chun, her voice calm and measured. Reading the contents of the document, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged, even as a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. Just as Wu Yi had stated, this was all anticipated by Jiang Chen. "What do you believe should be done about this matter?" he inquired, turning to Su Qingga with a slight smile. After a moment of silence, Su Qingga met Jiang Chen's gaze, her eyes pure and resolute. "I will provide the young master with the most satisfactory resolution." Hearing her words, a broader smile spread across Jiang Chen's face, while Wu Yi cast her an appraising glance. "Very well, I entrust this matter to you. I hope that by nightfall, the new law will be enforced upon every citizen of Xinjiang." Jiang Chun passed the document to Su Qingga, who accepted it without hesitation. "Wu Yi, assist Qingga with all your might." "Yes, young master." On the fifth night, the head maid's pupils shimmered with an enigmatic glow as she nodded by the window. Jiang Chun swirled the red wine in his glass, observing the departing figures of Su Qingga and the fifth knight. A subtle yet significant smile gracing his lips. The new law was the trial he had prepared for Su Qingga, and her performance in this trial would ultimately determine whether she could become his right hand. Not to mention, prior to this, the fifth knight had always been referred to as his left hand. Chapter 48. The Reborn. Meanwhile, in the city of Xinjiang, within a dilapidated house on the outskirts of the old city, a gaunt man jolted upright in bed, as if awakened from a nightmare. Trembling, he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze filled with lingering terror. "Where is this?" as he took in the familiar environment that felt like a reflection of his very soul. The astonishment on the young man's face gradually morphed into a state of stupor. "Brother!" At that moment, a girl of about 15 or 16 dashed in from outside. Upon seeing her, the young man shuddered violently, disbelief flashing in his eyes. "Xiaoqian, brother, you've finally awakened." The girl rushed to his bedside and leaped into his arms, tears streaming down her face. The young man instinctively placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. While his mind erupted with chaotic thoughts, "Did I not die at the hands of the Shadow Warrior? What is happening? And Xiaoqian is alive. She's still here. Wait, what is the date now? Xiaoqian, what year and day is it in the era of creation?" The era of creation. The girl lifted her head from his shoulder, her features not particularly striking, yet the tear streaks on her face rendered her heart-wrenchingly pitiful. Stirring the young man's heart with empathy, "It is the year 20XX, September 2nd. Brother, you have been unconscious for a week. If you hadn't been breathing, we would have doubted that you." As she spoke, the girl began to cry once more. 20XX, September 2 and D. Upon hearing this date, the young man's pupils constricted sharply, yet in the next moment, a sudden clarity surged within him. September 2 and D, 20XX. Was this not merely 2 days before the apocalypse, the second day of the era of creation? Wait, Had he traversed through time and to the very beginning of the era of creation? In that instant, the confusion in the young man's heart dissipated, replaced by a rush of exhilaration. The dawn of the era of creation. He had indeed traveled back to its inception. Jiangchun, the Jiang family. The fifth night. I have not perished. I am still alive. Not only am I alive, but I have also transcended time. Heaven has granted me this opportunity. An opportunity to start anew. This time, I shall avenge the grievances of my past life. I will overturn your devilish family. Feng Zhuo's gaze turned icy as he recalled the torment of being hunted down by the Jiang family in his previous life. Witnessing his family annihilated by them, igniting within him an uncontrollable desire for vengeance. In his last life, the Jiang family was immensely powerful. Even though he had companions who shared his ideals and were willing to risk their lives to overthrow the Jiang family's reign, the outcome had ultimately been tragic. But this time would be different. He possessed 5 years' worth of foresight beyond the current world. He was confident he could gather his like-minded comrades from his past life. Utilizing the various fortuitous encounters following the advent of the new era, he would transform this generation's freedom army into a force capable of matching the Jiang family, or even overthrowing their tyrannical rule. By the way, Xiao Qian, where are our parents? Feng Zhuo hastily inquired. Did I end his previous life? He could only watch as his family fell victim to the Jiang family's slaughter, and in this life he vowed to protect them. They went out. Just this morning, Xinjing enacted a new law. According to it, our family will now become part of the dust people under the new laws of the apocalypse. Feng Qian spoke with concern. Upon hearing his sister's words, Feng Zhuo's heart jolted. The new laws of the apocalypse? Wait, was this not merely the second day following the apocalypse? Wasn't the promulgation of the new laws supposed to occur a month later? After the city's zombie crisis had been largely contained? Brother, the zombie crisis in the city was quelled just yesterday. Look outside. There are still many soldiers maintaining order on the streets, Feng Qian patiently explained to her brother. A wave of unease washed over Feng Zhuo. He quickly approached the window, and sure enough, he observed numerous soldiers from the newly formed Xinjing army patrolling the streets. Witnessing this scene left him in a state of confusion. This did not align with the memories in his mind that in his previous recollections. Though the Jiang family had reacted swiftly to the sudden onset of the apocalypse, they had still paid a heavy price to barely contain the zombies after a month. Yet this time, the Jiang family had suppressed the zombie crisis in just one day. However, this was not the moment for such thoughts. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. He had to bring his parents back. Feng Zhuo quickly leapt from the bed. He was weaker now than in his previous life. Although he had numerous ideas in mind, it was crucial to develop cautiously for the time being. He absolutely could not resist the Jiang family at this moment. Otherwise, the tragedies of his past life would replay before his eyes. Xiao Qian, stay here. Be good. I will return as soon as I find father and mother. With that, Feng Zhuo flung open the door and dashed outside. That he had to catch up. Chapter 49. Jiang Qin's new acquisitions before long. Feng Zhuo found himself on the bustling streets, observing the throngs of people milling about. He exhaled deeply, feeling the weight of the apocalyptic world settling upon him. This was a world where order had disintegrated, and the Jiang family was now the Jiang family in this post-apocalyptic era. He understood this all too well. Yet, the majority of the crowd remained blissfully unaware of the reality. They naively believed that as long as they exerted some pressure on the Jiang family without inciting chaos, the Jiang family would dare not retaliate against them. However, as Feng Zhuo surveyed the indifferent faces in the crowd, particularly the increasingly apathetic gazes of the officers, a chill ran down his spine. These people knew nothing of the Jiang family. They were oblivious to the true nature of the Jiang family lurking behind the scenes. Even less did they comprehend the realities of this apocalyptic world. Realizing this, Feng Zhuo felt a wave of urgency wash over him, that he had to find his parents quickly and lead them away from this place. He knew that it would not be long before the Jiang family began addressing the situation here. At that point, it would truly be irreparable. Father, mother, where are you? Father, it's Feng Zhuo. Please respond if you hear me. Mother, it's Feng Zhuo. Where are you? Please answer me. Feng Zhuo plunged into the crowd, calling out loudly in every direction. However, there were simply too many people, and the surrounding noise drowned out his voice, leaving him with no response. What to do? Feng Zhuo gritted his teeth. The next moment, he burst through the crowd, making his way to the forefront. Soon, he reached the front of the throng, panting heavily, arms outstretched to block their path. "Stop! Everyone halt!" Yet the crowd merely cast a fleeting glance at him before disregarding his words, continuing to push forward while shouting. Feng Zhuo's expression darkened, but he quickly steeled himself, picking up a steel pipe from the ground. He dashed to the front once more before the crowd could react. He swung the pipe and struck one of the individuals on the head. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air, causing the surrounding crowd to erupt in chaos. "What are you doing? You have some audacity. In front of so many people, you dare to commit violence." As the people around him voiced their shock, Feng Zhuo shouted, "I said stop. Why should we stop? Who do you think you are?" Ignoring their words, several middle-aged men lunged at Feng Zhuo. However, having fought against zombies, aberrants, and even extraordinary beings in his previous life, he still possessed combat skills that allowed him to handle this situation with relative ease. Even in his weakened state. "Father, mother, can you hear me? Father, mother." As Feng Zhuo defended himself against the assailants, he continued to call out to the crowd. His actions were intended to attract attention, to help his parents find him. Unbeknownst to him, his parents were not yet aware of his presence. Instead, from the window of a tall building ahead, a strikingly handsome man in a black suit, holding a glass of red wine, watched his figure with a gaze deep as the cosmos, revealing a subtle intrigue. Ding detected the aura of the main character. Analyzing Ding. Analysis complete. Name, Feng Zhuo. Extraordinary abilities. None extraordinary rank. None killing and subduing the protagonist. Feng Zhuo. A reward of the Destiny treasure chest awaits. Who would have thought that merely coming to watch the spectacle would unveil such surprises? With a swift gulp, Jiang Chun finished the wine in his glass and beckoned to the figure behind him. "Young master." A bodyguard clad in black approached, bowing respectfully as he spoke. "Find a few sharp-witted individuals to keep an eye on him. At once, young master." The black-clad bodyguard nodded. Additionally, informed the head made that the Jiang family requires a substantial plot of land to construct a new industrial center. The construction of the Black Wall also demands a significant amount of building materials and manpower. I believe the Old Town area would be quite suitable. Jiang Chen set down his goblet and gazed into the distance, where a throng of newly recruited Jiang family soldiers surged toward the crowd. He smiled softly and remarked, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the black-clad bodyguard felt a chill run down his spine. "I shall inform the head mate at once." "Very well, go." With a respectful bow, the bodyguard exited the room. 3 months of the arrival period truly feels interminable. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted toward the distant outskirts of the city, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Chapter 50. Suppression. At this moment, Feng Zhuo was entirely unaware that he had become the target of Jiang Chen's scrutiny. He continued to shout loudly for his parents amid the crowd. "Everyone, join forces, capture that brat. We can't let him cause any more trouble." As the crowd struggled to apprehend Feng Zhuo, their anxiety grew palpable. The soldier stationed nearby showed no inclination to assist them. Just then, a voice called out, "Zhuo, how did you end up here?" Upon hearing this voice, Feng Zhuo quickly turned to see 2 familiar figures emerging from the crowd, their warmth ingrained in his very being. "Father, mother," he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. It had been 5 years. He had thought he would never see his parents again, yet now, fate had granted him this opportunity once more. "This brat is your son." The crowd, which had intended to capture Feng Zhuo, now regarded his parents with furrowed brows, some approaching them with ill intentions. Feng Zhuo's parents, taken aback, were unprepared for this turn of events. They had merely paused in the crowd to ascertain what was happening ahead, only to discover their son standing at the forefront, engaged in a brawl. This revelation left them utterly stunned. "Step aside. Who dares to harm my parents?" Seeing the crowd threatening his parents, Feng Zhuo hoisted the steel pipe in his hand and rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of them, his expression darkening. "De jure, what on earth is happening here?" Feng Zhuo's parents were utterly bewildered. Had their son not been unconscious at home? Why was he suddenly here, fighting with these people? "Mother, father, this is not the time for explanations. We must leave immediately." Feng Zhuo grasped his parents' hands, intent on fleeing. Only by leaving this place would he feel at ease. However, before they could take more than a few steps, the crowd encircled them, blocking their path. "Brat, You think you can just walk away after attacking someone? It's not that simple. If you don't give us an explanation today, you won't be leaving. Exactly. Who gets to hit someone and just run away? Your parents are here too. They should weigh in. Your son attacked for no reason and now wishes to escape unscathed. It doesn't work that way. Indeed, you must provide an explanation. Feng's parents were at a loss upon hearing the crowd's accusations. Having lived their lives in the lowest echelons of society, they were always cautious, never daring to offend anyone. They had never encountered a situation like this before. Feng's expression darkened further as he felt a surge of urgency. Being trapped here would inevitably lead to disaster. He needed to get his parents away as soon as possible. But the current circumstances, gritting his teeth, he surveyed the crowd. The next moment, a fierce determination crossed his face. Raising the steel pipe above his head, he struck himself with a resounding thud. Blood streamed down from his wound. His parents were taken aback by his drastic action. Once they regained their composure, they hurriedly reached for tissues to tend to his injury. But Feng halted their attempts. That's enough. Enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his head, he glared at the stunned crowd, his voice low and resolute. Without waiting for their response, he seized his parents' hands and attempted to depart. This time, upon witnessing the blood cascading down Feng's face, the crowd refrained from obstructing their exit. After all, given Feng's current state, they dared not intervene. That if anything were to happen, it would be troublesome indeed. Moreover, they were reluctant to pursue the matter further. The parade was of utmost importance. But just as they were about to move on, a commotion ahead caused Feng's expression to shift. That he clenched his jaw but remained silent, feigning ignorance as he urged his parents onward. Yet before they could take a few more steps, their path was once again obstructed. Chapter 51. Extraordinary beings are indeed extraordinary. At this juncture, at the forefront, Su Qingge and Diyi had made their appearance before the crowd. However, the onlookers were too terrified to appreciate the beauty of the two women. They gazed in horror at them and the newly mobilized Jiang family soldiers behind them, trembling in fear. At this moment, dread enveloped them. The bravado they once felt about compelling the Jiang family to submit had dissipated entirely. I understand that many of you feel indignant, wondering why extraordinary beings are deemed the esteemed citizens, while you languish as mere commoners. Allow me to clarify the reason for you. Su Qingge surveyed the crowd below. Raising a hand, soon, two trucks rolled into view. Amidst the bewildered stares of the crowd, the cargo compartment at the back of the trucks opened. A deafening roar erupted from within. In the next instant, a terrifying cacophony of growls echoed from the cargo area of the trucks, instilling fear in the hearts of the onlookers. Yesterday, the entirety of the capital had been permeated by that sound. Most were fortunate enough to have only heard it, never having encountered its source. Yet now, as the cargo doors swung open, they beheld. Inside the two trucks were iron cages containing numerous rotting, lifeless corpses, zombies that haunted their nightmares. Upon sighting the crowd, the zombies surged within their cages, clamoring to break free, eager to feast on what they perceived as prey. The iron cages rattled violently from their relentless assaults. Those at the forefront of the crowd, despite the distance separating them, found themselves recoiling in terror. A small-scale panic erupted as people scrambled to avoid the possibility of a zombie breakout. Feng observed the reactions of those around him. His expression solemn. Compared to his previous life, the ordinary citizens of this era appeared woefully unprepared. Primarily because the Jiang family and the capital had shielded them too effectively during the apocalypse. Su Qingge, observing the crowd's response, remained unfazed. That I now offer you an opportunity. I allow you to form a team of over 50 individuals to enter these cages and battle the zombies. If you manage to slay even half of them, I will grant you the status of esteemed citizens. Su Qingge's declaration resonated. The crowd, including the military, stared at her in disbelief. Some of the Jiang family soldiers were eager to participate. But regrettably, it seemed that this opportunity did not extend to them. Realizing this, the Jiang soldiers cast envious glances at the crowd below. Yet, in stark contrast, the people below were retreating, none daring to step forward and accept the challenge. No one. If that's the case, I shall randomly select 45 individuals. Su Qingge spoke calmly. Upon hearing her words, the crowd's faces turned pale as they silently prayed not to be chosen. After all, although there were only a dozen zombies in the cage, they were still zombies. How could they possibly contend with such creatures? Before long, under Su Chinga's pointed finger, 45 healthy men and women were selected. Those who were not chosen felt a wave of relief. While those who were, no, I refuse to go. Help, let go of me. I do not want to face those zombies. The selected individuals screamed in terror. Yet, in the face of the Jiang family soldiers' relentless grip, they could not fight back and were mercilessly thrown into the cage alongside the previous 5. In the next instant, the air was filled with cries of anguish. Get away! Let go of me! Spare my life! Don't eat me! Do not eat me! Ah! The sound of a scream echoed, and the scene within the iron cage was horrifically gruesome. Those spectating from outside were pale-faced, their hands and feet cold, their pupils trembling. Since the advent of the apocalypse, it was at this very moment that they realized how alarmingly close the end of days truly was in less than half an hour. Silence reigned within the iron cage. The zombies, all alive, were reveling in a bloody feast. Humanity, entirely annihilated, had become a banquet for the undead. Yet Su Chinga did not falter. The next moment, he commanded the crane to dump the zombies from 2 cages into one. Over 20 zombies were now amassed in a single iron cage. Then, before the stunned gaze of the onlookers, a transcendent leaped into the cage through the entrance. Instantly, the horde of over 20 zombies lunged towards him with feral howls. But in the face of this spectacle, the transcendent merely snorted disdainfully. The next second, his body radiated a brilliant glow. His muscles expanded exponentially, and his skin emanated a hard, lustrous sheen with a single punch. He obliterated a charging zombie into a gruesome paste. Unyielding, he then seized another zombie's head with his hand, and with a resounding crunch, he crushed its skull. Witnessing this, the crowd below was left in a state of shock. However, in no time, the 20-plus zombies overwhelmed him, burying him beneath their mass. Just as everyone believed the Transcendent had met his demise among the undead, he burst forth, drenched in blood. Yet even so, he stood like a war god, tearing through the surrounding zombies. In just 10 minutes, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, every one of the over 20 zombies lay slain at his feet. Silence, tranquility, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only Su Chinga, gazing at them, spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. Now, do you believe he is worthy of standing above you? And do you deem yourselves deserving to stand on equal footing with him? Chapter 52. I am proud to be a citizen. Su Chinga's cold voice resonated through the streets, amplified by transcendent power, reaching the ears of every individual present. And it wasn't just those here. Even many who remained indoors were drawn to the echoes of the broadcast resonating throughout the city, as well as the live footage being aired on television, in response to Su Chinga's statement. The throngs of demonstrators, numbering in the tens of thousands, fell into a profound silence, unsure of how to respond. That a palpable tension hung over them, stifling their hearts and making it difficult to breathe. Their gazes turned vacant. Indeed, why should they dare to consider themselves equal to these transcendent beings? Was it merely because they could consume food, because they could satiate the undead? The Transcendent faced hordes of zombies many times their size and single-handedly vanquished them. What of these ordinary people? When confronted with a fraction of their number, they were powerless to resist. They had never contemplated this layer of reality, nor had they considered the existence of zombies at all. For them, zombies were simply not something they needed to contemplate. The reasoning behind this mindset lay in the fact that during the onset of the apocalypse, the capital and the Jiang family had sheltered them so effectively that they had never faced the front line against the undead. While they were aware of the existence of zombies in the world, even within the city, how many among them had ever confronted one directly? They did not wish to understand, for to them, zombies were akin to nightmares, and they would consciously, subconsciously, and objectively overlook their presence. They continued to dwell in the world that existed before the apocalypse, clinging to the notion that society remained as it once was. They held steadfast to the ancient truth that all men are created equal, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that in this current world, equality, a mere farce. Thus, when Su Chinga presented the most direct images of the apocalypse, showcasing the zombies before their very eyes, even allowing them to witness the grim fate of some unfortunate souls confronting the undead, fear, panic, confusion, and bewilderment flooded through them. Some began to question themselves deeply. Yet, Not a single one noticed that their emotions had been stirred. Standing upon the platform, Su Chinga surveyed the crowd below, her clear eyes shimmering with a barely perceptible transcendent light. Beside her, the fifth knight gazed at her silhouette. A hint of intrigue flickering in his cold pupils, the first signs of a shift towards the being known as Su Chinga. Even if we cannot ascend to the status of the elite, surely we can still aspire to become the most basic of new citizens. At that moment, a voice resonated from within the crowd. Upon hearing this proclamation, the previously bewildered throng's eyes brightened. Indeed, we acknowledge that we may not match those transcendent beings. We can accept our lower status. However, we wish to become new citizens. That should pose no issue. Exactly. We may exist beneath the transcendent, but we shall become new citizens, deserving of the most basic rights. New citizens, we shall become new citizens. In that instant, the crowd rediscovered their purpose, roaring as if they had grasped a lifeline, articulating their desire for power. However, at that very moment, they failed to notice the soldiers surrounding them. Their gazes growing increasingly frigid upon hearing these demands. Meanwhile, Su Chinga remained impassive before the rekindled fervor of the crowd, her expression unchanged in a fleeting moment of carelessness. A fleeting smirk crossed her eyes. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted once more, but this time, the bullets were not aimed at the crowd below. Instead, they served as a warning shot, startling the now frenzied crowd into a swift hush. New citizens. Do you believe that becoming a new citizen is a simple endeavor? Su Chinga's detached voice rang out once again. Why not? Are they not new citizens as well? They're just like us, mere mortals. Why should they be privileged to be new citizens while we cannot? A voice rose loudly from the masses, referring to the soldiers encircling them. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' expressions darkened further. Yet soon enough, as Su Chinga continued her speech, the soldiers began to exhibit pride, while the civilians fell silent once more. Why should they? It is because, during the onset of the apocalypse, they stood as bulwarks against the ravaging tide of the undead, sacrificing their very flesh and blood. That is because the majority of them still stand guard at the fringes of the capital. They fend off the relentless onslaught of the zombie horde with their lives. Do you truly believe that your presence here, protesting, is a gift from the heavens? Were it not for their steadfast defense against the encroaching zombies, you would have no opportunity to stand here and demonstrate. Su Chinga's icy words pierced through the air. Upon hearing this, the crowd lapsed into silence once more. But Su Chinga did not relent. Continuing, you may not comprehend the current state of the outside world, but I can enlighten you that a city like the capital, where order still prevails, is a rarity. The other cities across the globe have succumbed entirely to the zombie tide. Those who share your fate, ordinary citizens, are now not merely protesting in the streets. They are struggling to secure even an inch of safety. Their lives hinge upon where they might encounter a zombie at any given intersection. As her words fell, an image was projected before the crowd, revealing the neighboring cities in their devastated state. Many recognized these places, having visited them before the apocalypse. Though they had not been as prosperous as the capital, they had thrived on its periphery. Yet now, as they beheld the dilapidated ruins, crumbling edifices, and the zombies rampaging through the streets alongside countless bloodied corpses ravaged by the undead, the echoes of human terror reverberated through the city. While the zombies roared as if in celebration, this harrowing spectacle deeply unsettled the hearts of the vast majority within the capital. Imagine if the Jiang family had not provided leadership, if the transcendent beings had not offered protection, if the military had not lent their assistance, what would the capital look like now? And what would most of you become? To become a survivor still fleeing in terror through the desolate remnants of a city, or to transform into one of the gnawed corpses strewn upon the ground, or perhaps to become one of those mindless creatures that assail humanity. Su Chinga's words echoed relentlessly in the hearts of all who bore witness to this scene. The chilling tone, combined with the starkness of the imagery, made many tremble uncontrollably. Indeed, without the Jiang family, without the extraordinary beings, without the military, what would the city of Xinjiang resemble at this moment? And what would become of them? Survivors, corpses, zombies in such a city, becoming any of these outcomes seemed to bear little distinction. The only difference might be merely the passage of time. Yet now, in Xinjiang, they were alive, able to avoid confronting the terror of the undead, and had found a semblance of stability. What more could they wish for? Commoners, new citizens, lower-class citizens. If those civilians ravaged by the tide of corpses were given the choice, they would not hesitate to accept entry into Xinjiang, even if it meant being deemed lowly. And now, as lower-class citizens, their situation seemed relatively favorable compared to the outside world. But was this truly the end? Not at all. Su Qingge's ambitions extended far beyond this. Chapter 53. You are worthless. You are all burdens. Meanwhile, on the building, Jiang Chen patiently observed Su Qingge's performance. Young master, Mr. Su has arrived, announced a bodyguard clad in black as he entered, bowing respectfully to Jiang Chen. Following him was Su Qingge's father, Su Bai. Greetings, young master. Su Bai entered the office and immediately bowed to Jiang Chen upon seeing him, his tone exceedingly respectful. Uncle Su, you are too courteous, Jiang Chen replied, turning his gaze from the window and waving his hand with a smile. What brings you here at my behest? Su Bai inquired cautiously. Nothing in particular. I merely wish to engage in conversation with Uncle Su, Jiang Chen said, pouring 2 cups of tea. Upon seeing this, Su Bai hurried over to accept the tea with both hands. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the procession below, as well as his obedient daughter leading the march. Observing Jiang Chen, he noted that the young man's gaze lingered on the scene outside. Gradually, he began to understand that at home, he had been following this matter closely. Regarding his daughter's actions, he felt a complex mixture of emotions. He understood all too well the intentions behind her actions. Uncle Su, you should feel honored to have such a daughter, Jiang Chen remarked, taking a sip of tea and smiling at Su Bai. Hearing this, a bitter smile crossed Su Bai's face that if only he could, he would not wish for his daughter to be this way. Yet he knew that in order to survive in such a world, this was the only path. Indeed. I feel proud of Qingge, Su Bai sighed, nodding in agreement as he gazed out at Su Qingge's figure, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions that he had heard her words. And it was evident that Su Qingge employed a blend of truth and deception to profoundly strike at the hearts of these individuals for what was real and what was fabricated, that had become inconsequential. What mattered was that Su Qingge had achieved her objective. She had made those civilians acutely aware that the position bestowed upon them by Xinjiang was the most appropriate one. Logically, with such a display, Su Qingge had fulfilled her mission. However, she was far from finished. While she had accomplished her task, her true objective remained unmet. She contemplated further and deeper. She sought to establish an invisible system through this opportunity, one that might forever weigh upon the heads of those belonging to the lower class below. Under the bombardment of Su Qingge's words, all the commoners, including the concealed Feng Zhuo in the crowd, began to waver in their understanding of self. Had it not been for his memories and knowledge from a past life, he too might have succumbed to confusion, questioning his own existence. That he looked at Su Qingge on the stage. Astonished, her words seemed to hold an enchanting power, piercing deep into his soul. Coupled with the authenticity of her statements, it made the listeners more susceptible to emotional upheaval. Consequently, the crowd began to accept their status as the lowest class citizens. Yet, this was not the end that Su Qingge would make them realize that being a lower-class citizen was indeed their privilege. She gazed at a bewildered figure in the crowd, her pupils fixated on him. An extraordinary force began to manifest. Soon, that figure lifted their head and looked at Su Qingge, their eyes reflecting confusion that created an insurmountable barrier in their self-perception. What, then, is our value? Is our existence merely that of lower-class citizens? What do we signify to Xinjiang? At this inquiry, all eyes turned towards Su Qingge. In that moment, they had fully comprehended their identity under her guidance. Now, they sought to understand what they meant to Xinjiang, how they appeared in the eyes of the city. In response, Su Qingge looked at them coolly and uttered a statement that elicited varied reactions even from Su Bai and Jiang Chen. You are burdens to Xinjiang. You possess no value whatsoever. Without you, Xinjiang would thrive. Eyes widened in disbelief, their pupils quaked violently as their minds momentarily halted due to Su Qingge's proclamation. Some attempted to vocally contest her, but she did not grant them the opportunity. In this world, your existence is merely a drain on Xinjiang. Each day, you consume food and various resources. Even your protests deplete the lives of the brave soldiers fighting on the front lines. In this world, we cannot rely on others. We must depend on ourselves. Every resource is dwindling. Every morsel of food is scarce. Soldiers and extraordinary beings expend these precious resources to battle the undead. And you consume far more food and water than they do. Yet what have you done? You have done nothing. You waste these resources to march here, mindlessly depleting even more dead as Su Chinga spoke. The pallor on the faces of the crowd grew increasingly grim, their spirits waning. Yet Su Chinga continued, "Many of you should have perished by now. You ought to have become sacrifices to the apocalypse. Only through your demise would food and resources not be in such scarcity. This is the arrangement of the end times. But the Jiang family and Xinjing could not bear to witness your deaths. They snatched your worthless, parasitic lives from the clutches of death. But what about you? You useless individuals. Look at what you have accomplished." As she reached the climax of her speech, Su Chinga's tone turned even colder. Nearly uttering the word waste directly, her words resonated like a sacred chant within the hearts of the crowd. They were worthless, they were burdens, they were ungrateful. In that moment, all lower-class citizens in Xinjiang, even some new citizens, began to question the significance of their existence. Yet this was not enough. It was Su Chinga's subsequent words that truly instilled a visceral fear within them, making them acutely aware of their utter lack of value. Realizing they could be easily replaced by something better, some of you may feel indignant, believing that your irreplaceable existence is an essential component of Xinjiang society. But I can assure you, your presence is akin to refuse. An additional piece only breeds discomfort, while its absence brings relief. As the stability of Xinjiang's situation spreads to the outside world, whether you believe it or not, within a month, countless outsiders will dream of entering Xinjiang. They have endured the trials of the undead and the apocalypse, and they understand this world far better than you do. They will gladly give everything for the chance to remain in Xinjiang. And you? Ha! Su Chinga's final cold laugh served as the perfect punctuation. She did not articulate her concluding thoughts, yet everyone trembled, comprehending the implication. Outsiders would replace them, and they would be discarded by those newcomers. For in comparison to outsiders, they were utterly valueless, even a hindrance. When that time came, it would be evident who Xinjiang would choose. That Su Chinga's words were frigid, detached, and ruthless, yet they were undeniably real and unequivocal. Like an atomic bomb, it detonated within their hearts, shattering their very essence. And oh no, I refuse to be replaced. I am willing to be a mere commoner. I am willing. I implore you to allow me to be a commoner. I am ready to give everything. I am prepared to sacrifice all for the glory of the divine capital. What must we do? What must we do? Regardless of the method, as long as it allows me to contribute to the divine capital. I am willing. At this moment, the crowd utterly collapsed. All voices raised in anguished cries. They gazed at Su Chinga, their eyes filled with desperation. They did not wish to become a burden to the divine capital, nor to be seen as worthless, nor to be replaced by outsiders. Observing this scene, a smile graced Su Chinga's lips. This was precisely the outcome she desired, enhanced by the psychological interference of her telepathic abilities. Although such powers had minimal effect on so many, she merely infused her voice with this influence, without any conscious transmission. Yet, it was precisely this slight psychological disruption, combined with her words, that struck at the very core of their souls, that utterly dismantled their internal defenses. It made them realize their own worthlessness. Only by dedicating everything, even their lives, to the divine capital could they grasp the meaning of existence. If they had previously felt worthless, merely a burden, then the final revelation of their replaceability, as if they were mere commodities, was the last shell that shattered their inner fortifications. For this was a matter that truly invoked their sense of urgent crisis. Moreover, they understood well that Su Chinga's words were not mere threats. These were highly probable, if not absolute, eventualities. Su Chinga recognized that it was nearly time. When despair reached its nadir, all she needed to provide was a glimmer of hope, enough to move them to tears. "You are fortunate," Su Chinga spoke, and this time her voice bore a touch of warmth, a warmth that shone like a brilliant light, awakening hope in those who had lost all sense of value regarding their existence. Their restless hearts quieted as they looked at Su Chinga with anticipation. "For you are the locals of the divine capital. You have an unparalleled advantage compared to those still struggling for survival against zombies and aberrations. You need not face the zombies, for the extraordinary beings and the army shield you from them. You need not worry about survival, for the Jiang family stands as your stronghold. Now, the only thing you can do is to immerse yourselves in the new construction of the divine capital. Contribute all that you have, for the army requires various military supplies, provisions, and food, which you and your families also need. However, the divine capital has no surplus land to build factories. The divine capital needs to erect high walls to protect the entire city. Yet there are insufficient materials and laborers. That Su Chinga looked at them and said softly, and at the very moment she uttered these words, I am willing to offer my house and my land. I can even offer myself. I only ask for a place to sleep. I, too, am willing. We as a family, we can all become workers. We only seek a place to sleep, to have at least 2 meals a day. No, just one. And me. I, too, am willing to contribute. The instant Su Chinga finished her sentence, over 100 people surged forth from the crowd, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Seeing these hundreds, Su Chinga waved her hand grandly. You will be the first batch of newly elevated pure citizens. A roar of astonishment erupted among the crowd, especially among those designated by Su Chinga, who wept with joy, their hearts swelling with immense recognition. They had been acknowledged by the divine capital. Meanwhile, those who were a moment too late were filled with profound regret. But soon, Su Chinga's next words drove them into a frenzy once again. As for the rest of you, as long as you contribute everything you have during the construction of the Black Walls and the new divine capital, there will be opportunities for you to ascend to pure citizens as well. This is the family's blessing upon you. It is your honor. With these words, an electrifying cheer reverberated through the air. Long live the Jiang family. Long live the divine capital. To contribute to the divine capital, does that not signify their worth to it? At the very least, they were no longer burdens, but that was not enough. They needed to continue striving with all their might. Only then could they truly manifest their value. They must let the outsiders know that this is the divine capital of its people. Such thoughts were the seeds of discontent that Su Chinga had sown, a perpetual rift among the lower classes that could never unite. Chapter 54. For the family, to contribute. Applause echoed within the high-rise as Jiang Qin's approving claps resonated through the room. Clearly, Jiang Qin was quite pleased with Su Chinga's performance in the test, that if the highest score was 100, he would undoubtedly grant her a 99. The remaining point would require Su Chinga to collect it personally that evening. Meanwhile, Su Bai, standing nearby, wore an expression difficult to articulate. Pride, amazement, disappointment. It was all somewhat nebulous. However, there was no denying that at this moment, Su Bai truly felt that his daughter had grown up. Uncle Su, I reiterate. You should feel proud and honored for Chinga, Jiang Qin remarked, turning to Su Bai with a smile. With his SS-level extraordinary ability as a mind controller, Jiang Qin could discern Su Bai's inner thoughts clearly. He understood better than Su Bai himself what he felt proud of, what he marveled at, and what disappointed him. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, Su Bai sighed deeply and nodded. Indeed, I was overthinking it. I should take pride in Chinga's accomplishments, but, young master, following Chinga's approach, while it may boost the efficiency of the divine capital in the short term, if this continues long term, Su Bai did not continue, for he knew Jiang Qin was well aware of the potential pitfalls. However, upon hearing Su Bai's concerns, Jiang Qin chuckled. Uncle Su, your daughter is not at all foolish. What we see, she naturally sees as well. And she persists in this course of action for a reason. Do you know why? Su Bai fell silent for a moment, and then shook his head. Because she is an extraordinary being. The moment Jiang Qin's words left his lips, Su Bai's eyes widened in shock. That I know what you were worried about, Uncle Su. Chinga is aware of your concerns as well. But the world today is not the same. The existence of extraordinary beings has shattered a long-standing flaw that past dynasties could never escape. The short lifespan of rulers that a mortal's life may last but a few decades, yet extraordinary beings differ. Once they attain that status, their bodies can endure for over 100 years. Indeed, powerful extraordinary beings can exist for centuries without issue. Moreover, in this new era of infinite possibilities and advanced future technology, it is not impossible for ordinary people to attain lifespans comparable to extraordinary beings. Jiang Qin smiled at Su Bai. Furthermore, extraordinary beings possess an unparalleled advantage. A single extraordinary individual can rally an army. As long as extraordinary beings endure, and their will remains unchanged, everything can remain secure. The commoners will not rise in rebellion against an opponent they know they cannot defeat. They will only need to maintain the bare minimum of living standards. And merely surviving will suffice for them. Moreover, the future world is vast, and the commoner class will undergo constant renewal. Even if they harbor discontent or rebellious inclinations, they will ultimately be replaced by another batch of commoners before they can act. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Bai stared at him blankly, his back already damp with cold sweat. Though Su Bai was astute and his understanding of the situation was remarkably clear, he still felt a profound shock resonating with his very soul from Jiang Chen's words. As he stated, the emergence of extraordinary beings has shattered the shackles of every dynasty throughout history. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that Su Bai sensed an all-encompassing ambition in Jiang Chen's words, not merely for the divine capital, nor Zhongzhou, nor Longhua, but for the entirety of Blue Star. It's too early to speak of such things. However, I believe you will witness it with your own eyes in due time. Jiang Chen raised his teacup and clinked it with Su Bai's from afar. Su Bai, realizing the moment, quickly bowed in respect to Jiang Chen. Would he be able to witness it with his own eyes? At this moment, within Su Bai's heart, which had previously been calm, a ripple emerged beneath Jiang Chen's words, reminiscent of a long-forgotten wave since the onset of the apocalypse. He had a premonition that when that day truly arrived, the capital, Xinjing, might no longer bear its name, and Jiang Chen would become an existence beyond imagination. Meanwhile, in the old district of Xinjing, Dad, Mom, are we really going to donate our house and land to them? If we do that, where will we live? After returning home, before Feng Qian could revel in her joy, her parents had already produced the property deed, declaring their intention to donate it to the family without compensation. This revelation left Feng Qian utterly stunned, nearly speechless. Beside her, Feng Zhuo silently observed this scene, his heart equally tumultuous, despite his soul having traversed 2 lifetimes. Su Qing's words still echoed in his mind. Words potent enough to compel a person to surrender everything. The influence of his parents weighed even heavier upon him, ensnaring him deeper in despair. Xiao Qian, the authorities will assign us temporary housing. Our foremost duty now is to contribute to Xinjing. We cannot become a burden to Xinjing. We must not allow outsiders to seize our city. Indeed, Xiao Qian, let us endure some hardship now. Once we become new citizens, we will enjoy a better life. Confronted with her parents' declarations, Feng Qian's gaze was blank with confusion. She looked towards her brother, but Feng Zhuo sighed. Just listen to Mom and Dad. He felt powerless to change their course. Though he understood that the Jiang family of Xinjing would never act so generously, the current circumstances were beyond their individual control. Not only their family, but also their neighbors and the entire old district were hastily processing the necessary paperwork. In just a day or two, this place would no longer belong to them. Just then, a sudden gunshot rang out, startling the Feng family into hiding. However, it was merely a single shot. Feng Zhuo cautiously peeked outside, observing a discussion unfolding on the street. As he listened to the murmurs, he fell silent. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a knock echoed at their door. Feng Zhuo's father opened it, only to be startled by the sight of several uniformed individuals standing outside. Excuse me, is this the home of Feng Zhuo? Why yes, that is him. I am his father, Feng Fu. He replied hastily. This is your work permit. After you relocate, you and Feng Zhuo will be assigned to construct the Black Wall. Your wife and daughter will be involved in the production of various food and supplies. Please keep this permit safe. Your future contributions will be recorded here, allowing you to exchange for resources and to elevate your status to that of new citizens. Why yes. Feng Fu's eyes widened, trembling as he accepted the 4 work cards. His excitement evident. Regardless of the hardships the work might entail, at least now, their lives seemed to have a glimmer of hope and a clear objective. He watched his father's exhilaration as he handed the work cards to him. Feng Zhuo remained silent. Constructing the Black Wall, thankfully, Mother and Xiao Qian haven't been assigned there. He was acutely aware that building the Black Wall was akin to a miracle. Within 3 months, a towering wall over 100 meters high would encircle Xinjing, safeguarding it. Yet, this miracle came at the cost of countless workers' lives that in his previous life he had encountered like-minded companions during the construction of the Black Wall. And this time, Feng Zhuo clenched the work permit tightly. Although the developments had diverged significantly from his memories, the essence of the Jiang family remained cruel, brutal, and bloody. This ruthless Jiang family of Shunjing must be overthrown. This was the regret of his past life, and in this life he would undoubtedly achieve it. He would take revenge. Chapter 55. The February plan commences. Jiang family residence. Young master. All land and workers have been requisitioned. The various building materials required for the Black Wall have been gathered from the demolition of numerous residences in the old district. The new industrial zone is also being constructed at an accelerated pace on the old district's land. The machinery transported from various places before the apocalypse has already begun operation, that if we extend the daily working hours to 16, most of the preliminary works can be completed within 2 months. And at the latest, the new construction plan for Shunjing will be declared finished in 2.5 months. In the office, Su Qingge, clad in a sharp white suit and a black pencil skirt, showcased her elongated, voluptuous figure perfectly as she casually brushed aside her long, wind-tousled hair. She inadvertently exuded an alluring charm. Jiang Chun, seated in a genuine leather chair, listened to Su Qingge's report and nodded. 2.5 months should suffice. Once the new construction plan is completed, it will coincide with the first expansion initiative. He cradled the teacup and inquired, "By the way, how is the arrangement regarding the Harbinger Stone?" The Harbinger Stone was the massive meteorite that had plummeted from the sky at the onset of the apocalypse. Subsequent investigations revealed that this was no ordinary meteorite. It bore cryptic, inscrutable inscriptions. Even the most seasoned research team in Xinjiang, renowned for their expertise in ancient writings worldwide, had only managed to decipher a handful of characters after extensive examination of various ancient texts and hieroglyphs. Among those characters was the name of that enigmatic meteorite, Harbinger Stone. Jiang Chun speculated that the inscriptions were undoubtedly related to extraterrestrial civilizations, as he had inadvertently come across information about the Harbinger Stone in the ancient texts of the Forbidden Ones obtained from the system. However, the information was scant, merely stating that the Harbinger Stone contained ancient secrets related to the Forbidden Ones. Rest assured, young master, the area surrounding the Harbinger Stone, spanning 400 square miles, has been designated a no-go zone, guarded by an elite battalion, with extraordinary sentinels stationed around. In accordance with your orders, the Human Evolution Research Institute has been established adjacent to the Harbinger Stone. Su Qingge reported methodically to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun felt reassured by Su Qingge's diligence. Setting his cup down on the desk, he narrowed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Observing this, Su Qingge placed the documents on the table and stepped behind Jiang Chun. Beginning to massage his shoulders as she continued, she unconsciously nestled into his embrace. Half an hour later, the fifth night arrived, and Su Qingge feigned calm as she departed. The fifth night had grown accustomed to such scenes. Upon entering the office, everything was already in order. "Young master, the air freshener in the room needs replacement," the fifth knight said softly, approaching Jiang Chun. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun smiled. Then in the next moment, he grasped the fifth knight's hand gently. "Why do I detect a hint of jealousy?" he remarked playfully, gazing at the maid in his arms. This. The fifth knight responded nonchalantly. "If I were to be jealous, I would have long been suffocated by it." Jiang Chun chuckled at her words. "You instructed me to monitor someone named Feng Zhua. I have already made arrangements that in your view, what do you think of him?" I do not understand why you would choose to keep an eye on him. Tiomi. He appears to be just an exceedingly ordinary mortal. A mortal. Indeed, he is at present. But soon, he shall transform from an ordinary being into a hero." The fifth knight fell silent. "And you must watch over him closely. Everything and everyone he interacts with, every action he undertakes, must be documented. You understand?" "Why, yes." The tea in the cup on the table rippled gently. Chapter 56. The tyrant Jiang Chun of Xinjiang. 2.5 months had passed since the apocalypse. Over these 2 months, the situation in the outside world gradually clarified. In summary, it could be encapsulated in a single word: devastation. The sudden cataclysm had brought calamity upon all human governments on the blue planet. Countless lives were lost during this apocalypse. Rough estimates indicated that the original population of over 10 billion had dwindled to less than 2.5 billion. The 75 billion who perished had risen from the cold earth, rotting and transformed into nightmares, grotesque, soulless beings in the eyes of the 25 billion survivors. Not only were there zombies, but also various mutated flora and fauna. Even insects, They had seized vast territories and cities that once belonged to humanity, establishing themselves as the new rulers. They regarded humans as mere prey, ruthlessly hunting them down. Faced with these fiends, humanity's strength is utterly insufficient to resist. The despairing thought of impending extinction spreads among the survivors. At this critical juncture of life and death, the chosen ones emerge. They present themselves to the survivors in the guise of saviors. They wield control over water and fire, commanding thunder and tempest. The ordinary zombies and aberrations falter before them, proving to be no match. They proclaim themselves as extraordinary beings, the favored children of fate, the sovereigns of the new era. They lead the remaining survivors to establish sanctuaries, launching an offensive against the zombies with the intent of reclaiming their former homeland. Yet, while one extraordinary individual might halt 10 or even 100 zombies, the pinnacle of their kind could single-handedly slay thousands. However, each city they confront teams with over millions of zombies. Even the extraordinary must retreat beneath such overwhelming tides, let alone the ordinary folk. Moreover, as the apocalypse drags on, the lack of effective resupply leads to a depletion of limited resources that end the direst times. Those who once fought side by side against the zombies, even sharing bonds of life and death, turn on each other over a moldy piece of bread, driven by hunger and despair. Even worse, some resort to vile schemes to deliver former comrades to the zombies, reasoning that for every life lost, there remains a morsel more for the survivors, prolonging their own existence. In such an environment, the strong gradually dominate the survivor community, particularly the extraordinary. They abandon their previous humility. The brutal reality has taught them that only power is the truth of this world. They begin to wield their might to control the remaining survivors, all resources for survival, and even their lives. No longer do they contemplate launching assaults on the cities overrun by zombies. After all, why toil against the undead when they can revel in the safety and abundance of their sanctuaries, including the company of women? Most importantly, they are unlikely to emerge victorious, rather than exhaust themselves. They find comfort in enjoying the privileges of being extraordinary, reigning like despots. Consequently, aside from a few areas where the number of extraordinary individuals is greater and still engage in campaigns against the zombies, the majority of sanctuaries have begun to settle into complacency, tending solely to their own small plots of land, that is for those ordinary people still under the threat of zombies. Who cares? It is not their concern, for they have no time to spare. Yet, it must be noted that such a state of neglect has resulted in a deceleration of the previously plummeting population. After all, sometimes a slow death is preferable to a direct demise. Xinjiang. After more than 2 months of rapid recovery, Xinjiang has undergone a tremendous transformation compared to 2 months ago. On the outskirts of Xinjiang City, a towering black wall, over 100 meters high and several meters wide, stretches across the path of anyone attempting to enter. This imposing wall runs east to west, enclosing the entire city of Xinjiang. It is hard to fathom that such a grand structure was erected within just over 2 months. This achievement is nothing short of miraculous. Yet standing atop the wall is Feng Zhuo, his skin darkened by the sun, fully aware that beneath this colossal edifice lie the remains of no less than 300,000 souls, those Xinjiang commoners who toiled day and night until they were worked to death. Feng Zhuo, what do you think we are fighting so hard for? A young man of similar age stands beside him, gazing at the setting sun in the distance, lamenting that to survive, Feng Zhuo replies in a calm tone. To survive in such a suffocating manner. If it weren't for my mother and little sister, I would truly consider ending it all, the young man replies with a bitter smile devoid of any light. Feng Zhuo remains silent, observing a group of terrified individuals fleeing toward Xinjiang, pursued by dozens of zombies. They wave their arms desperately, but before they can reach the shooting range of the city's forces, the zombies catch up to them. A gruesome scene unfolds before their eyes. Yet, Feng Zhuo and the young man show no signs of emotion. They have witnessed such sights too many times over the past 2 months. Death in this world has become as simple and frequent as this. But Feng Zhuo will not concede. Why has he endured such indignities, laboring on this black wall for 2 months? He has been waiting for an opportunity. And that opportunity is about to arrive. Cheng Hao, do you believe in me? He turns to the young man, his gaze intensely serious. Taken aback by Feng Zhuo's words, Cheng Hao quickly nods that I believe you. Feng Zhuo, A smile breaks across Feng Zhuo's face that in his previous life, Cheng Hao was his closest friend. Together, they faced countless hardships, and later, during their time with the resistance, they became the most intimate of comrades. Ultimately, Cheng Hao sacrificed himself to save Feng Zhuo from the clutches of the Jiang family assassins. This time, he will lead his dear brother to overthrow the Jiang family and reclaim dominion over Xinjiang. You too. Work numbers 9527 and 9528. Why are you still on the wall? Hurry and get down. At that moment, several men in neat uniforms approach, shouting at Feng Zhuo and Cheng Hao through megaphones. Ugh, foolish foreman. And he is already acting so arrogant before even being promoted to new citizen. Cheng Hao can't help but curse. Feng Zhuo glances at the now deserted wall, then at the platform erected at the center of the wall. And finally at the last golden brick resting on that platform. For the past 2 months, they, the commoners, labored tirelessly, sacrificing their lives to construct this black wall. From this moment forth, it shall no longer be a place for the builders to tread. Only new citizens and those of higher status will be permitted atop the black wall, while the laborers, the commoners, are deemed unworthy. Feng Zhuo turns to descend the wall. Let us go down. This situation will not remain for long. Cheng Hao is momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Feng Zhuo means, but he quickly follows suit. After Feng Zhuo and Cheng Hao leave, they remain unaware of a figure lurking in the shadows. Observing their departure before slowly vanishing, as they descend the black wall, a throng of emaciated commoners, their ribs visible, gaze up at the towering structure with hope. Heir, come here. At that moment, an elderly man in tattered clothing beckons to Feng Zhuo. Like the other commoners, his face is filled with hope. Today is the inauguration ceremony of the Black Wall. Shortly, the eldest son of the Jiang family, the highest president of Xinjiang, the most esteemed person, will personally arrive to place the final golden brick and officially declare the wall's successful construction. Father, approaching the old man, Feng Zhuo gazes at his disheveled hair and the 20 years of aging etched into his face since 2 months ago. His heart trembles, though he finds himself at a loss for words. Yet he is grateful that his father is still alive. That is enough. Feng Zhuo, I'll head to the other side. You can talk with Uncle first. Cheng Hao says. All right. Feng Zhuo nods, watching Cheng Hao depart. Heir, check your work card and see if your contribution points have been credited. Feng Fu urges. Feng Zhuo pulls out his work card from his pocket. Observing the increased figures displayed, IT has been credited. That is good. I calculated yesterday. The contribution points earned by our family of 4 in these 2 months will allow us to purchase a limited new citizen identity specifically prepared for us by Xinjiang. Feng Fu exclaims excitedly. Although we can only buy one, I am still satisfied. Most importantly, this limited new citizen identity is available at a discount of a full 10% from the original price. However, there are only 10,000 slots available. We must rush to exchange it to have a chance. Feng Fu says with gravity that I've already brought your sister's and mother's cards. I'll transfer the contribution points from our 3 cards to yours. You must be the first to exchange for the new citizen identity. Understand? Yes, I understand. Feng Zhuo nods. He feels confident about securing one of the 10,000 slots by acting quickly. Beep beep. Just then, the sound of car horns blares from behind. Immediately following, a battalion of fully armed soldiers rushed forth, establishing a perimeter of vigilance. What was once regarded as a lofty figure by them, the new citizens, and even the exalted transcendent beings, now bowed their heads slowly in the direction of the approaching vehicle. Witnessing this scene, Feng Zhuo's heart began to race. The occupants of this car, the magnitude of their presence was unparalleled. Within the entire divine capital, it goes without saying, there was only one person, the tyrant of the divine capital. Jiang Chun. In this lifetime, he would finally meet the tyrant Jiang Chun. Chapter 57. The Dawn of Expansion. Amidst the multitude of gazes, the luxurious armored vehicle came to a halt before the crowd. Elite soldiers clad in special operations combat gear surged forth from the transport vehicle behind. Their equipment starkly contrasted with that of the surrounding soldiers. They were more robust, clad in black combat attire that subtly shimmered with a metallic sheen. The weapons they wielded were of an exceptional manufacture. They resembled the super soldiers depicted in apocalyptic sci-fi films of yore. They stood guard, their cold, piercing gazes emanating from the visors of their helmets adorned with dark dragon claw insignias, instilling an involuntary sense of oppression in all who fell under their scrutiny. The Punisher Corps, the first organization of super soldiers, established through the analysis of the precursor stones and the biological technologies acquired by Jiang Chun from the superplanetary civilization 1. Three-level planetary technology USB drive within the system as part of human evolution research. However, the Punisher Corps was still in its nascent stages. Although they were referred to as super soldiers, they were merely a few times stronger than ordinary soldiers. Still far from the true echelon of super soldiers. Nevertheless, the Human Evolution Research Institute was rapidly advancing in this field, with several elite military units and specially selected groups from both the Divine Capital and beyond engaged in related biological experiments. All these experiments served as groundwork for the God's forbidden plan proposed by Jiang Chun, which was based on the cultivation methods gleaned from the ancient manuscripts of the Forbidden Ones. Since Jiang Chun personally led this initiative, the God's forbidden plan had been underway for over a month. After expending considerable human and material resources, the plan was beginning to bear fruit and had made significant progress. "Welcome, young master." With a voice imbued with extraordinary power resonating through the air, the surrounding citizens, new citizens, and exalted beings all proclaimed in unison, "Welcome, young master." Amidst the chorus of reverence, a transcendent being approached the rear door of the vehicle. Bowing slightly to open it in the next moment, under the gaze of countless adoring eyes, a man, whose perfection seemed almost superhuman, emerged from the vehicle. His features were flawless, his stature impeccable, his demeanor exquisite. He epitomized perfection in every facet. Akin to a masterpiece crafted by a divine creator, from the moment he came into existence, he was destined to be the focus of everyone's attention, deserving of their admiration. Even the brilliance of the three stunning women who followed him, and Si Jin, Ran Miaoyin, and Su Qingge, was eclipsed by his singular radiance. Jiang Chun, the embodiment of nobility and splendor. In the divine capital, he was revered as the divine idol. Even the gods envied his existence. He represented the highest expression of the Jiang family's will in the divine capital. Even the elder members of the Jiang family were overshadowed by him. At this moment, all eyes were fixated upon him, and some felt an involuntary pang of inferiority merely by gazing at him. A sensation akin to that of an inferior product gazing up at an object of perfection. It was not surprising. Even Feng Zhuo, concealed among the crowd, felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy upon witnessing this incarnation of Jiang Chun. His eyes were filled with bewilderment, for in the previous life, although Jiang Chun was indeed remarkable, he paled in comparison to his current self. This difference transcended mere material disparities. It was a chasm of spirit and aura. To them, Jiang Chun's presence shimmered with divine brilliance. Even in the darkest of nights, his light would ignite the stars. Was this truly the Jiang Chun he had once known? Such questions arose in Feng Zhuo's heart at that moment, whether by chance or design. Jiang Chun's deep, cosmic gaze swept across the crowd, and Feng Zhuo felt as though Jiang Chun's eyes lingered on him for half a second, in that fleeting instant, he perceived as if his very soul had been fully laid bare to Jiang Chun's scrutiny. His heart tightened suddenly. Every pore on his body felt as though it had opened wide. The sensation was akin to being doused with icy water in the depths of winter, chilling to the bone. It felt as though even the very right to breathe had been frozen. Fortunately, it was but a mere half-second longer. Once Jiang Chun's gaze withdrew, Feng Zhuo gasped for air, as if he had resurfaced from drowning. "Zhuo, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" His father, Feng Fu, inquired softly, observing his son's demeanor that no, I'm fine. It just felt as if I had been glanced at by a demon. Feng Zhuo exhaled deeply, his gaze lowered. Avoiding the imposing figure of Jiang Chun at this moment, he was leagues behind Jiang Chun. It was well known that in his previous life, Jiang Chun had awakened an SS-level supernatural ability, gravitational manipulation. The disparity between ordinary transcendent beings and him was akin to that of mortals to transcendent beings. And perhaps even greater. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Chun lift a small mountain with ease. His power was divine, far beyond the reach of an ordinary person like himself. Yet, such circumstances would not endure indefinitely. Soon, he would have his chance to rise. When that day arrived, even Jiang Chun would be but a mere obstacle to face. With this thought, an impatient excitement surged within Feng Zhuo. The expansion war of the divine capital was his opportunity. And as Feng Zhuo contemplated this, he failed to notice the slight curve of Jiang Chen's lips after casting a glance at him. So, it turns out, he is a reincarnator. How intriguing. Jiang Chen remained silent. A subtle smile gracing his features, one that exuded warmth and elegance, captivating those around him. Under the protection of the Punisher Corps and a dozen transcendent beings, Jiang Chen strode towards the Black Wall. The exalted citizens and pure-hearted new citizens followed in his wake, ascending the Black Wall, while the multitude of commoners could only gaze up at their existence from below. As Jiang Chen reached the platform, he accepted the worshipful gazes of the crowd, as if they were paying homage to a deity, but he turned his gaze outward, beyond the divine capital, toward the distant remnants of a city. In the setting sun that appeared to be stained with blood, but he seemed to hear the wails of humanity echoing through the desolate cities, witnessing the frenzied pursuit of the undead as they hunted the living. O humble survivors, chaos shall soon come to an end. The radiance from the divine capital will restore order to your lives, and I shall be your sole savior. Grasping the golden brick before him, Jiang Chen placed it within the final gap atop the black wall under the watchful eyes of the multitude. In that instant, boom, 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 the thunderous roar of cannon fire erupted, transforming into countless crimson beams of light, crashing towards the distance like meteorites. Even the earth trembled as if upturned, and the survivors who had barely managed to escape from other cities, their anticipation still fresh, fell prey to the overwhelming inferno alongside the pursuing undead. This was the battle cry of the divine capital. It signified the end of the descent phase. And from this moment forth, the era of expansion had officially begun. The divine capital, the beacon of humanity. The city favored by the gods was poised to extend its most lethal claws and fangs in all directions. Be they undead or humans who dared to oppose the divine capital, in the illustrious name of the Jiang family. We declare your demise. Chapter 58, Assassination. Tangwan. The city-building ceremony concluded. The Black Wall stood firm amidst the cacophony of cannon fire, officially becoming the bastion of the divine capital. Any entity seeking to breach this wall would pay the price of blood and death. In the future, this Black Wall would transform into an incomprehensible entity, forever solidifying its place as the wall of the divine capital, perhaps even the wall of humanity. It shall eternally safeguard this race. Amidst the gazes of the multitude, Jiang Chen descended from the Black Wall. This moment, all were silent, their eyes fixed upon him with reverence. His presence grew increasingly noble, more enigmatic by the second. Yet just as Jiang Chen prepared to enter the vehicle, and the Punisher Corps and transcendent beings around him relaxed, a voice thundered, "Tyrant! D!" A figure surged forth from the crowd, propelled by a dense aura of transcendent light. Moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, they closed in on Jiang Chen in an instant. In that moment, even the surrounding transcendent beings failed to react, their expressions of anger still unformed. As a dagger forged from special materials was but a meter from Jiang Chen's throat. Upon witnessing this, the companions of Jiang Chen, Ran Miaoyin, and Si Jin, and Su Qingge, exclaimed in shock, instinctively positioning themselves in front of him. However, they were already too late. The dagger held by the assailant was poised to descend upon Jiang Chen's neck within the next heartbeat. Many minds conjured the gruesome image of Jiang Chen bleeding out in that very moment. Yet, in an instant, it was as though a ripple had been unleashed into the void, radiating outward. All present stood frozen in place, their expressions unchanged. The world around them seemed to have ground to a halt. Only Jiang Chen, slowly turning his gaze to behold the figure suspended before him, dagger in hand, concealed beneath a dark shroud, revealing a glint of icy, blood-red hatred and murderous intent in their eyes. Wore a barely perceptible smile, clang. In the next moment, the stilled world erupted like a tidal wave. A tremendous force emanated from Jiang Chen, sweeping through the surroundings. The residual power compelled even the extraordinary beings nearby to retreat involuntarily. As for the assailant confronting Jiang Chen, they were met with an unparalleled repulsion. A mouthful of blood erupted forth, and the dagger slipped from their grasp, sent careening away. Clearly, they had prepared for this. As they were flung backward by Jiang Chen's force, they gritted their teeth against the searing pain coursing through their shattered insides, casting one last defiant glance at Jiang Chen before hastily fleeing into the distance. Meanwhile, as the crowd struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos, Feng Zhuo's face was alight with shock and elation. That voice, it was unmistakably the voice of that very assassin. He would never misremember, gritting his teeth. Feng Zhuo seized the moment when no one was paying attention and darted into a nearby alleyway in pursuit. "Zhou, where are you going?" Feng Fu called out urgently. "Father, I have something of utmost importance to attend to. I shall return shortly." Feng Zhuo replied, "Did Zhou or you?" Before Feng Fu could continue his protest, Feng Zhuo had vanished from sight. Feng Fu, seeing this, yearned to chase after him, but they were swiftly surrounded by soldiers. "Young master." At that moment, the extraordinary beings and the enforcement brigade finally reacted. They hastily turned their attention to Jiang Chen. "What are you waiting for? The assassin has escaped. Hurry, pursue them." Su Qing's cold voice echoed in their ears, sending shivers down the spines of even the extraordinary individuals. Yes, in an instant, the majority of extraordinary beings and enforcers surged toward the direction of the assassin's flight. Meanwhile, the remaining commoners, both dust folk and new folk, found themselves encircled by the surrounding troops. Witnessing this scene, the new arrivals and the dust folk fell to their knees in terror, pleading for mercy, confessing their ignorance of the situation. "Young master, how shall we deal with them?" An extraordinary individual approached Jiang Chun, bowing respectfully. In response, Jiang Chun did not answer immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the dagger on the ground. Intrigue flickering in his eyes, he lifted a finger, causing the dagger to levitate gently into his grasp. His gloved hand glided over the blade, observing the dark residue and the razor-sharp edge. "Interesting. Take this to the Evolution Research Institute. Let them analyze the materials used." He handed the dagger to a nearby extraordinary being, who promptly retrieved a box to secure it within. Then, Jiang Chen turned his attention to the anxious dust folk and new folk. If I recall correctly, the assassin emerged from this direction. Yes, Jiang Chen smiled at the crowd of over 1,000 dust folk before him. "Indeed, young master," an enforcer affirmed with a nod. "Very well, then, eliminate them all." With that pronouncement, Jiang Chen turned and departed, leaving behind the cacophony of their desperate pleas for mercy, accompanied by a barrage of gunfire. The surviving dust folk beheld the countless lifeless bodies sprawled in pools of blood before them, their faces drained of color as terror gripped them. Thousands, many among them, were comrades with whom they had labored to build the Black Wall just the day before, and now they were gone. Yet, after a fleeting moment of horror, their fear dissipated. Death had long since become a familiar specter, and it was clear that the assassin had come from that direction. They could not be blamed for failing to detect the threat in advance. Besides, from their perspective, the fact that Jiang Chun had not executed them all alongside the others was already a stroke of fortune. Thus, rather than pity these individuals, it was more prudent for them to contemplate their own fates. Soon enough, with the announcement of another matter, the surviving dust folk began to cheer, reveling in the misfortune of those who had perished. Their families would soon be rewarded for their efforts in constructing the Black Wall. 1,000 temporary new folk identities were about to be distributed. It was known that these 1,000 slots were valued at over 20 times less than their original price. For them, this was an extraordinary opportunity. And with over 1,000 competitors eliminated, they had one less hurdle to face. However, upon hearing this news, Feng Fu felt a surge of panic. Their family's contribution points were still with Feng Zhuo. The exchange for new folk identities was about to commence. "Feng Zhuo, hurry back!" Feng Fu paced anxiously, casting numerous glances toward the direction in which Feng Zhuo had departed. Yet, there was no sign of his return. He awaited Feng Zhuo's return, but time would not pause for him. Just over 10 minutes later, as Feng Fu's gaze turned desperate with the absence of Feng Zhuo, the exchange for new folk identities commenced. Tens of thousands of dust folk surged forward in a frenzy, expending every ounce of strength to push ahead. Amidst this chaos, Feng Fu felt utterly helpless. Feng Zhuo, where are you?" Unable to spot Feng Zhuo, Feng Fu could no longer contain himself. He charged into the throng, unaware of how many times he was shoved or how many blows he endured. He even questioned whether his bones might shatter under the strain. Yet, undeterred, Feng Fu pressed on through the crowd. Finally, with a bruised face, he reached the front of the exchange counter. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, he shouted exuberantly, "I want a new folk identity. I demand one." Behind him, those still struggling to reach the front gazed enviously at Feng Fu, astonished that such a frail old man could manage to get here. What a waste of a new folk identity. The attendant at the counter regarded Feng Fu with a polite smile. Though he was merely a dust folk at present, securing an identity would elevate him to new folk status. The new folk tier represented the healthiest class in the capital, even surpassing the upper echelons in vitality. Among the new folk, one could find the essence of human goodness. They were loyal, united, and supportive of one another, having been nurtured to become the backbone of the capital society. This new folk class was precisely what the upper echelons wished to see. After all, the new folk directly served the upper class, and every individual elevated to new folk status would be imbued with this ideology. However, it was clear that the goodwill expressed by the new folk was only directed towards their own tier and the upper class, including the Jiang family. As for the dust folk, they were subjugated beneath the new folk and, naturally, would not receive any kindness from them. "Good day, sir. Please present your contribution points." The attendant at the counter smiled, that I in response. Feng Fu instinctively produced his work card, placing it against the reader. However, as the attendant scrutinized the numbers displayed on the card, their expression shifted from a smile to a neutral demeanor. "Sir, your contribution points are insufficient to exchange for a new folk identity." At that moment, Feng Fu regained his composure, having been struck several times in the crowd. His head was spinning. He hastily implored, My son possesses enough contribution points. Could you reserve an identity for me? My son will arrive shortly." The attendant offered him a polite smile in return. "Next, wait. Please give me a chance. Just one opportunity." Yet before he could finish his plea, he was roughly shoved aside by several hands from behind. "Old fool. No contribution points and still pushing forward? You're wasting my time." "Hey, good sir, I'll take that new folk identity. Contribution points deducted successfully. Congratulations, sir. You are now a proud new folk." The last sound that Feng Fu heard before being cast out was that voice that he fell to the ground. Gazing at the throngs of people ahead, and tears could no longer be contained in his eyes, the misdeeds. Oh, the misdeeds. "Feng Zhua, where on earth have you gone?" Just as he was about to finish his sentence, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, and at that moment, Feng Fu's complexion turned an ominous shade of dark. His gaze became unfocused. The world began to spin wildly in his view. "Uncle Feng! Uncle Feng! Someone please!" Quickly, in the end, he could only see a young figure rushing over, shouting loudly. Then, everything plunged into darkness. Chapter 59. Tang Wan, the rebel organization. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Feng Zhu continued to run forward, a sudden tremor coursed through his heart, as if something of great importance was slipping away from him. Rationality urged him to turn back, yet, gazing at the enforcers still scouring the distance, Feng Zhu hesitated momentarily before resolutely pressing on. "My lord, the blood trail disappears from here," one enforcer reported to a transcendent being. The transcendent, whose eyes reflected an otherworldly glow, approached the last drop of blood, scanning the surroundings once more. Under his scrutiny, even the slightest disturbance could not escape his notice. Yet, despite inspecting the area multiple times, no traces were found. She truly managed to escape. The transcendent frowned. Just as he finished speaking, the pursuing transcendent figures began to return. "What's the situation?" "We lost her. Her transcendent abilities must pertain to concealment." The returning transcendent shook their heads. "Humph. This time she's merely lucky." Having lost their target, the transcendent figures ceased their futile efforts. After instructing the enforcers to conduct a few more searches, they departed. Once they withdrew, Feng Zhua emerged from his hiding place and he cautiously entered the unoccupied room that had just been searched by those transcendent beings. Treading lightly to avoid any noise, observing the disordered space, his gaze swept around. Finally, he focused on a section of the wall, his eyes glimmering as he approached. At that moment, suddenly, a hand shot out from the wall, grasping Feng Zhua's throat. As he felt the grip tightening, he hastily cried out a name, "Tang Wan." Upon hearing this name, the figure, seemingly blending into the wall, trembled violently. The action of snapping Feng Zhua's neck halted, but she still held onto his throat with an iron grip. "Who are you?" A low, chilling voice reached Feng Zhua's ears. "That I am someone who can help you," he exclaimed urgently. "Help me? You, a mere mortal?" The woman did not reveal her true form, her voice cold, as if she were poised to snap Feng Zhua's neck at any moment. However, Feng Zhua showed no fear. He gazed at her with a gentle intensity. That look caused the hidden frown on her brow to deepen. "Though I am merely a mortal now, Soon I shall become a transcendent being like you, Feng Zhuo declared earnestly. Yet, the moment those words left his lips, the grip on his throat tightened fiercely, nearly suffocating him. Rise for freedom, begin with faith, overthrow tyranny. Humanity endures. Just as Tang Wan was about to extinguish the life of this arrogant fool, Feng Zhuo's labored shout of 16 words caused her expression to shift. The hand that threatened to crush his neck loosened. Feng Zhuo collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. At that moment, Tang Wan revealed herself from her concealment. Clad in black, her tall and graceful figure was accentuated, with long, straight hair framing her exquisitely cold visage, exuding an aura of striking beauty, especially her eyes, which glowed a deep crimson, held an unsettling chill that sent shivers down one's spine upon meeting her gaze. She coldly looked down at the gasping Feng Zhuo, her eyes reflecting a barely perceptible surprise. That it must be noted that Feng Zhuo's earlier words were the very rallying cry of their free resistance army. Currently, no more than 5 individuals were privy to this slogan. Yet, here was a mere mortal who not only knew their slogan, but also her name. Could it be that there was a traitor within their ranks? With this thought, her expression turned even colder, her crimson eyes radiating murderous intent. Who are you, truly? I have already stated that I can assist you and your people. Furthermore, my name is Feng Zhuo. I understand, Tang Wan, that you are deeply skeptical of my identity, but you may have your people investigate that I have no ties to the government of Xinjiang. Feng Zhuo swallowed hard, feeling a pang of anxiety. Had he spoken that sentence any later, he might have met an untimely demise at the hands of his own. Hearing Feng Zhuo's words, Tang Wan furrowed her brows. How do you know my name? And our organization's slogan? Who told you? Well, explaining it is somewhat complicated. Regardless, I will prove my sincerity to you. I am not your enemy, but rather your greatest ally. Feng Zhuo declared earnestly to this. Tang Wan regarded him with icy disdain. Why should I trust you? At this, Feng Zhuo found himself momentarily at a loss, but he had not anticipated encountering Tang Wan and her group so swiftly, especially in such an unexpected manner. He had initially intended to seek out the Free Resistance Army, offering them some benefits to demonstrate his goodwill. However, now, plans were derailed. The sudden encounter with Tang Wan left him unsure of how to proceed as he beheld the renewed murder in Tang Wan's gaze. Feng Zhuo gritted his teeth and revealed a secret. In half a month, Xinjiang will embark on its first expedition. During this campaign, the expeditionary force will discover an S-class gifted fruit within the neighboring city of Gufang, which, when consumed, grants extraordinary abilities. Upon hearing his proclamation, Tang Wan's pupils quivered. Yet the next moment, she coldly regarded Feng Zhuo. You have been outside Xinjiang. How could I possibly believe you? Belief or disbelief is up to you. Tang Wan, if you kill me, you will surely regret it in the future. Feng Zhuo gazed at her with untainted sincerity. Tang Wan's expression wavered momentarily, but in the next instant, she seemed to resolve something. Tossing a small iron token to Feng Zhuo, I hope you truly are not deceiving me. Otherwise, I will certainly kill you. With that, Tang Wan's figure swiftly vanished into the distance. Seeing this, Feng Zhuo let out a heavy sigh of relief. He looked at the small iron token in his hand, the word freedom engraved upon it, and gradually sank to the ground, his eyes glimmering with warmth. She remains unchanged, just as before he recalled their numerous collaborations in a previous life, even developing a bond of life and death that gradually led her to accept him. This time, Feng Zhuo rose, clutching the fragrant iron token. Tang Wan, this time, I will ensure you accept me at a faster pace. With that thought, he concealed the token in his pocket and hurriedly departed. Having recognized Tang Wan and secured an identity within the Free Resistance Army, he felt immensely satisfied. The prospect of collaborating further with Tang Wan filled his heart with joy, even making his return feel significantly lighter. Unbeknownst to him, as he and Tang Wan departed, a shadowy figure slowly emerged from the darkness, watching his silhouette fade from view before vanishing as well. Faintly, her murmurs could be heard. Shadow Warrior Archive Record. Tang Wan Organization, Expedition Gufang, S-Class, Gifted Fruit, Feng Zhuo's alert level raised to level 1. Tang Wan, added to Shadow Warrior Archive Record, alert level, level 1. Immediate report to the young master. Chapter 60, The Wretched Son. Feng Zhuo, meanwhile, on the other side. After departing, Tang Wan retreated to a secluded alley. Her previously angry countenance turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, her aura rapidly diminishing. The reason she had to leave so hastily was that she could no longer withstand her injuries. Leaning against the wall, she slowly sank to the ground. At that moment, she could feel her entire being, including her internal organs, crying out in agony. The strike from Jiang Chun was something she could not comprehend. However, the immense force, the kind of power that rendered her unable to control her own body. Even in that fleeting moment, Tang Wan found herself questioning whether she was destined to perish right there. This was an experience she had never encountered since awakening her S-rank extraordinary powers. Jiang Chen's strength was entirely beyond her expectations. It is worth noting that this assassination had been meticulously planned by her for an entire month, with all preparations made, including that dagger forged from a material of which even she was unaware, a dagger capable of effortlessly severing steel. Yet, despite all this, she still failed. She had surpassed everyone, but could not surpass Jiang Chun, resulting in her being grievously injured by a mere strike from him. Gradually, the excruciating pain and weakness began to consume her rationality, and her vision started to blur. Her mind felt as though it had ceased to function, devoid of any capacity for thought. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps approached. Instinctively, she turned to look at him. But her vision was obscured, rendering his appearance indistinct. However, he came to her side and, in her state of helplessness, lifted her battered body. The next moment, a gentle green aura began to rise from him. And in his embrace, Tang Wan felt as if her life force, which had shattered like glass, was being tenderly mended. It was so comforting, like a hatchling being lovingly nurtured in a nest. She wanted to lift her head, striving to see his figure clearly, but ultimately, all she could vaguely perceive were a pair of eyes that made her soul shimmer, sparkling like the starry sky. In the next instant, she closed her eyes in that warm, serene embrace. Who is he? Why is he saving me? This was the last thought that flickered in Tang Wan's mind. Fengzhou had not disclosed all the secrets of Gufeng City to Tang Wan, for he harbored his own intentions. Having lived a second life, he understood better than anyone how crucial power was in this world. Moreover, the Free Resistance Army was not a solid entity. While they pursued the right to freedom, their methods were not solely rooted in violent rebellion. A significant portion of them lacked confidence in overthrowing the Jiang family. They yearned, instead, to negotiate with the Jiang family after they had become stronger, leveraging the military resources of the Free Resistance Army. However, this negotiation ultimately aimed to have the Jiang family incorporate them, granting them an official status in Xinjiang. In his memories from his previous life, Fengzhou recalled how the Jiang family had manipulated this faction within the resistance, promising them various assurances that led to internal discussions about submission versus violent rebellion, gradually causing division and ultimately resulting in the resistance's complete disintegration at the hands of the Jiang family. This was one of the key reasons for the resistance's eventual downfall. Thus, Fengzhou would not reveal everything he knew to the resistance in the short term. Even if he were to disclose information, it would be after he had established himself as a significant figure within the resistance, potentially even its leader. Until then, he merely needed to leak small details, gradually elevating his standing within the resistance until he fully grasped its reins. With the resistance as his capital, he would launch a campaign against the Jiang family of Xinjiang. This was Fengzhou's plan, a plan that only he could execute. Once accomplished, he could face the entire Jiang family with confidence, even using the advantage of his previous life's memories to topple the Jiang family and liberate Xinjiang. As he contemplated this, even as an utterly ordinary mortal, waves of uncontrollable excitement surged within him. However, as he returned to the location where the civilians had gathered, he found that they had already dispersed, and both his father and his good friend Cheng Hao were nowhere to be found. Just as confusion washed over him, he noticed the bloodstains on the ground that had not been entirely cleaned, causing his pupils to constrict, recalling the sudden sense of unease that had arisen in him earlier. A chilling thought struck Fengzhou. "Uncle, what happened to this blood on the ground?" He rushed over and loudly inquired of a civilian who was still cleaning the remnants of blood. What else could it be? Didn't someone attempt to assassinate young Master Jiang? The assassin was concealed among this crowd and was executed for harboring the assassin. The blood you see has already been processed several times. Over 1,000 lives were lost that day, the middle-aged man lamented. Hearing this, Fengzhou's heart skipped a beat, that he hurried to the public phone booth and dialed his home. the moment the call connected. His sister Feng Qian's cries filled the line. "Brother, where are you? Come back quickly, Dad. He is not going to make it." Upon hearing this, Feng Zhuo's expression changed dramatically, coupled with the blood on the ground. A surge of wrath welled up within him that I'm coming back immediately. He hung up the phone, not hesitating for a moment, and raced toward his home, his eyes filled with rage. "Jiang Chun, if anything happens to my father, I will never forgive you." Before long, Feng Zhuo burst into his home. Father, what is wrong?" Upon entering, he rushed into the bedroom and saw his father lying on the bed, now wearing an oxygen mask. While his mother and sister stood by, their faces filled with sorrow, and Cheng Hao sighed as he observed the scene. Feng Zhuo trembled as he approached the bedside. Father. He could hardly believe that in such a short time, his father had deteriorated to this state. Upon hearing Feng Zhuo's voice, his father, Feng Fu, who had been keeping his eyes tightly shut, struggled to open them. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope illuminated Feng Zhuo's face. "Father," but before he could finish calling out, Feng Fu, expending the last of his strength, struck Feng Zhuo across the face. The force of the slap left Feng Zhuo momentarily stunned. Cheng Hao, witnessing this, opened his mouth to speak but remained silent, recalling previous events. Even Feng Zhuo's mother and sister did not intervene. Their tears flowed even more freely. "You ungrateful wretch! You miserable wretch!" Feng Fu's voice was hoarse as he looked at Feng Zhuo. His eyes filled with rage. After uttering these words, he was seized by a fit of violent coughing, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Observing this, the doctor standing nearby furrowed his brow. He glanced at Feng Zhuo and quickly administered a sedative to the agitated Feng Fu. Only then did Feng Fu regain some semblance of calm. At this point, he no longer looked at Feng Zhuo. Instead, he stared blankly at the ceiling, his eyes devoid of any light. "The patient's condition is very unstable. You all need to leave now and not disturb him," the doctor stated flatly. Upon hearing this, Feng Qian and the others nodded, and Cheng Hao gently pulled the still-dazed Feng Zhuo away from the bedroom. "Brother Feng, regarding this matter, you truly..." Cheng Hao sighed as he looked at Feng Zhuo. Hearing this, Feng Qian and their mother could no longer hold back their tears, especially as they observed their neighbors moving away with cheerful excitement. The sorrow deepened. Ideally, their family was also supposed to move from this humble abode today, becoming proud new citizens amid envious glances. But at that moment, Feng Zhuo was still unaware of the full extent of what had transpired. However, as Cheng Hao began to explain everything to him, understanding dawned upon Feng Zhuo. Leaving him in a state of shock, in that instant, he comprehended why his usually kind-hearted father was filled with such fury. Why his sister, who relied on him so deeply, looked at him with such disdain, and why his gentle mother remained indifferent during his father's outburst. Trembling, he pulled out the work card, gazing at the number that symbolized hope for their family. Sighing, Cheng Hao observed Feng Zhuo's nearly pallid expression that he, too, was at a loss for words that in truth, his heart was in a similar turmoil. The reason he remained there was that he did not know how to face his own mother and sister upon returning home. Earlier that morning, he had left under the hopeful gazes of his mother and sister, promising that their family would soon change. However, at this moment, gazing at the meager contribution points remaining on his card, he couldn't help but ponder. If only he had been a bit more resolute, disregarding Feng Fu and instead prioritizing the immediate exchange of Xin Min's identity, how splendid that would have been. Yet in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. At this juncture, Cheng Hao truly yearned to weep bitterly in a corner, but what purpose would crying serve? Just then, the doctor emerged, carrying a medical kit, holding a card reader in his hand. "Sir, the total cost for this treatment amounts to 4,500 contribution points. Since this gentleman has already advanced 2,000 contribution points on your behalf, you are required to pay the remaining 2,500 contribution points." Chapter 61. A protagonist ruins two families. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Feng Zhuo's expression transformed drastically, but he turned to Cheng Hao, only to find him avoiding eye contact, his gaze averted. "Haozi, your contribution points. You didn't exchange for Xin Min's identity. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Your sister, your mother, they rely entirely on you." Upon hearing Feng Zhuo's exclamation, Cheng Hao's body stiffened. He bit his lip. Lowering his head, tears streaming down his cheeks incessantly. "Do you think I wanted this? I too wish not to disappoint mother and my sister. But where were you at that moment? Do you understand how hesitant I was when I saw Uncle Feng collapse on the ground. I lingered there for at least 2 or 3 minutes, just hoping to catch a glimpse of you returning. And yet, where were you, Fengzhua? Where were you? Cheng Hao, in a moment of utter breakdown, shouted, "Do you realize that I can't even bear to return home? I truly dread seeing the disappointment in my sister's and mother's eyes, that I dread even more their comforting words saying, 'It's all right.'" As he spoke, tears continued to flow down his face, that he looked up at Fengzhua. "Why did you leave then? You knew that after the city-building ceremony, it was time to exchange for Xinmin's identity. Why did you have to depart at such a crucial moment? Don't you understand that you bear the hopes of an entire family? And I am but a fool, a scoundrel. I have, with my own hands, torn apart the hopes of my family." Cheng Hao cradled his head, crouching on the ground, wailing in despair, his voice thick with guilt and hopelessness. Hearing Cheng Hao's anguished cries, Feng Qian and his mother were also unable to contain their tears. Fengzhua's body trembled. His expression turned ashen, that in this brief moment, he had nearly destroyed 2 families. In his previous life, he had not endured such torment. All he harbored then was hatred, solely directed at the Jiang family. Yet in this life, why did he feel that it was even more painful than before? What exactly had he done? What was he doing? Fengzhua clutched his chest tightly, tears flowing from his eyes in a torrential stream. "Sir, before you weep, could you please settle your contribution points? I am quite busy," the doctor interjected, somewhat impatiently, upon witnessing the surrounding cacophony of sobbing. Upon hearing the doctor's statement, Fengzhua's hands trembled as he glared at the physician. The doctor, caught under Fengzhua's piercing gaze, instinctively took a step back. Yet in the next moment, he regained his composure. "Sir, are you intending to refuse to pay the remuneration you owe? If so, we may need to involve the enforcement department." At this, Fengzhua gritted his teeth, but in the next heartbeat, his hand was grasped. Feng Qian looked at him tearfully, shaking her head fervently. "No, please, no more trouble, brother. Our family cannot bear any more." Upon hearing Feng Qian's words, Fengzhua felt as though his soul had been stripped away. Trembling, he produced his work card and swiped it on the doctor's card reader, with the sound of 2,500 contribution points being deducted. A heart-wrenching cough echoed through the room. Hearing this, Fengzhua's mother rushed into the room, and the doctor promptly exited. Not long after, within the room, Fengzhua's mother's wailing pierced the air. "Old man." Fengzhua's entire body stiffened, while Feng Qian fainted outright. When Fengzhua's mother emerged from the room once more, she seemed devoid of her very soul, her face and eyes stripped of all color. "Your father said before he passed to have his body taken to the hospital immediately, while there is still time, to exchange for some contribution points." Upon hearing his mother's words, Fengzhua collapsed, utterly defeated on the ground. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Xinjing, in stark contrast to the dilapidated birdhouses, shanty towns, and foul-smelling sewers of the old city, the main urban area was akin to a different world altogether. Towering skyscrapers lined the streets, which were impeccably clean, devoid of any unpleasant odors that well-dressed Xinmin strolled through the streets, occasionally encountering nobles adorned in fine garments. For the dirt dwellers of the old city, the realm of the main urban area appeared nothing short of paradise. And within this paradise, there existed a most resplendent temple, the residence of the Jiang family, the ruling clan of Xinjing. The Jiang estate had transformed into an opulent fortress compared to its state before the apocalypse. The walls surrounding the estate had been demolished and rebuilt into towering fortifications crafted from hard marble. On these walls, soldiers clad in golden helmets and armor patrolled, reminiscent of the imperial guards of ancient times. Without even considering the soldiers' combat prowess, the mere sight conveyed who truly reigned over Xinjing. Within this citadel, the abode of Jiang Chun was resplendent beyond compare, adorned with jade steps, golden railings, and jewel-encrusted embellishments. Even ordinary wooden furnishings were crafted from rare and precious woods. Such an environment was likely unparalleled, even when compared to ancient royal palaces. Just a small portion extracted from here could easily provide enough value for a dirt dweller to ascend to the status of ex-Simon in the office. Young master. The zombie cores obtained from exterminating zombies in the filth-ridden pits and within Xinjing have been fully collected, totaling 323,756 cores, the vast majority being initial cores, with only 32,643 being first-level cores. Following your instructions, all cores have been sent to the Evolution Research Institute. Initial cores will be used to cultivate super soldiers, while first-level cores will be utilized for gene serum production, a female secretary reported respectfully to Jiang Chun. Over 3 million zombies yielded over 30,000 zombie cores, nearly a 10% conversion rate. That should suffice for now, Jiang Chun replied, reclining in his chair with a cup of tea in hand. Zombie cores are crystalline entities imbued with extraordinary power, obtainable by defeating zombies and aberrations. These crystals are effective for both extraordinary beings and ordinary humans. However, unlike extraordinary beings who can directly absorb the inherent power, ordinary individuals must undergo genetic modification to enhance their physical strength to endure the power contained within the cores. After all, the extraordinary power within the cores is far too potent for ordinary humans. Without genetic modification, attempting to forcibly bear the power would lead to irreversible bodily harm or even instant death. Fortunately, Xinjiang has made preliminary breakthroughs in this area of research and is now capable of mass-producing the first generation of super soldiers. The most notable among them is the Enforcer Brigade, which maintains order within Xinjiang. While individual enforcers may struggle against extraordinary beings, they can at least manage to land a couple of punches. Of course, the extraordinary beings they face would be those with the lowest awakenings, E and F level abilities. However, when confronted with C-level or above extraordinary beings, these first-generation super soldiers would be regarded as no different than ordinary humans. Nonetheless, these super soldiers typically do not engage extraordinary beings directly, as there are extraordinary beings within Xinjiang to handle that. Their primary enemies remain the ordinary populace, alongside lower-tier zombies and aberrations. What is the progress on the genetic modifications for the army? Jiang Chun inquired. Report, young master. The Evolution Research Institute indicates that within the next 2 weeks, they are confident in completing the genetic modifications for the current 100,000 personnel, .AS for the remaining 400,000 troops. They will require more time, came the response. The secretary respectfully replied, 100,000. Jiang Chen's fingers lightly tapped the rim of his cup, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes that he then turned his gaze to the secretary. Inform the Evolution Research Institute that within 2 weeks, I expect to see 200,000 modified super soldiers that if they fail to deliver, let them face the zombies head-on in the forthcoming expansion war. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the secretary quickly nodded. Yes, young master, at that moment. Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly flickered towards the shadows in the room, where a figure was slowly coalescing that he gestured to the secretary. That's enough. You may leave. Yes, young master. The secretary hesitated slightly, her long legs clad in black stockings lingering for a moment, but upon realizing that Jiang Chun had no further commands, she departed with a tinge of regret. After the secretary's exit, Jiang Chun took a sip from his teacup and said, Enter through the front door. As soon as Jiang Chun finished speaking, the figure of Fifth Knight, who was about to emerge from the shadows, paused momentarily before promptly retreating. Over the past 2 months, Fifth Knight had gradually delved deeper into the shadow realm, mastering her supernatural abilities, and had seemingly developed a peculiar penchant for appearing from odd shadows. While Jiang Chun was indifferent to such behavior elsewhere, he insisted on maintaining decorum within his presence that he could afford to bend the rules, but others must adhere to them. That was a fundamental principle. Knock, 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 come in. Dressed in a short skirt-made outfit, Fifth Knight pushed the door open. She regarded Jiang Chun with utmost earnestness, bowing deeply before kneeling on the carpet at his feet. Jiang Chun was not surprised by Fifth Knight's gesture, nor did he immediately bid her to rise. That he remained silent, continuing to sip his tea until the cup was nearly empty, at which point he extended it to the kneeling Fifth Knight. She respectfully accepted the cup with both hands. Fifth Knight, I hope there won't be a next time. Yes, young master. Chapter 62, The Punishment of the Head Maid. The expansion war is imminent. At that moment, Fifth Knight's voice had lost its previous coldness, replaced instead by a note of anxiety, fear, humility, and an almost pitiable helplessness. Jiang Chen's guidance had awakened her to the importance of focusing on her own abilities. Reflecting on her recent actions, she felt a deep revulsion at her behavior as a maid, especially as the head maid, who ought to exemplify the highest standards. Had she viewed her recent conduct through the lens of her former self, before awakening her powers, she would have undoubtedly wished to eliminate that version of herself for such disrespect toward her master. Rise. Only after Jiang Chen's command did Fifth Knight gradually stand. Yet she still bore the shame of her earlier actions, unable to meet Jiang Qin's gaze until he gently grasped her chin, compelling her to look up. Young master, to err is human, but one must amend their mistakes and accept punishment instead of shamefully evading it. Do you understand? My head maid. Jiang Qin lightly patted her exquisite face, and the once aloof head maid now appeared tragically vulnerable, eliciting a flicker of intrigue in Jiang Qin's eyes. Upon hearing his words and noticing his gaze, Fifth Knight slowly lowered her head. Tangwan, the resistance organization, the expansion war, S-class super ability fruit. Jiang Qin was not particularly surprised by Fifth Knight's peculiar report. Young master, this Feng Zhua is rather peculiar, that I can assure you. He had no prior acquaintance with Tangwan and has never left the capital. Yet he seems to possess knowledge of her name and the details of the expansion war. Information known only to a select few in the upper echelons of the capital. Moreover, he claimed that there are S-class super ability fruits in Gufang City, a place we are still largely unaware of. Considering his previous statements, young master, I feel as though this Feng Zhua may possess the ability to foresee the future. Fifth Knight, still blushing from earlier, spoke earnestly to Jiang Qin. In response, Jiang Qin glanced at Fifth Knight's already tattered black stockings. Originally, she had intended to remove them, but Jiang Qin had insisted she wear them. With no choice, and in light of her recent transgressions, Fifth Knight dared not oppose him. After all, how could a maid refuse her master's wishes? Clearly, she could not if he truly can foresee the future. His father would not have met his demise from anger. Rather, he resembles a hapless soul who knows of certain events beforehand. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a faint smile. Nonetheless, young master, I believe this Feng Zhua has already leaked certain secrets of the capital. Such a person should be dealt with swiftly, Fifth Knight suggested. Jiang Qin shook his head, placing the now empty teacup on the table. Fifth Knight then presented him with another cup filled to the brim. Eliminating him is feasible, but not at this moment. Set Feng Zhua aside for now. How has the formation of the Shadow Warriors progressed? Upon mentioning the Shadow Warriors, Fifth Knight became considerably more serious. Reporting to you, young master, we have currently selected 7 individuals for the Shadow Warriors, in accordance with your instructions. They have all awakened stealth-related extraordinary abilities that I believe that in due time, they will be able to contribute significantly. The Shadow Warriors were a special intelligence organization directly responsible to Jiang Qin, established under her leadership with his support. Unlike the military's intelligence bureau, the selection process for the Shadow Warriors was exceptionally rigorous. Members not only had to be extraordinary beings, but also possessed the ability to conceal themselves, with an absolute loyalty to Jiang Qin. With 643 extraordinary beings in the capital, finding 7 suitable candidates was a commendable feat. As for expanding their ranks, it was evident that merely selecting from within the capital would be insufficient. Thus, the expansion war had become an inevitable necessity. Jiang Qin spoke softly. Not only the Shadow Warriors, but the development of the capital has also reached a bottleneck. The vast reserves of supplies accumulated before the apocalypse were initially expected to last a year, yet the plans have fallen prey to unforeseen changes. Following the apocalypse, the rapid implementation of new construction projects and technological advancements derived from the progenitor stones have depleted resources at an unprecedented rate. Even the most abundant food supplies are becoming strained due to the sheer population and industrial demands of the capital. Therefore, the capital urgently needs to shift its focus outward. The capital requires various resources from the outside world: raw materials, minerals, population, land, and even zombies and aberrations. These are all currently in dire shortage. The expansion war is the solution to all these challenges. Disseminate orders to the highest executives of all departments in the capital to convene a meeting in the central conference room tomorrow morning. I will announce the plan for the expansion war during the meeting. Yes, young master. Chapter 63. The Awakening of Tangwan. The Health Clinic. Tangwan experienced an exceptionally lengthy dream. Within it, she repeatedly faced the imminent threat of being consumed by an entity resembling a black hole of the universe, unable to escape or struggle. Yet, just as she was about to be engulfed, a figure would appear beside her. He radiated a resplendent light that dispelled the darkness surrounding her, warming her stiffened body and granting her the strength to resist the black hole's pull. She yearned to discern his face clearly, but each time she attempted to draw closer, his figure would fade, and his light would vanish, leaving her once again shrouded in darkness. This cycle repeated several times. until Tang Wan gradually regained some self-awareness. This time, she refrained from reaching out, allowing his brilliance to illuminate her and assist her in escaping the black hole's grasp. After being saved once more, Tang Wan stood still, gazing at him. This time, he also looked back at her. Dimly, she perceived the corners of his mouth, illuminated by the light, curving into a smile that he parted his lips, as if attempting to say something. But Tang Wan could not hear his voice. Slowly, his figure began to fade away. This time, unlike before, he would not return. This time, he was truly vanishing that a sense of urgency blossomed within Tang Wan's heart.